Argentina. But it was a storm of feathers as Falcon Esports dismantles their opponents with a quick 2-0. While Falcon Esports might have taken the win, this 11 Argentina deserves just as much praise. Next, Team Hawk started strong against Incendio Supremacy. But it was the Turkish Delights that staged a comeback and defeated the Malaysian champions. It's a bad day for the Malaysian fans. As not one, but both Malaysian representatives went down in one day. The Valley of North America showed what they are capable of with refined teamfight execution and prime display from basing. Last but not least, the boys from Brazil stand tall behind the RRQ Kingdom fans. RRQ Akira pushes their lead early, but Occupy Thrones of Mina fought valiantly to defend their thrones in Game 2 of the series. They eventually fell to the final Lord Charge to prepare for an intense day of competition as there are only 8 teams left to battle for the crown in the Land of Dawn. Dare to be great.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
M-Series Flashback, the Finals MVP. Every tournament will have its own most valuable player or MVP.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Back in M1, it was Aura of EVOS Legends with his masterful off-lane plays to clinch the award.
Itu dan Aura datang dengan tandemnya.
Esports Legends bakal melakukan trikokan dengan ternyata di masa
Coba untuk bertahan dari RRQ.
And be the first ever Finals MVP in Mobile Legends M-Series. Meanwhile, in M2, amidst the pandemic, Carl TZ of Bren Esports proved that his flashy jungler plays were the top of the world.
Okay, anyways, 3-1 immediately traded out. Make that 3 members chasing him down, and there's only so much.
And in 2021, OHEB of Blacklist International showed why he is the Filipino sniper with his spectacular beatrix and marksman prowess.
Here in the early game. Another fight engaged on right edge but allowed. Asmo still able to run away, but Oheb comes in. So he goes in for 1v3 play. A mistake as he gets shut down.
And claimed the title of M3's Finals MVP. Who do you think will join these players on the Hall of Legends? Can Carl TZ or OHEB claim the title twice? Who will be M4's Finals MVP? See you at M4.
Maybe.
But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a bit. Oh, never mind. Chiku, guys, from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew as we were just talking about him. They fall here, and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing in into their base. They're going to get backdoored by Carl TZ if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Carl TZ, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yawi goes down, but Carl TZ in the backside. Benny QT, the base Echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here, jumping in, making a play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much damage. Wow! That's Fried Chicken taking one versus 3. Erwin is an H target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and look out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries. Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's the first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it.
What the got the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets a kill. Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20/30 vision where they just literally see the future.
Oh my God, there's no way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again!
He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he lands again!
Naomi!
Up the sky!
They are right now, they're flying and they're soaring again! Naomi! What in the world was that?
អ្វីៗគ្រប់យ៉ាងតែងតែប្រែប្រួលទៅតាមពេលវេលាប៉ុន្តែស្មារតីរបស់អ្នកប្រយុទ្ធនឹងមិនសាបសូន្យនោះឡើយពួកយើងម្នាក់សុទ្ធតែមានចំណុចខ្សោយរៀងៗខ្លួនហើយប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រោកឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម Burning Flash នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងថ្កុំថ្កើងនៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិIf you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts to be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our hearts to be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
They say that I finished, but they wrong. I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it up, oh yeah.
All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop.
touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts to be strong. Even
time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it up the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
World Championship will be gathered in Jakarta, Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. To make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page, it is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5. Except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days. where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta. It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game. All eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
။ဘူးမှမဖောက်ခဲ့ဘူးတဲ့လမ်းတစ်တစ်ခုကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စတင်ရှောက်လန်းခဲ့ကြတယ်။ချွေးမထွက်တဲ့အားကစားကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စော့ခဲ့ကြတယ်။လူတွေမရွေးချယ်တဲ့အတံမွေးဝမ်းကြောင်းကိုပဲကျွန်တော်တို့အမျက်တနိုးရွေးချယ်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။အဲ့ဒီလိုလူတွေမမြင်နိုင်တဲ့အမှောင်ချမ်းမှာပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ရှိနေခဲ့တာမို့လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ကိုယ်ပိုင်အလင်းရောင်နဲ့ထုံးလင်းဖို့စုံဖြတ်ပြီးဒီလမ်းကိုဆက်လျှောက်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။တကယ်တော့ Esports ဆိုတာမျိုးကတခြားအားကစားတွေလိုပါပဲ။ကိုယ်နဲ့စိတ်တူကိုယ်လိုရှိမဲ့အသင်းပေါ်တွေရဲ့အကူအညီနဲ့ပဲကြုံဆုံလာမဲ့ပြိုင်ဘက်တွေကိုအလေးထိုးအနိုင်ယူကြရတယ်။ဒါပေမဲ့အဆုံးတစ်နေ့မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မှာတူညီတဲ့အိမ်မက်တစ်ခုပဲရှိပါတယ်။အဲ့ဒါကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ Esports ကစားသမားတွေအားလုံးအတွက်ပုံမကောင်းမွန်တဲ့နေရာတစ်ခုကိုဖန်တီးရင်းနဲ့ကမ္ဘာအလယ်မှာမြန်မာဆိုတဲ့အလင်းရောင်အကောင်းဆုံးထွန်းလင်းတောက်ပနိုင်ဖို့ပါ
The M4 group stage continues to bring us world-class MLBB actions. So let's take a quick look at what happened yesterday. It's raining RRQ in Jakarta during day 2 of the M4 group stage. Despite having the home ground advantage, Skylar and the legendary Lemon had to put all the stops to claim an unconvincing victory against Occupy Thrones. The Song Rajas were then dismantled by Echo of the Philippines with a stellar performance from Sanji the Wizard. However, win or lose, the fans are here to support with all their might. On the other hand, RRQ Akira is looking like the better RRQ so far. The Samba Boys defeated the Valley in the North-South America Derby thanks to Luiz's incredible Numenon Blast. They also destroyed the Malaysian champions Team Hawk with a formidable team fight composition featuring Joy and Terizla, while utilizing the power of RRQ Ultra Fans' buff. All MLBB fans in the world, let's support your favorite team with all your passion, regardless of where you are. Now, it's time for day 3 of the M4 group stage. Dare to be great.
The M4 World Championship continues to heat up with drama and intense emotions. Day 3 of the group stage is a direct manifestation of order and chaos, with Group B representing the calm and predictable outcome. All is in order as ONIC Esports and Todak take care of business respectively and secure upper bracket slots. Featuring the King of the Sky, Kyrie, who gave a masterclass on the prowess of assassins. while Todak cruised through the group stage with 4 mates returning to the starting lineup. However, when there is order, there will be chaos. As the disarray in Group A materializes into a 3-way tiebreaker, as all hell breaks loose when Falcon Esports dethrone the defending champions not once, but twice in the same day. Finally, the M3 champions clawed back against the siege of Incendio supremacy and secured the upper bracket. Even though the air was tense, sportsmanship and integrity were embraced. And with that, we are going straight into the final day of the M4 group stage. Dare to be great.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause work the streets is what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never stop, won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes and be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting and show y'all. This is your time to remember. So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest function now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fire in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, I ain't giving up. They say that I finished, but they wrong. I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
Hands up, all of you get your hands up. All of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to M4.
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the fun together. Pamper your soul. Explore the natural wilderness. Satisfy your appetite. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Gets taken out by who? Oh my God, the Valley are going to M4!
I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready. The most thing I like about my team is just how much they care about this whole M4 and then the game itself. The commitment from my teammates is exceptional. I think the Valley is gonna have a hard time at first, but it's really up to how well we adapt to the Asian meta or teams that are coming to M4. The Valley definitely is more work. It's not as organized as other teams with the organizations, But I think our team bonding is way greater because we all have like one goal, which is winning. That's what keeps us together pretty much. My role in my team is I can pull the team from the negative vibes, because when the arguments gets too heated, everybody has their own opinion because everybody's a good player. We don't have a coach. So I think I can stay in the middle and then see what's the best for the team. And then just games in general. I really love game. I love playing game. I skip school to play games, so I think I'm just born to do this, I guess.
Oh, Mopus ain't able to pick up that Lord.
I think the best player in our team is Zane because his commitment to the game is way greater than others. And then he has many different experiences from different MOBAs, so he knows what he's doing. It doesn't really bother me that I left Gosu, and it was a really great experience. General basically made who I am right now. He really helped me a lot how to set up stream. He boosted my stream. He was basically made who I am. It's just to pursue my career, to pursue the win. I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me. There wasn't any drama, it's just the fans that made it into a drama, which I understand because I was in that team for 5 years almost. I created that team with him, and then we were really good friends, so they thought nothing would actually break us apart, but made the decision that fans didn't want. I think that's why it became a drama. I joined Valley because I thought we actually have a shot to go to M4 with the squad that we're trying to form. That's why I wanted to join. We're preparing M4 by first watching many games from other teams, from other regions, because I think it's the best to know the enemies first, then focus on ourselves. Our playstyle definitely needs improvement. Our communication is a big problem to improve too. But I feel great. I think we'll be just fine in M4. Just new experience, new environment. I'm excited. I want to say to the other players, they need to be ready, because they say I might not do well because I've never been there. I've never gone against the pros in Asia, but I can prove them wrong.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give, cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes and being strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it, cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest.
Nah. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Nah. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I've been on the road,
destruction now. You and I, we can make it up the coast. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. With fire in our eyes, you and me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Welcome for another day of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship here in Tennis Indoor Stadium Senayan in the beautiful city of Jakarta, Indonesia. We've witnessed two intense matches yesterday, both going to full games where there could only be one victor. Which teams will join them today and advance to the next stage? When he smells blood, Super Shark will initiate a surprise attack on the opponent's carries. Once Super Shark strikes, his team always backs him up immediately to pick off an enemy. Always make sure where he is or get a hold of his positioning. You never know when there will be a shark attack happening. Gusta Lagusta should be considered as one of the best gold laners in the world stage, along with the likes of Benny Cutie, Oheb, and Skylar. Every game that he plays, he's on top of the damage charts in terms of heroes as well as towers. Don't give him space, otherwise win the game.
Hello everybody, welcome to day 6 of the biggest mobile esports tournament in the world. This is Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. I'm Mara Aquino.
And Bude Clara here. Selamat datang semuanya tentunya. Ini adalah hari yang dinanti-nantikan untuk kalian semua. But we are welcoming you guys on this room, room where we will read your comments, your support, and of course, it's special for the teams.
That's right. Let's not forget that M4 is presented by TikTok, our official content partner. So we're taking a look at your comments online. So how about let's start off, Clara. You know what? I saw something here. MPL Indonesia.
Yeah.
Let's read it. It says, I'm gonna try to read this, okay?
Okay.
Pak at Sandiaga Uno Ultras Garis Keras.
Okay.
What does that mean?
This is our Ministry of Tourism
Let's make
and
it
Creative
bigger.
Economy. Pak Sandiaga Uno, garis keras. He said that he really loved this MPL, this whole tournament, and his support with the cheers.
Yeah, he's so cool.
That's right.
He's
Our
so
ministry.
Cool. He's so nice, Ministry of Tourism. I love your energy. I think you better come back because when he was here, ONIC Esports won. So we need some of his luck. So
They won.
Let's get some luck from the fans and take a look at more comments. Let's take a look. In here, how about, which one is that one?
Oh, this one?
MLBB Esports Official.
Yeah.
And it says, join, shout out for the greatness now. That's Luminaire.
That's right. Our ex-pro player right now is the streamer and YouTuber, everything. Is he gonna do a comeback for M5? Lover as well, player of EVOS. They're supporting Indonesia, of course.
So they're sending comments for Indonesia to bring back the trophy here. You know what? It's very possible. I mean, even today, ONIC Esports is going to be going up against Echo Philippines, another Philippines versus Indonesia match. So it's definitely going to be very exciting, Clara.
Betul, semuanya yang ngedukung di sini adalah pemain-pemain dari MPL juga. Jadi kalian masih nggak ngedukung? Buruan, kirim komentar, oke?
Now let's take a look at one more comment. Let's take a look. Let's go up, let's go up, let's go up. And in here, oh, this one. Prinitang Pagong says,
from Philippines,
hoping for Team Valley to create a miracle by advancing all the way to the final. That's a really good comment. The Valley is going to be going up against RRQ Akira. It's going to be a really tough match. But I know everyone's going to shine. Shark is going to be great, Fried Chicken, Mobazane, and Hoon. Hoon, if you notice, when Hoon plays, he's in every single highlight. To me, he's one of the stars of the Valley. So let's take a look at one more comment in here.
The last one? Okay.
Let's take a look.
Mara, please read this one. You have to try it. It's Indonesian.
Okay.
Mara Aquino, it's time.
Besok ONIC versus Echo, Alma, RRQ Akira versus the Valley, Bakal, Ngengila, Besok match niya. I have no idea what I said.
That was perfect, Mara.
What does that mean, Clara?
You can be Indonesian right now. Okay, it say that. This is from last day. He said, tomorrow, ONIC versus Echo and RRQ Akira versus the Valley. It's gonna be crazy tomorrow for the matches.
Oh, definitely. So you guys keep those comments coming in. Don't forget to use the hashtag
Mobile Legends Bang Bang,
MLBBM4, and Dare to be great. Now, keep on sending that on TikTok, but now we're gonna break things down for you with our analysts.
Thank you so much to our lovely and beautiful hosts, Mara Aquino and Clara Mongstar. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Lafel and Assassin Dave, and it's a great day for Mobile Legends action right here live from the Tennis Indoor Senayan in lovely Jakarta, Indonesia. Gentlemen, how are we?
Oh, I'm feeling super excited because even the comments said today's matches is going to be crazy. If it's anything like yesterday, man, I'm going to be hyped.
Gila banget. Are we expecting that kind of matchup here, Dave?
Yes, I'm really excited for today because the revenge match for the Valley, and it's a time for the Valley, dude.
Valley, dude.
Everybody's been screaming the Valley, dude, but what about Viva Brazil, right?
Yeah, Viva Brazil. And I kind of feel like for the matches today, I can't wait, dude.
Well, how do we get here? Here's a quick recap of what happened.
Up until yesterday, 8 teams were eliminated from the M4 World Championship, and day 5 was nothing short of electric. The first series was all incendiary in the Sanayan Tennis Indoor Stadium, as both Incendio Supremacy and Falcon Esports are fighting for their lives. The Turkish squad was playing with fire on the field, and it looked like Falcon's wings were smoldered as they were behind 1-2. Rise from the ashes, reborn as a phoenix, Falcon Esports soared high through the game and won 2 consecutive games, removing Incendio Supremacy from the tournament. Next is the RRQ Kingdom hosting the Blacklist Agents at their home turf. The Sang Raja started the series promising with Albert's Fanny slashing through into game number 1. Then the defending world champions clapped back with Y's unstoppable Frederick. But RRQ pushed back with their home ground buff and tied the series. Ultimately, the Queen's Estes sealed the deal for Blacklist and sent RRQ Hoshi to the lower bracket. This might be the preview of the grand finals, and the road to greatness does not end here. Which team shall advance and which will perish? Let's check it out. Dare to be great.
It's bittersweet to think that tonight one team goes home and the other locks in their slot in the upper bracket finals. But first off, we're gonna have to start with this painful pill to swallow. These teams from the West, they are going to be facing off, fighting for tournament life. It's going to be civil war, North versus South, and we're talking about the Americas, the Valley, dude, versus RRQ Akira.
Yes, Valley got a lot up their sleeves. We've seen their performance since the entire stage so far. Akira, now they beat the Valley in the group stage. Valley, I heard the boys, they're ready to take their revenge. They actually want to beat them again in the group stage if there were a 3v tie, but that never happened. So this is the time for them to actually take out everything they got and prove themselves.
True story. I think I met with the Valley that day before they were going to play for their second round in the group stage, and they were asking, hey, is there a way for us to fight RRQ Akira again?
Dude, honestly, looking at this matchup, I'm really looking at the EXP because Takashi against Fried Chicken, because so far in the knockout stages, both of those players are phenomenal, especially Fried Chicken. So I'm really looking forward to them clashing.
Oh yeah, Ayam versus Astro Thunder. I swear, when you're here and you hear the crowd, they're asking for pictures and signatures. They're saying, Ayam, that's Fried Chicken. Now let's see what the world thinks. Talent predictions all across, and page 1, we're already looking at a split.
Yeah, it's like a 50-50 split. I mean, these two teams, you never know. I mean, it's actually up to their performance. Interesting thing, a lot of overlap between the teams, right? We're talking about Ayam, Chicken, Fried Chicken with the Joy. We like to play Joy in the EXP lane with the Valley, where RRQ Akira, their signature pick is Joy in the jungle. So you can't really blame all the talents for splitting the opinions because you just don't know.
No, it's clear that LaFell has a call here.
No, okay, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I feel like this is the most balanced, this is the most fair, because so far, with the knockout stages as well as the group stages, I kind of feel like it's kind of not good to have the majority, and I feel like all over the world now, they got to be careful of their predictions, man, because something is up here.
Okay, so your name, having the RRQ Akira logo next to it, has some level of caster. I don't want to say the word curse, but caster's call, right?
I don't know, Ben. Right now, here's the thing. I just want to be as safe as I can. I want to keep it like as centered as possible. And now we got to look at MOBA Zane, where so far we got to talk about his hero pool because he really seems like he's found his comfort as long as he's on that tanky-like hero, kind of like Wise kind of playstyle. He's going to do great.
Yeah, people always make fun of Mobile Zane's hero pool. Oh, this guy only knew how to play some Granger, some Marksman, YSS, and M3. But this, Mobile Zane has expanded his hero pool so much in the past year. He has grown to a different level of kind of jungler. Probably the best jungler in NA. They call him NA #1, right? Like, you look at the teamfight participation, 80% compared to King, sitting at 59.4% in this hexagram. It just shows you that Valley Mobile Zane is here for business.
I'm looking at this stat and I'm worried that King might be the focus because looking at his average KDA ratio, 2.1, it does show that he gets targeted quite a lot. So the Valley, if they could shut him down, then RRQ Akira might not be able to move around the map as safely as possible. And if he's down, then the Turtle as well as the Lord, it's not going to be a 50-50, it's going to be an 80-20.
If you watch RRQ Akira games more, it's less that he gets targeted, more that he's willing to trade. Again, that Joy jungle, that's his trademark. He's so willing to dive into the back, and again, he has a retribution, not a vengeance. He's more likely to go down.
Hey, but it might not work so well against the Valley because Valley like to play those tanky frontline jungles, right?
Exactly.
I mean, if you have some just Joy going to the backline, it's not going to be that much damage.
All right, we can only argue for so long. For now, let's get the action going. Let's throw it over to our desk. Let's go.
Thank you so much for the analysis, boys on the stand. Welcome to the caster desk here for the Valley versus RRQ Akira. The North versus the South. You're going to be accompanied by me, Miracle, Jays, and Wolf on the caster desk here. But before we get to the talks about the two teams, M4 is powered to you by Moonton. Presented by TikTok, the official content partner. Supported by Secret Lab, the official gaming chair. And Esports Charts, our analytical partner. Gank, our official merchandise partner, MeWatch, our media partner, and last but not least, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. But boys, how are we feeling here today for the first match of the day? That's kind of big here, RRQ Akira versus the Valley.
Yeah, it's definitely big. Something that is also quite big that's happening right now in the game is the M4 Pass, which is also available right now. Complete all the active tasks and you'll reach level 5 at East, sorry. 75,
74
not
too.
74. You can get 74, but you'll be one level away. And of course, you can do everything absolutely for free. Log in now, exclusive rewards like the Beatrix, like Chaser Beatrix, Stellar Brilliance, and M4 Beatrix figurine are just waiting for you. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, hashtag Dare to be Great.
And we are daring to be great here on the stage. So one of these two teams that are coming up on the stage again, a lot of people wrote them off. RRQ Akira and the Valley coming in from, less developed regions, no MPL in NA just yet, but the Valley have been proving themselves in the knockout stages.
There was one thing that both of these teams have in common is that they went to Jakarta very earlier on.
Yeah.
I heard that, at least for RRQ Akira, they went before December, and that's also true with the Valley. They understand that they're the strongest in the region, but they have to go through a rigorous training in one of the most competitive areas in the world.
They have to keep on improving, and just like that, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for us to deep dive into the starting lineup for both of the teams. Obviously, starting with the Valley, dude. Right here, this is the lineup. Wolf, tell me about this lineup.
Hoon, Fried Chicken, Basic, Mobile Zane, and Super Shark. The group stages, that is a thing of the past. We have to forget it if you're looking at the Valley. Because what they did in the knockout stages through the lower bracket is completely different from what they did in the group stages. Going to be going up against Saigen, Tekashi, Gusta Lagusta, King, and Luis. Very impressive in the group stages. Unfortunately, had to face a very difficult task at the upper bracket.
I think another thing that we also have to look at is, I know you want to say that let's forget about the group stages, but that could be an interesting sample size. And I also like the fact that these two teams, they need to acclimate to basically the meta in Indonesia, and that's what we're talking about from the start of the day, right? The Jakartan hospitality. These boys, they've enjoyed it, they thrive in this server, and they are finally here right now to do everything and put whatever they learned to the test.
In the lower brackets, no room for mistakes. All the way from Brazil, the champions trying to claim their first ever world title. Welcome, RRQ Akira!
A lot of improvements for the squad. Not only through this tournament, but all throughout the history of the players that you're seeing now, even their coach, Cabral and Luis, they have been fighting for so long. This is like the third year, the M Series. This is the farthest that they have gotten, and they will not stop now.
And I think they really show a lot of promise, right? The fact that, first of all, especially when you're not from this server, when you're not from this region, people play slightly a different style, whereas everyone in this region, they're particularly very aggressive. There's a lot of massive team fights. You can see in the previous series just yesterday, one small little mistake, one minor details, and it's just will escalate into and snowball into the bigger problem. But now, looking on the other side of the aisle, dressed in white and black, the Valley coming up from North America. I really like the fact that Mobile Zane became Humble Zane, but we have to talk about this. They'll be going up against their Western counterpart.
They're gonna have to go all out once again. This is a team we've seen before. M3, top 3. They're looking to claim that title here at M4. From North America, give it up for the Valley! Good.
The Valley, dude! For them as well. There's a lot of improvements. Like Hoon, he has been around the esports world for quite a long time. In fact, he was part of the M1 World Championship in Malaysia 4 years ago. And you also have like Basic, who has been playing in between like North America and the Philippines, right now returning to represent North America in the world stage once again.
I think regardless both these two teams, I think they are sending a statement to all across the world right now is that MLBB is surviving and they are thriving in the West. And any of these two teams that will proceed on to the knockout stage or throughout the bracket, one of these two teams, unfortunately, because of the state of the game, state of the match right now, one of these two teams will go home. But I think it's an achievement to be on the stage.
It's massive, right? I mean, we've seen that these teams have all been progressing and improving so much. We saw Incendio Supremacy with their stellar performance up against Falcon yesterday. Now we're seeing two teams that have, for the Valley, improved so much in the knockout stage. For RRQ Akira, they had a very impressive group stage.
That's right.
And just on that point, we are going to take a look at both of the teams head-to-head right here.
Hey, it's very surprising. There's not a lot of Lord control coming out from RRQ Akira, but when it comes to like turtle control, it's almost the same. And we can actually see that through their games. They really like to prioritize the early stages of the game. They want to group up together. For the Valley, it's all more about like activating Basic by utilizing Hoon and Mobazit in the early stages. For RRQ Brazil, it's more of a collaborative effort. They want to make sure that Gusta Lagusta is having a great time, then eventually they will take over in the latter portions of the game.
Guys, just take a look at the KDA ratio. It's almost like a double KDA ratio in the favor of the Valley. Super blood hungry, super blood thirsty, especially when the main goal is IQ heroes, IQ enemies. I convert that into objectives.
Well, I do believe that RRQ Akira, in terms of just the turtle control and that KDA ratio, right, you do see a little bit of a spike there. But for the Valley, a bit more, well-rounded coming in here. And we are going to see also the most picked and banned heroes from both of the teams. But here, we're going to take a look at the Valley first. With the all-time win rate of 71%, these are their most picked heroes.
You see that Joy is... Joy, although they picked it up back-to-back when they went up against... during their first game in the knockout stages. However, their standard picks will be this one. You can see, even just looking at literally this set of heroes, it's almost a composition already. It's almost a draft.
Yeah.
Like you go for Lolita, you have Eve, you have Fredrin in the jungle, then you have the carry. It's almost a draft now for the side of the Valley.
Looking at, the side of RRQ Akira, right? If you notice, it is most picked Joy at number 3, and I feel like in this particular series, I expect Joy to be banned most of the time because both these two teams, rest assured, White Chicken will be able to use the Joy to a great success. Rest assured, King will be able to use that Joy to great success as well. However, Wolf, you mentioned about this. Looking at the most picks coming up from the Valley, it feels like a little bit one-dimensional, and I think that's a bit of a scary issue that the Valley has to address.
Yeah, because they're always like facing almost like elimination, right? So what they needed to do was to always go for comfort. And for them to win this, their keys to victory will be to take the fight in the gold lane, focus on lockdown, and lockdown Sega's comfort heroes, always keep the tempo and convert it to objectives as we've seen through the graph, and stay crispy and spicy. Fried chicken against Takashi.
You know, as a fried chicken in Indonesia, you need to adapt, right? So it's the
Ayam
spice.
goreng.
Yes, the ayam goreng, now that you need to add spice in, right?
All right.
And that's what fried chicken has been bringing to the table. A whole lot of spice, a whole lot of aggression. But speaking of aggression, this is also the keys to victory for the enemy team, RRQ Akira. Respect and contain Basic in this North-South American derby. Now, Basic in the group stage, we can all agree that, you know, maybe he was underperforming, but here in the knockout stage, with the amount of resources that has been allocated towards that gold lane, Basic has proved to be a very, very capable carry. Here as well, King must watch or must match Mobazane in that jungle. That's one of the things that's really, really important here coming into this matchup. Prepare for Team Valley's counter draft as well. Prioritize CC, because that's how the Valley have been getting a lot of these dubs.
There was also a part where you have to contest the carry, which I definitely agree with. I'm surprised that from the Philippines, there's only like 11% who voted for the Valley. It's like 89% for RRQ Akira. Maybe because a lot of people are already watching a lot of the Emerald series, and we know that RRQ Brazil has been, at least some players of RRQ Brazil has been there for a long time. Maybe we attribute it to the experience that some of the players and components of RRQ has. But then again, RRQ Akira's performance, they're not too shabby. In fact, I think most of the votes are to RRQ Akira side.
What's insane is even, you know, it's just crazy the fact that almost every single region opted to go for RRQ Akira, knowing again the Valley did lose to Akira in the group stage. You're definitely looking for that revenge, but stylistically, what do you think about this matchup, right? Because the Valley have struggled up against very aggressive teams that can take the game to you and can force that snowball going from the get-go.
I personally feel like it's like what Will was talking about, right? We're talking about, you know, how the most picks are basically the comfort heroes. We're also talking about the fact that, you know, it is the Valley that lost to RRQ Akira in the group stages, but I feel like going into the knockout stage, something changed in the Valley, and they will need to bring it out on this stage.
Well, we're gonna jump into the draft just in 3 seconds. So, ladies and gentlemen watching here in the arena, it's time for game number 1. Let's dive into the draft for the Valley versus RRQ Akira. RRQ on the blue side with the first pick. The Valley on the red side. 1-1 Kaja, Glue, Lolita, and the Barats all banned away. You can see some respect here being given away from RRQ Akira already with the Barats and the Lolita that were 2 key factors in their victory.
Do they pick up the Eve this time, or do they pick up the carry?
No,
it's the joy. Absolutely.
I like the fact that both these two teams, they literally open up, right? So you're gonna pick. It's basically like that strategy in the pick as well. You open up 3 prior picks, and then you have to pick one of these 3. This is more advantageous for teams from the second pick, but look at the rapid drafting coming up from both of these two teams.
Oh my goodness. And then might even look at picking up the Fredrin, maybe snatch it away. But instead, it's going to be the Claude. Takashi, he said that they're very confident to play against the Valley, but it will be a hard match. They're with another strategy for them, so it will be hard, but we are confident, says Takashi. We call him the Miracle Boy in the Tagalog tree.
Ooh, why? Why the Miracle Boy?
Well, let's just say that he looks like he is a player who plays internationally.
Oh, I see.
Yes, the Mr. International face.
Mr. International himself, Takashi. But on the other side, you also have Mr. International in Mobazane, right? This man, again, bringing BTK back at M3 to top 3. This time around, he's opted to go for more of a utility jungler route, and I think this is a great pick for them, right? I think the main source, or the main things that have been criticized for Valley has been in the draft, not utilizing a lot of those flex picks, but since getting dropped down to the knockout stages in the lower brackets, they have improved on this case very much so. Flex pick on the Grok and 2 prio heroes that are just extraordinary, but the main concern now is still that Joy.
crowd control heroes are going to be knocked out by RRQ Akira. Comforts of Mobazane. Banning out both Barretts and Fredrin means that Mobazane will have to bring out something out of the bag, because this is so far what they have been using for the longest time now. So are they even concerned to take out what? Maybe Akai?
Yeah.
Perhaps?
I think Akai, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the draft right now, Barat, Fredrin, you're leaning into just stopping Mobazane in that jungle, right? We haven't really seen Mobazane play a whole lot of heroes here. He's only just on the utility. And these are the heroes we usually see. Maybe he can still go for something like a Martis. That can, no, it's not going to be banned out, but Martis, Akai, those two heroes, good utility. RRQ Akira with the Tama's ban, respecting obviously towards Fight Chicken. In the group stage, that's how they beat S11. But it is going to be the, Kufra pick. So I like it because the Grok is still technically a flex pick here. We haven't seen Mobazane on the jungle Grok, but
that's
right.
possible.
It's possible, very much possible.
It's kind of crazy the fact that, you know, the Valley just selected the Kufra and then immediately we're thinking, oh, Fried Chicken could be the Grok EXP. Hold on a second, there's also the possibility of that Grok jungle. Another thing I like about this Kufra is that you also have a Joy that's bouncing around. Yes, she goes into this immunity thing, but I think this is something they could plan to see whether they could do something like, you need to try to stun this Joy immediately, because I feel like you just need to make sure that she doesn't hit her combos. You just need to slow her down, but it's going to be something that the Valley needs to ask that question. How are they going to stop the Joy?
I was really about to say Matilda should be the pick for RRQ Akira. It could be the way to get into the backlines. It's also a great supplement for the Pharsa if you want to go with burst down a hero. Even when the Eve pops the real world manipulation, you have enough damage coming out from both Matilda and the Pharsa, especially in the early stages. I'm thinking, how about a Liamward for the side of the Valley? If they're not concerned about like being a tank for Mobazane, at least you have that hero that can match up with the Martis. Karina. This is not a conventional pick nowadays. But it is a Mobazane-ish kind of hero.
It is a Mobazane hero, you know, since the Karina got revamped, this is the hero that he has found a lot of comfort on. But again, with this hero being picked up, I think very little amount of times here at M4. I think the only time I ever saw it was in the group stage. In the knockout stage, the first time that we are going to be seeing a Karina. So this is the big question for us now. For NA as well. Will the Valley be able to prevail with this Karina pick? That is somewhat off meta, right? But with that being said, again, both of the drafts have been set. That Martis is going to be able to cancel out a whole lot of the lockdown CC that the Valley have drafted for themselves. This has been their main keys to success. But we'll see as we enter the land of Dawn for game number 1. Who will secure game number 1?
There it is already. Minion blocking coming out from the Grok just to contain the minions so that they will have an advantage in the laning stage. And this is one way to really play the Grok and the X lane, which really makes it a very strong hero in the side lanes.
I think the biggest question I would like to ask is, what is Mobazane going to build towards you? Is this going to be a tank arena, or is this going to be a magic assassin Karina? But looking at the emblem, I don't think it really tells a lot. Usually you go for the Demon Slayer emblem as well for, well, the tank Karina. But it feels like Mobazane right here, there's a lot of tankiness already built in their roster. I feel like they need to try to solve the question of taking down Gustavo Gusta, taking down Sagan, and then roll Snowball.
Between the heroes of RRQ Brazil, like you have the Claude as well as the Matilda, and even the Martis at some regard. There's a lot of like uncontrollable damage. Like the Blazing Duet, for sure, you have the choice to turn it on or off. But whenever you put it up, you know that it's going in. That's where the Karina actually flourishes against those kind of heroes. You just reflect back the damage, and this is definitely a Mobazane kind of play style that we can see.
What you're seeing is also just the Valley playing with their comfort, right? You're mentioning that Mobazane can go for just damage here, but honestly, looking at their game so far, they've just been going for a lot of 3 frontliners, 3 tanks, and relying on the mid laner and the gold lane to really carry their games when it does get to that later stage. Here, you can already see a little bit of a proactive movement by Super Shark in the mid lane, trying to go for that pick, but it's not really going to happen. RRQ Akira, they're really good at playing for this early game skirmish too, and they can read that out, right? Now it comes down to the turtle. King on the Martis versus Zane on the Karina.
going to be dependent on whether or not they will have the ultimate on Super Shark. So what they're doing right now is putting Super Shark in the middle as a roamer so that he'll get to level 4 as he is right now.
Yeah, Takashi putting some effort at the back line. It's going to be Momozan chicken a little bit long. It's going to Super Shark. Mining King. It's a jump in the turtle pit. It's going to be first blood. A water over the side to the valley. The turtle resets. Takashi unable to buy time for his jungler to take down the turtle.
It's a good first blood, right? They really assess the situation perfectly there. They notice that RRQ Akira, they're going in a bit too soon without the help of Sagan and Louise, especially King. They utilize, oh not King, Takashi on that Vengeance. They utilize that resource differential and they capitalize on the fact, taking him down.
They wouldn't have a lot of ultimates to work with now. But then again, both junglers are just busy taking their own purple buffs, and it will be a double buff for Mobazane, single buff for King. But King will be faster on the turtle because of this.
But Hoon right now doesn't have the real world manipulation. Red airstrike will be going in at the same time. King focusing on the turtle right now. The red airstrike zoning the members of the valley out. Hoon responds with the real world manipulation. Lewis will be given away over to the side of the valley.
Objective versus kill. That's what's happening right now. Valley leading with 2 kills, and you know, Wolf, I saw this before. Last time a team prioritized kills, they won. It was Falcon.
A lot of damage.
It was. But then again, this time, you saw RRQ Brazil taking advantage of the fact that Mobazane took his time. He's, in a way, there's a lot of greed in what Mobazane did because he went for 2 buffs first, while King, after dying, he went only to the orange buff and allowed his Matilda and Farsa to zone out the members of the Valley. We talked about this in the draft. There's a lot of combination with the Matilda and the Farsa. There's lethal poke that you can get out of there, and the Valley respected that. That is why they weren't able to position themselves around the turtle.
Oh, look at the stat line, though.
Demolition Man.
Lagusta, the great Demolition Man. Ranked first in hero damage, first in turret damage, and first in turret damage per minute. So there's turret damage per game and per minute. This guy's an absolute monster. I think he just absolutely hates the turrets right now.
Yeah.
And you can see, right, they're already trying to look for a siege and maybe possibly look for a dive up in the gold lane.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the top side by RRQ Akira. Is going to be limiting basic just a little bit, but there will be a lull just at the moment as Mobazane goes in, takes items that he's, takes buff that he should not own. As let's take a look at the emblem.
Okay, so definitely going to be that tank ability for Mobazane. I think this is just the way to go. Like we said, there's a lot of uncontrollable damage coming up from RRQ Brazil that they can take care of. I'm actually surprised that Fried Chicken is holding his ground so well, but up top, the punish coming out from the Valley.
Punish from up there. RRQ Brazil, I think, overstayed the welcome. They're focusing too much resources around basic, but you can start to see the damage coming off in Takashi, right? Look, Fried Chicken is a grok. It's just, it's just armor. It's not magic resist, and Takashi is there dealing magic damage against that grok.
There's again for the Valley, a lot of pick potential they can play for, right? And RRQ Akira, they're saying, sure, you can pick up a kills on Louise as many times as you want, but this is what they're going to do back.
Yeah, at the same time, backline, Takashi is actually keeping Mobazane a little bit too busy right here. Real one revelation committed by Hoon will be dropping down the bombs from the side by Super Shark. That's the jump, the bounce, but will not be able to convert it into an ultimate. It's going to be Sagan. That will fall. Mobazane finds assassination.
1,000 gold lead now for the Valley, and so far this prioritized kills over objectives is working for the Valley really well. RRQ Akira are falling behind, and with that, you can already see the siege potential from Team Valley.
Super Shark is just way too good at setup heroes. Yeah, 2-0 and 2 from the guy. Amazing jumps, and even you saw some patience from him. He did, even when he already has like the dream combo of the Grok and the Kufra, where there is the Guardian's Barrier, you can just pin them to the wall. He waited for his right moment. He knows that there will be no follow-up because his teammates are on the opposite side of the wall. So he waited for his timing to go for the lockdown. Fried Chicken, again, holding his ground. I wonder how he's able to do it. Yep. It's not easy.
Yeah, there you go. It's going to be Matilda using the ultimate on top of Mobazane. The Void Crystals from Hoon will slow down that push. The Valley currently on 5-0 in terms of the kill score, but RRQ Akira has the better map control in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree, right? The map control that they've been able to get with the XP lead in a few of these lanes because of the turtle. And even here, you can see the deaths, right? You look at the score and you think it's horrible for RRQ Akira, but most of these deaths have been placed onto the roamer.
Oh, Feather Ezra coming in. Lewis is actually pinchering. Look at how Lagusta, the Demolition Man, going to business. He's taking down the top side. That's the first turret in the favor of RRQ Akira. Akira.
Again, the people or the members from RRQ Akira that have been taken down are mostly just the frontliners, King and Luis. Sure, there are a few deaths here from Takashi and Sagan, but that's despite the point. They can actually utilize this 500 or 1,000 gold lead from the Valley, and they could just use it to farm constantly, right? Creating space for themselves on the map to get those power spikes on the Farsa and the Claws.
Yeah, Boy Chicken using the wall charge, get out of the way. The real one manipulation on top of Hoon. It's going to be Sagan will be able to fly away with the wings by wings. No kills for the Valley for now, but you know they are hungry.
All of the space that is created by Team Valley. 4 of their members always fighting against RRQ Brazil. Allows for basic.
Oh, he catches Luis right at the back line, giving the kill over to basic to Valley. Immediately transition into a turtle takedown. That's the 3rd turtle in the pockets of the Valley.
RRQ Akira need to be very careful the way they're playing, right? Sure, it's still just Luis who's getting caught, not Gusta, not Sagan, but the more the roamer gets taken down, that's more less map control you have, and Super Shark's going for it.
Super Shark's going in once again. The rare strike going down to basically zone out, but that would not be enough. The Valley will be able to take down the top side as well. Mobazane going on 1v1 against King, but it's going to be a tanky Karina going up against a tanky Martis.
I love to see it, right? 2 tanks just beating each other up.
Yeah, man.
Doesn't care about the minions. Hey,
yeah.
You and me in the middle right now.
Do that in no chat.
Okay. It will be difficult now to deal with the Valley already. You can see Super Shark picking up the Radiant Armor. Majority of the early game damage of RRQ Akira is based on magic. That's Joy, that's Farsa, that's Matilda, all nullified with this item. And then, if you're looking at Basic, already picking up the Wind of Nature, it means that even the physical damage department, that's gonna struggle against Team Valley. I'm not seeing any damage output now, any DPS now coming out from RRQ Akira, so they just need to farm up. Maybe wait for their timings, but the Valley, they're not letting that happen.
Oh, Super Shark jumps in, pins Takashi right into the wall. That's Basic picking up that kill for now. Hoon coming in, Mobazin coming in for the flank. King will not be able to survive. Karina finds assassination with the help of Hoon's real wall manipulation.
An amazing gank by the Valley, knowing exactly what RRQ Akira were doing. They placed most of their members up in that top lane. So the Valley just utilized that, capitalized, and just dove them down. No hesitation whatsoever. The Valley with crisp, clean communication, and they're going to be able to punish a bit more.
Look at that. Because of the winning team fight at the bottom lane, Basic translates that into 2 turret takedown. RRQ Akira needs to solve this big problem. Where is their damage coming from?
They will have to wait for both the Farsa and the Claude to have items before they are able to output the damage. At this point, the Valley is just way too bulky and just so farmed with 3,700 gold of an advantage. RRQ Akira will have to wait for their moments. Will the Valley not let that happen?
Looking at it here, it's going to be really tough for RRQ Akira to really contest right now with a 3.6k gold deficit, but it all depends on Gusta and Sagan.
Bouncing ball going to be activated at the same time. It's the Valley actually gaining a lot of map control around the Lord Pit. Feather Airstrike not at the Lord Pit area, will not be able to contest with that. Boy Jingle going in, the wall charge connect on the Gusta the base into it, going all the way in, shredding the Boy Jingle going all the way down. Team Valley is still going in, but it is going to be RRQ Akira picking up the items, and this is the time the damage round coming from. He's getting chomped down, but that's not enough. It's Hoon will be there to take down the damage dealer from RRQ Akira.
It's a 2-for-1, make it a 3-for-1 because the Valley secured the Lord. And just on that note, they're really good at taking these crazy skirmishes. RRQ Akira, you can finally see the damage come through, and that's because of the itemization. But again, the Valley were so much ahead already.
Yeah, you can see that even with just White Chickens zoning them out, blocking them out, committing the ultimate and sacrificing himself just to make sure that the members of RRQ Brazil will not be able to come through. The peeling from the Valley is just way too good. Even utilizing the real-world manipulation just to not let King get into position. The Valley is just way too ahead.
I feel like the Valley is like, who needs macro game when I'm so good at team fights? 8 kill lead right there in the Valley, and those kills transitions into gold. It transitions into map control. RRQ Akira needs to play it safe. They don't have the damage, and you know the Valley is itching for a fight.
Hey, and it is all going to come down to Super Shark, who's already charging it in. This man has been so aggressive, and he's been the one initiating all these crazy plays, right? If you don't have Super Shark, they wouldn't have this lead.
Supercharge jumping in, real one minute to go in, Supercharge all the way in the enemy base, and he's creating so much space for the time being. The Valley is actually focusing on the Lord in the bottom lane instead, and that is the prize. A Fight Chicken will sacrifice his life for the bottom lane turret.
What a fight! The Valley, again, they lose one member, but it's all good. It's a frontliner. It's just White Chicken. They get a base turret with the First Lord, and that's so much value.
That's so much value indeed. Because normally in a game where you have your all of your economies all together, whoever gets the First Lord doesn't really get any other any inhibitor turret, and them getting that is such a high value sacrifice coming out from White Chicken. And I like the way that they're layering all their stuns, right? The Fried Chicken goes in, and then Super Shark comes afterwards. So it's like a combination of whether you go first with the Grok or the Kufra.
Well, you know, I have another question here. Look at the itemization. Oh, never mind. Oh, so close there. Super Shark going to be poked down for a bit. They're looking for just a steal here. Actually, wow, good steal by Zayn. But back to my question. The Valley and RRQ Akira. It seems like Gusta Lagusta is going to be the main man when it comes to the later stage of the game. From Skylar, from Oheb, yesterday in the match, we saw that the Corrosion side was an option. Do you think that Gusta needs to go for the Corrosion side here to be that late game carry?
I think so. I think you badly need that. Because of the updates of the Corrosion side, it just makes so much value for attacks with big heroes.
I don't know whether this is the real one, but going in as well, but it would not be. It is going to be the mid lane for the side of RRQ Akira, cracked open for now. The fact that Super Shark is just literally charging up created so much invisible pressure against RRQ Akira.
Oh man, they're making it easy for basic. Like the Valley, they're just peeling for basic. Then you cannot see any initiation coming out from RRQ Akira that can go to the backlines unless they do it now. King with a flag.
That's a good flango coming out from Gusta Lagusta. Would that be enough though? But Mobazane will be able to just bouncing a BMI. Well, no, Gusta Lagusta will be destroyed by Basic, and he is on the hunt. It is going to be King that says Basic, no, you're not going to be able to do anything for now because I'm going to take you down. But Super Shark on the other hand, it is going to be him creating so much space. Wipe out!
Wipe out the Valley again! Dudes, they're gonna end the game right now with a crazy dominant game in game number 1 to secure it first here. White Chicken just adding a little bit to that spice that we said that you need in Indonesia.
It's like, I'm totally imagine the Valley is like throwing the fried chicken drumstick at the enemy. It actually hurts.
I am correct with a lot of sambal in there as he went in. Even Hoon picked up what? 2 golden staves. There's a plural for that. Golden staff. Two pieces of golden staff, right? Just to finish up the game so they can attack quickly. But then again, you see that the Valley, whenever they initiate together with Super Shark as well as Fried Chicken, it's very smart in how they are doing it, how they are approaching it. It's like sometimes it's going to be the Kufra to start, then the addition onto the Grab Ultimate. Sometimes they swap it. And all the while, they weren't making it so easy for the basic to for basic to farm in this game. In the last clash, where you saw there was they took a lot of effort. I mean, you saw RRQ Akira just put in everything, and even the kitchen sink just to take out basic kitchen sink. They got punished because of that, just because of the economy and the playstyle of the Valley.
It was a battle night, but what you guys have at home is the M4 Battle.net that goes live on the January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game right now. First off, complete battle tasks in the game on this 21st of January to get a skin choice chest. You guys can also choose the skin you like most from the chest. Aside from that though, the battle bonus awaits you as well on the same day. Play matches and you'll get team star protection for 3 matches. If you play a best of 5, 3 matches, hey, you don't lose the best of 5. Double star raising points as well, double protection points, double XP, and double BP for 5 matches. But we don't stop there. We're not stopping there. No. We have free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins that will also be available that very day. So go ahead, save the date, log into the game on the 21st of January, enjoy the match and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with your friends and with your family.
And your fellow casters on this.
We are family.
We are family.
Well, you know, Wolf, you had a lot to say. I know that the 3 analysts right now standing over there somewhere in the crowd, they have a lot to say as well, so we're going to throw it over to them. Boys, take it away. Dissect Game 1.
Oh, we're gonna dissect, all right, because it's the Valley, dude.
It's the Valley, dude.
It's the Valley, dude. The Valley starts off game number 1, super strong, and we're gonna dissect it here and understand with me, LaFell, Leo, as well as Assassin Dave, where we gotta talk about the draft because coming into this game, the Valley, they have a lot of dive, and RRQ Akira, it almost looks like they're not fully committed because it's almost like a siege composition, but not really.
No, I gotta say, Valley come into this series prepared, right? Leaving Joy and Carry open. We're in the backstage watching the draft, like, how do you leave such powerful characters available? But it turned out everything's planned, giving Joy away and taking Carry as a counter. What a master play from Valley side.
Yeah, with that being said, we got to look at the itemization as well as the hero picks because, again, I want to dive into this draft because let's try to get into the head of RRQ Akira because they have disruption in the front and they kind of have damage in the back. But what made them not work in this game?
It was their first pick, Joy, that was, I guess, the flex, right? You were thinking, could it be in the hands of King, their trademark jungler? Or you could put it in the hands of Tekash. But at the start of the game, while we were watching item checks, he was building pure damage. And yes, he was pressuring Fried Chicken a lot, but there was really not much he was doing with that. RRQ Akira cannot move around that XP lane pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially you take a look at Fried Chicken's item, right? He builds a component of the magic defense to use in the beginning of the game. And this helps him survive in the early game against Takashi's burst and allows him to rotate and stay alive, sustain through those team fights. And that's why, even though he's getting pressure by Takashi, he's still very useful in team fights.
Yeah, the magic robe is very useful, but I want to talk about something that is not really translated in the items. It's actually the KDA 209 on this Super Shark. We're going to look at the post-game stats, but again, I want to talk about Super Shark because throughout the game, after the turtle, it's where the Valley just activates themselves, and Super Shark really leads the charge. Looking at the numbers over here, Super Shark, the forgotten one, 9 total assists. King took a lot of damage, but he wasn't able to dish it out. Let's talk about Super Shark.
The way Super Shark played was so lethal for the plan of RRQ Akira. They were, I guess, for the first 5 to 10 minutes just hedging on the fact that, yeah, Basic is a little conservative as a jungler, as a gold laner, that is. So maybe we'll pressure the structures, maybe we'll shrink the map. But as they're doing that, it opens up more angles for Super Shark, and that's why he was so scary. And even Luis, he can't check bushes safe enough. That's why he was taking so much damage and died so much in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to add a side note here. A lot of people think Super Shark can only play Lolita. You can see Lolita respect ban coming from the first round. But this guy, he's named as #1 tank player in North America because he's #1 supreme in a lot of tank characters, right? Like Kufra, for example. Best in US. That's one of the characters that the entire league has kind of forgotten about. And Shark definitely bringing out those engages, those counter engages. He's a master at hiding in the bush and jumping out at the right time to counter engage a lot of times.
Well, as a Malaysian, I do remember Super Shark's Kufra. It's something very scary. But speaking of scary, after this, we're gonna look at the MVP where, again, looking at the game coming in from the Valley, I like how the way that they're approaching the fights because in all honesty, if Momazine wanted to just dive in, he could. But the entire team is like, nah, as long as Shark is not here, we're not going to start anything.
It's that same beauty that you see in the Valley's engages in Game 1 that made me think RRQ Akira, maybe their communication isn't on point. Because again, in the first 2 turtles, yes, Akira took them, but at the cost of what? Bodies. And eventually, in the grander scheme of things, if you're not converting that shield and that extra benefit from getting the turtle into something more, then you're just getting passive objectives. It really doesn't result to much.
You know what? They lost dudes at every turtle because it's a Valley dude.
Valley dude.
Valley dude.
At one point, we have to think about, is it worth it or not? But now, something worth talking about is we gotta look at the guy that made everything move, the guy that influenced the match, the MVP for game #1 for the Valley. It's gonna be Super Shark, dude, 2-0-9. Again, Super Shark makes it so that RRQ Akira can't even move around the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Super Shark with a 73.3% kill participation, right? This guy is everywhere. And I mentioned about a counter engage. This is such a good pick in this scenario because it counter Joy to the extreme. For those who did not know, if you try to dash through Kufa's bouncing ball, the only way to do that is if you use the crystal. You land the crystal on top of the Kufa, that's how you dash. Other than that, there's no way. And if you miss one dash for Joy, your entire skill tree got reset. You cannot use it anymore, you know? So it's actually one of the best counters for Joy.
And that's not it. It's not even just the Joy, right?
Yeah.
It's one thing to try and counter the Joy, which is a big pick, but the fact that he was hiding in most bushes and Akira couldn't check, Akira couldn't tell. If they did, again, a lot of them get countered by the bouncing ball, those dashes from the Martis. It compromises the whole plan for RRQ Akira. And you see, this is first 5 minutes? No way.
Yeah, looking at the first 5 minutes, looking at Super Shark's positioning, he is moving quite heavily around the riverside, but more importantly, he's controlling every single bush. He's making sure he understands where everyone is and then re-engages, because looking at around the EXP lane, he's really staying across his own map. But the fact that if you want to contest for Turtle, you're gonna show your face, making it very easy for Super Shark to really engage into the fights.
Lafel, I think you're absolutely on point right there. You look at the progression of the He-Man, you can see that he's always in the bush here and there, right? When he's in the river, in the top lane, he's always in the bush ready to engage. And let's take a look at the highlights for Super Shark right here on Koopa. You will notice sometimes when he needs to engage first, he will, but a lot of times when he needs to second engage, especially in this scenario, he actually did not engage first. He was in the bush waiting until Farsa showed up. Beautiful engages into the ult flicker that actually turn the whole fight around and make sure Farsa dies. So that's exactly what Shark is gonna do, I think, going to game 2. And by the way, when you have a really good engage, going with carry is deadly, right? Yeah. You mentioned with Luis jump to the bush, if he check the bush, bouncing ball, you're dead.
And it's both ways that you're looking out for Shark, right? Whether it's through the re-engage, wherein they're the offensive, or when he's peeling for basic, which I think is a story of the later part of the game. And here now, during this siege, wherein, again, Wolf mentioned it, it's rare that a level 1 Lord will help you get an inhibitor. It just shows how ahead the Valley was of the curve in-game and of their strat. So I'm looking forward to Akira, game 2, recovering and finding a way to, again, go for a more, I'd say, focused draft and gameplay execution.
Yeah, I kind of feel like both teams are really important. With that being said, we're going back to the table for the casters to talk about game number 2.
Trying to get as close to the camera as you, Lafel, but I can't, unfortunately. But welcome back to the caster desk here. Mirko back again with Jays and Wolf. But again, before we get into the juicy topics, we gotta tell you guys back at home that the TikTok Live Carnival is now here. Cheer up for M4, watch M4 matches on TikTok, participate in Cheer Up for M4 activities, and right now you guys can watch M4 matches on TikTok using M4 exclusive customized gifts. To cheer for the teams, you guys can do it right now. There will be a chance to be on TV and win abundant gifts. Take a sneak peek at M4 events as well and be the first to receive information about all the rewards you can get. M4 Pass will be available on the 20th of December, so it's already up right now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser skin, the Beatrix Stellar Brilliant skin, and the M4 Beatrix figurine. Emote, Sacred Statue, Spawn Effect, Recall Effect, Avatar Border, and Trail Effect. They're all awaiting you right now. And guess what? You can also get the Olaus' special War Lion skin for free. Free. Everything here is free as long as you go and get it, work on it by completing the tasks. 24th of December as well, there's going to be an M4 support chest, which will also be available in the game. Open it right now to get loads of M4 Pass XP and stand a chance to receive a mysterious gift. On the day of the M4 finals, that's going to be happening on the 15th of December, or January, my bad, expect to get an avatar border for free. In the M4 Battlenet event as well, you guys can unlock a skin chest by completing the tasks, and you can pick a skin of your choice. Skins right here, you can see. And for you guys, it's time for hashtag MobileLegendsBangBang, hashtag MLBBM4, and hashtag Dare to Be Great. There's so many free things being given out. I want to just get in the game right now and work on it, man.
You did work on it earlier on. I wasn't able to join you guys, but I hope you had fun.
You had work.
we worked.
Hey,
on
this is our
task.
work.
Yeah, this is our work. But I think what needs to work really well right now is that drop. I think Akira, there's some things that I think needs to tweak a little bit. I feel like the
too
Martis,
complicated.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit too complicated, right? The tank Martis needs to, hit a lot of checkboxes before he could pop off. Rather prefer him as a DPS or basically a damage Martis instead.
Yeah, I saw this composition coming out from the Valley, and I think that this is like one of my favorite trio already. Gruk, Carry, and Eve. They're just so strong. laning stage, you can just flex the Grok. You can even put it in the roam role. When it comes to team fights, you see so much damage and peel coming out from the Eve. You protect your carry while also dealing the damage. And then, of course, the carry can just deal with anybody in the front. And I think that this is such a comfort pick for the Valley that RRQ Akira should not be given to them.
On top of that, I really want to talk about the Claude, right? The Claude pick into a carry. He didn't pick the Claude first, then saw the carry. No, he picked the Claude into the carry. That was a bad matchup in the lane. You could see what happened, right? Even with so many resources being allocated into the gold lane for RRQ Akira, the Claude just didn't do what they wanted, they expected him to do.
I remember there's a lot of times when RRQ Akira was trying to make plays around the gold lane, right? But it didn't really work out in their favor. But the Valley, on the other hand, I feel like Joy could potentially bully the Grok into submission in the earlier parts of the game. But when you come to the later part of the game, what is Joy's role in the whole team fight? What's Joy's role in the whole team fights?
That is where both the Joy as well as the Martis, when it comes to like what they want to do in the team fights, it's almost an overlap.
Yeah.
So they kind of end up not doing anything at all because you kind of do the same thing. So maybe if they went into macro out the Valley with the Joy, as if that's what RQ is doing like yesterday. RQ Hoshi, that's what I meant. Then utilize the Martis to kind of force the Valley to make the mistakes, but that didn't happen. RQ Akira's choice was to fight fire with fire, and they lose their flair. During that case, Joy gonna be banned out. They are now eyeing to take the carry or the Eve for themselves.
Adaptations need to be made now or never. Match point, we all know that momentum has been absolutely insane, right? It's so important right now in the current meta. We've seen that in the lower brackets. Most teams have been winning in a sweep, clean sweep. So now the Valley still opting to go for red side.
Yep. And for RRQ Akira, I definitely am looking forward to whether or not they'll pick the Eve or the carry, because the Kaja has been banned. Okay, I think this merits an Eve pick.
All right, there you go.
I mean, a carry, I mean.
Yeah, I think it's really good how the Valley is doing this, right?
Eve Grok.
Yeah, Eve Grok going in is a kind of like a no-brainer. It did really well in game number 1. Yeah. But I really like what the Valley did. Instead of banning away either the carry or the Eve, you limit those two prior picks into one. Yeah. I ban something that is also kind of prior, which is the Kaja. I open up these two. I throw you this question, RRQ Akira, which one are you going to pick?
We'll see what they go for now. Honestly, I am still leaning on towards that Grok, right? It's a very good flex pick, but they can also just pick up Fredrin. I hear that we've seen Zane play. They can actually utilize it now to make it a flex pick, right? And let's see, I think it is going to be the... Oh, no, they don't go for that. They go for the Yuzong.
No, yeah, because if they do pick up the Grok, the Valentina now is a very strong pick for RRQ. It still is, if they consider that. They have picked it before. Could be the answer. And then but they chose to go for the Farsa.
Oh man.
It's oh my goodness. This is weird because you already have the Yuzhong.
Exactly. It's like picking the Claude into the carry last game, right?
Exactly.
And I think that's exactly what the Valley were going for. They knew that RRQ Akira were going to go for something like the Farsa. They wanted to get that dive. And right now we do have a quote from Mobazane. I think we realized after groups that we have to take each and every series very seriously in the lower brackets, because we don't know what kind of surprises are in store for us, especially with Todak. And hey, they handled Todak really well. 2-0, man.
Yeah, I wonder if the Valley will be considering Harith. But I still think you can pick up the Grok or maybe a Kufra earlier on. But
Grok, Kufra.
Okay, so it's just the same. The thing with the difference between like Grok and Kufra, right? Kufra gets in, he will not be the one to initiate, but kind of hides first and then goes for the first skill and the ultimate. The benefit here is that you're not showing yourself. If you're playing the Grok against the members of RRQ Akira as a roamer, you will suffer from the carry's front line damage. Right? So that's probably why they pick up the Grok instead. And now, be considering taking out this Ling. I think they want to go for something, for a kind of squishier marksman perhaps. Because RRQ Akira, they can just easily ban out both Claude as well as the Harith.
They were pretty strong mid lane right now with the Eve, right? On top of that, they also have a Kufra up against the Farsa Cho. Mid control is going to be kind of like, 50-50 still.
Yep.
But with the Ling ban, I agree. I think they might actually be going for something a little bit cheeky here, right? Zane, back at M3, picked up a Granger. Haven't seen Zane on a marksman since. But with the Lapu ban as well,
I can feel it.
There's two dive heroes. I mean, if you go for the Bene ban as well, early on, 3 dive bans taken away here.
Yeah.
I think Mobile Zane is definitely going to break the mold just a little bit. It feels like RRQ Akira definitely takes something away. Oh no, they're not going to take something away from Mobile Zane. They're going to ban and limit that hero pool for the gold lane just a little bit.
I think you want to go Harith or Brody.
Yeah, I agree.
If you are Sally.
Okay, we know what they're going for.
It's a Granger.
It's a Granger, right?
Absolutely.
I mean,
maybe the worst is
back.
yeah, exactly. I do agree with you. But how do you answer it if you're RRQ Akira? Do you take out the Martis first so that they will try to change it up? Or do you go Fredrin so that you'll have a lot of like frontline and peel for your team, right? It just makes sense. And then against the Yu Zhong, you don't have the Lapu Lapu anymore. What else do you use to match up against the Yu Zhong?
I feel like, guys, the Valley is just drafting like a monster right here. In game
agree.
1, they throw in a lot of questions to RRQ Akira. RRQ Akira doesn't really have the answer. They need to refer to a lot of reference books. But the Valley this time around, there's this looming threat of a Granger, and RRQ Akira cannot do anything against it. Because they are first pick. They will complete
and there
everything.
You go.
And there
we called it.
We got
Ladies and gentlemen, Mobile Zane coming back on that Granger.
Oh man.
We saw him coming from a mile away, dude.
Guess who's back? It's Mobile Zane on the Granger, a signature pick for him. This was the pick that sent Blacklist International to the lower brackets at M3. And now they're doing it against RRQ Akira as we load into the game. Oh, I'm so hyped for this.
Man, this is so crazy, the way that the Valley could potentially use the Granger as well. A lot of CCs, a lot of things that could clump up everybody together. You have the Kufra, you got a Yi, and then it just lines it up for Granger so perfectly. You do have the early game in your back as well, and it can snowball very quickly.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here you go. You can see the crowd. Let's go Valley. Hashtag Valley. That's how you support Valley. And the crowd's here. You can only see as well the crowd for RRQ Akira. It's time to dive into the Land of Dawn for game number 2. Let's see, is it going to be match point for the Valley, or will RRQ Akira equalize?
RRQ Akira, they have a ton of crowd control between like the Grok, the Akai, as well as the Cho. However, can they get into the backlines? It's true that they have so much ways to close the gap. But because of the poke that can come out from the Granger as well as the Harith, and the fact that you go for Purify, then you get punished by the Eve. It's not that easy to get into the backlines of the Valley. But if they do, that is where their composition thrives at.
Now, honestly, for RRQ Akira, right? I don't really like that Akai pick too. At that point, you knew that was going to be the Granger, right?
Yeah.
Picking up a jungler like this, there's no other real choices, right? The Ling was banned out. The Hayabusa gets countered by the Kufra here. It's going to be very tough to get it, especially considering the Valley wants to stick together for the most part. I can see why they didn't go for the Hayabusa, but the Akai here just seems, again, a bit forced.
Really forcing it. And something else that I noticed about, I think what RRQ Akira needs to do is to play around that mid lane. You know who's not going to have a very wonderful clear. That's why Akira is already here at the bottom lane, and they're putting some pressure on basic. They need to make sure that this Harith doesn't scale against the counter, which is the carry.
Well, the Harith actually does pretty well up against Gusta Lagusta in this lane. I think RRQ Akira are doing really well, though, because they are rotating towards that gold lane, stopping Basic from winning in the trades and giving the carry a bit more time to actually scale up. Because the later the game goes, that's when the Yu Zhong and even the Granger, well, I'm going to talk about the Granger more, outscale, not outscale, definitely not outscale, but outranges. There you go, that was the word I was looking for. Gusta Lagusta won't be able to do anything when he's poked down by Mobile Zane in the mid-game.
And this is a great combination with the Yu Zhong, right? The Yu Zhong closes the gap with the ultimate, and then you have the Eve for long-range damage. Even better range is the Granger, right? So you can follow up after the jumps coming out from both Fight Chicken and Super Shark from a safer distance.
And here goes. Gunnerberry going to drop down. King will be able to retribute the turtle for now. Super Shark catching Luis in the back line. It's going to be a first blood over to the Granger player. There's a lot of flickers being, well, Takashi burning the flicker to get to safety.
Hey, it's deja vu. You take the kill, we take the objectives. RRQ Akira still opting to go for that and still opting to really now play around their mid and gold lane. That's their main source, well, to carry the game. There's the win condition at this point.
You can see the positioning coming out from RRQ Akira. They wanted to zone out the members of the Valley, and Luis did a great job doing that. However, they got punished. Like I said, the pokes coming out from the Valley, they're lethal. You cannot be hit by some of those specials, even just like the Rondo coming up from Mobazane.
Bouncing ball. Jumping out, Super Shark gets to safety. You can start to see that, you know, RRQ Akira focusing on the mid lane this time round. They need to get Farsa out to land on the damage.
Looking at just the way that the game is being played now, the Valleys are very comfortable at this rate, but they will have to press the issue quite much faster than you would expect. So maybe come the mid game, maybe around about 7 minutes, they have to be grouping up, utilizing basics farm, and the fact that he has the Purify, as the Harith to deal the damage with Mobazane. That's one thing that we can expect from the Valley. But for RQ Brazil, maybe they can just play it out. They have great late game with the Farsa and the carry. And if they do find the openings with all of their crowd controls, they will have the chance to duke it out in the late game.
Agreed. And here also we have the M4 stats. The Valley is ranked first in Lords secured per game with 1.4, and also ranked first in least deaths per game as a team, right? 7.1 is pretty insane as a team, considering from the games we've seen, especially from the Southeast Asian teams. There are a lot of roamers dying like 11 times in these games, right? Especially the Hildas, I'm calling them out. Here though, Valley, at this point, they also don't really need to rush. They're in no rush whatsoever. They still have that late game solid, and they can play towards the mid game, right? Lord secures number one. Luis jumps in. Whoa.
Oh, he catches it. It's going to be Saija active in the fading arrow strike at the same time. Fight going in the back, but it's going to be the pin coming out from the side of Super Shark to try to delay some time. Mobazane going in for the Rhapsody and pushes RRQ Akira away from the turtle pit.
That's 1-0 though. RRQ Akira have a man advantage. There's already a trade being set up by the Valley as Flight is in that top lane. Let's see what happens.
Oh, King jumping in. It's over the members, but Mobazane, the retribution landing true.
Mobazane has been a monster with his retribution, man. And he shows it again.
Even in the presence, 4 members of RRQ Brazil is unfazed, same level with King, but wins the Retribution battle anyways, and then they'll be able to push very quickly. Super Shark already crossing their T's and dotting their I's, making sure that every push is checked. This is the reason why I commend Super Shark so many times whenever I see them very comfortable with their playstyle. And this is also the reason why the Valley is leading by 1,000 gold.
Another fun fact to bring up, maybe after this though.
Maybe after this, but it's out to Hao, Luis. Oh, he kicks the super shot, engager, but flickers back into safety. The bouncing ball, the better airstrike. Takashi will be there to swing the rock, but it's going to be Super Shark going down for the first time in this game.
Yeah, back to my point, right? Fun fact. The Valley, back at M3, lost to EVO's SG in the group stages, then went on to the knockout stages to beat EVO's SG. Here, Valley lost against RRQ Akira, and right now it does look like they are in the lead, 1-0, and in game 2 as well.
Oh, Zamanfo is going in. Dev Sonata Basic will be there to take down Saja, and there's no more artillery strikes, and Luis trying to kick Mobazane into safety, but they will not be able to do so. Mobazane still alive, outputting the damage, giving the kills over to his team. Hoon escalates.
It's a disaster for Brazil and for RRQ Akira right now. 2.2k gold lead.
Yeah.
In the early stage of the game, this is the Valley with Granger, right? Again, RRQ Akira, it feels like just the communication isn't there. They're going in. They're very hesitant.
Mobazane should have died right there, right? No way in the world. You've absorbed the wave of the dragon from the side of Luis already, and you're not dead. I don't know what's going on.
He's hitting his Rhapsody so well. Every bullet hits, but means that he will be able to reset the cooldown of the Rondo, so he managed it so well, and he's on point with his usage of the first skill. And by the way, they utilize Hoon's ultimate just to stun. as we've mentioned, the lethal pokes coming out from the Valley, whenever there's like just like a split second or maybe a 1 second crowd control, you have a follow-up coming out from Basic as well as Mobazane. They can take down enemies
Yeah, we're
easily.
talking about the clockwork play coming up in the Valley as well. It's going to be the Blake Dragon form going around, but King will be able to secure the turtle for now,
Conceal.
unfazed. But the Valley conceal play going in will not be able to find anything for now, not be able to convert.
It's still very intelligent, right? I mean, the Valley, they see the turtle take, they see how many resources have been placed on by RRQ Akira, and they say, you know what, instead of committing to this, that's a 50-50, might as well just back off, might as well just steal the purple buff away now that he doesn't have the retribution, right? Mobazane takes it, and you can see the level lead on a Granger, 3 levels ahead of an Akai. We, questioned the Akai pick, and now we're really seeing it, right?
Yeah, definitely. You see the push though. Oh, Fried Chicken.
Fried Chicken going in. It's going to be Fried Chicken that gets kicked into seconds damage. But bottom side looking a bit low for the side of the Valley. RRQ Akira, they need to try to push something or do some damage at the bottom lane.
This is great though. The pickups are expensive, but at the same time, it is converting into kills. If they do get a push, this will be a great economical swing in favor of RQ Brazil, and they need to make more of those shots. I mean, you can see that Luis was on point with the stun, and Gusta Lagusta being protected as well from RQ Akira. This is what they need against the Valley. Get pickoffs and convert into turns.
Oh, getting pickoff is the name of the game right here. Super Shot picks up the King. It's going to be real warm manipulation. It's Zaman Force landing down by the Valley. Expensive, but I think they get the kill. They get to walk away with it.
Oh. I mean, it's expensive, but if there's no punishment, why not? Another conceal here.
Oh my goodness. The Valley, they're hungry. They're looking for the pickup right there. Gusta Lagusta gets wiped out of the map. Second Feather Airstrike will not be able to do anything as well. The Valley, they were looking for blood.
RRQ Akira are just not used to the pace that the Valley are bringing.
Oh my goodness. So they lost their Akai in the middle, right? And then RQ Akira, they were trying to clear the way of top as quickly as they can, but they were found out by the Valley. Gusta Lagusta shows himself. A quick conceal play coming out from the Valley with the Hidden Dragon coming out from Fried Chicken. Afterwards, you have the Death Sonata. As we mentioned, anybody who gets stunned will be taken out easily just because of the range of Mobazane.
And on top of that, again, something I do want to add is the Farsa pick, right? We spoke about this in the draft, but here you can really see, again, how the Farsa can't really have a say in these team fights when it comes to the mid stage of the game because of how oppressive Wyatt and Super Shark have been. Every single time, well, usually you see the Black Dragon form being popped in after the Feather Airstrike gets popped. But Sagan, he can't even use the Feather Airstrike. That Black Dragon form just zones him away from the fight before he can even use it. And sometimes he uses it for poke, sometimes he uses it to try to get a kill onto Wyatt, but it just does not work out in the end.
Hot take right here, when you go into Feather Airstrike, you're technically stunned, right?
Yeah.
And you're basically a target for Mobazane to land down the Death Sonata. And because you already used that Feather Airstrike, you have to fly away to avoid that damage. You'll not be able to contribute into the damage. But right now, RRQ Akira focusing on the Lord right now. This is just consolation prize, but it's up to Super Shark whether they can manage this. It's going to be Takashi going in. King with the heavy spin, pushes basically, basically looking for some damage. The Death Sonata doesn't connect. RRQ Akira picks up the Lord.
Such a good sneak.
It is.
Wow. They badly needed that. They needed these kinds of plays. The Valley, though, quick to punish. Able to take out one turret in the middle and maybe up top. Bottom lane, there's a fat stack of minions out there. But Mobazane is going to be stealing this purple buff. So economically speaking, the Valley still able to find their openings. But this means that RRQ Akira will have a little bit of an opening for them to bridge their way into the latter portions of the match.
Personally, I feel like what the Valley did is super clean. It's like clockwork. They're moving as a big team.
Fried Chicken.
But Fried Chicken, on the other hand, there's so much vision. But here comes the big Black Dragon. Super Shot will be wiped off, but here goes Mobazane at the same time. RRQ Akira now find a bit of a pickup himself. Pickup by pickup. Hoon will get kicked right back to Akira.
Okay, the name of the game is whoever engages first, they win. Both of the teams are playing front to back, so it just becomes a dive match now. And you can see it. RRQ Akira, the way to turn it around is from a dive set up by the Wild Charge.
Okay, so there will be a holy defense soon. Oh, there you go. But they will still be able to push this. RRQ Akira, out of nowhere, finds a lot of stuff.
Everything.
It's like a piñata, right? They found it and they break it open and they get all the goods in the world.
Wow, what a turn. That 3K, 4K gold lead that the Valley took 10 minutes to build is now gone. RRQ Akira with one team fight This is what they need to do. With their backline so vulnerable to these crazy dives from the Valley, they need to create some space. How? Not by going back, moving back with the backline, but by creating some more threat towards the enemy backline so that the Valley's front line needs to move back. Here, we're going to take a look at the item builds again, Wolf.
See, a lot of damage output coming out from the Grok. I was actually surprised that he went for the Blade of Despair as his last item, but he went for Hephaestus, Deadly Blade, and Blade of Despair. So much physical damage, which means so much physical defense as well. That will be the way for them to kind of frontline against Mobazane. Not against Basic as much, but you can see that he can pack up a punch. The fact that he can also one-shot those squishy heroes, even the Harith, if he gets flickered upon with the Wild Charge, he's gonna feel that. So you have to be careful if you're Basic, because you have little HP, as well as Mobazane. They can be bursted down by this Grok, with the Rapid Boots, by the way.
I think right now it's just the fact that you're seeing the Farsa starting to pick up the items right here. Super Shark jumps over into the brush. Mobazane follows suit. RRQ Akira is not giving any information over the Valley right now. The Valley is a little bit struggling and they're hungry for information.
And now you can finally understand what RRQ Akira can do in the later stages of the game with this composition, right?
Correct.
They can open up the map a bit better, whereas the Valley, they're going to have to stick as 4 or even as 5 in a lot of these positions because of how vulnerable their backline is as well. But now, the only difference is from the early game is the Valley are, well, the score is equalized, the goal is equalized. RRQ Akira can just burst down the Granger now. He's not as safe as he was when he just got that brute force.
If you argue, you can even argue, that when it comes to just the scaling factor for both Akira and the Valley, we'll have to favor it to the Brazilian squad. Yep. You know that they have the carry that can really just carry them into the late game. Even the Grok, when it comes to just the damage department, is dependable. And of course, the Farsa.
Yeah.
The Farsa is great against squishy heroes. If you think about it, Eve, Harith, and Granger, they're not that tanky.
Nope, not at all. And right now, the Valley are committing a lot of resources to just opening up the map, but again, they have to funnel together as 5. Meanwhile, for RRQ Akira, they can be all over the map. They can open up the map one by one because of how tanky their individual members are, and here it is.
Here it is, the Black Dragon form will trigger. It's going to be Gusta Lucas now second all the way in the back line. Going second, picking up the Lord. RRQ Akira feeling strong for that, but Mobazane going into depths of from downtown. White Chicken trying to push down Sagan, but it's going to be Takashi turning it around. White Chicken gets taken down.
1 for 1, jungler for XP lane, and RRQ Akira walks out with the valuable trade. They got the Lord.
They got the Lord with the Farsa Feathered Airstrike. Saigon was on point with the positioning, as well as the fact that they invited the Valley once again into their zone. Surely you're going to see a lot of damage coming out from Hoon and Basic, but Mobazane had to go in just to go for the retribution. That's why he's quite not confident getting in front of the Lord, because he's still a marksman at the end of the day. While you can see that the members of RRQ Brazil, they're very tanky.
They don't have a lot of siege potential now, though. With King being taken down, that's one final frontliner gone. And it does seem like the Valley are just going to be able to clear out the Lord like it's nothing. Might actually be able to just equalize the gold once again, right? There are no more enhanced mini waves to play with, but RRQ are still looking for a play.
Is looking for a play, and it's a play that they really need. Fight Chicken go all the way in the back line. Real one motivation doesn't really connect. It's going to be Fight Chicken will not be able to survive. Gusta Lugusta, the light was the damage is just too much.
That was such a good bait from RRQ Akira, man. They understand that they can't push in. They need to utilize their aggression to bait out the aggression from the Valley. And Fight Chicken, again, remember what I said early on. He always pops his ultimate before the airstrike comes in. So here, he wanted to go for an engage, but guess what? RRQ Akira have that engage, or that disengage with King.
Yeah, I think right now the Valley is really strong as 5, but then again RRQ Akira, they readapt. But Takashi, the flicker ultimate in the back line. It is going to be Fight Chicken Basic already lost. It is going to be also the better airstrike zoning the Valley. No answer to the bottom lane.
One shot with a wild charge, half HP Harith, half HP Granger. And all you have to do is to follow with a Feathered Airstrike, not even needing it at that moment, as Gusta Lagusta really hit against the Valley with all of the attack speed items that he has in the ultimate as well. And now RRQ Brazil, you can feel the scaling factor for them. Into the late game, we know that they have the advantage. For the Valley to be able to take them down, they have to go in together. They have to utilize the Dragon form in combination with the Eve ultimate as well as the Death Sonata. It's now conditional for the Valley. for them to be able to win this, they need to hit all of those conditions.
On top of those conditions, man, I mean, I don't know if this is a curse or something, but after they showed the M4 stats for #1 in Lord takes, they don't get a Lord. #1 in least deaths, they got 8 deaths, right? So right now, the Valley, again, like you said, Wolf, they have certain conditions that they need to meet to actually win the game, and it's to get a clean front-to-back composition, team fight. RRQ Akira have not been letting that happen, and they've been actually isolating the members really well. And guess what? In the later stages, like you said, RRQ Akira scales better. With Gusta, they can constantly be threatening the Lord take.
Lord take happening right now. The Lord down to be commenced. RRQ Akira baiting the Lord towards their side. But hold on a second, this time around the Valley, a bit of switcheroo right here. It's going to be Fried Chicken all the way in the back line. Does have the Black Chicken form to gap close very quickly to join the fight. Hoon in the basic in the middle lane, clearing the way for now. It is
Watch out for
a
the
big
Grok.
standoff.
Slow push in the top lane. Bottom lane too, RRQ Akira managing the waves really well here with those base turrets taken down. Those super minions doing work. And this will ultimately split the Valley up. RRQ Akira doing a really good job, and again, just playing with that time. No need to rush. Luis though!
Luis! He catches Mobile Zane, but it's going to be Luis. The ultimate will be get cancelled out. King will be able to fall as well. Fried Chicken trying to back line damage, but will not be able to find anything as well. Gusta, the light was the damage is a little bit too much, and at the same time, not enough damage from the Valley to end the fight.
What a brilliant setup from RRQ Akira.
Absolutely.
The forced errors from the mini waves all the way to the threaten of the Lord take.
Yeah, that was the Lord dance coming up from RRQ Brazil.
Yeah.
Takashi waited for a little while up to the top lane bush and then went into the Kramer's bush, immediately seeing like Mobazane being impatient and walking out of their own protection. They were baited by King just working on the Lord, and because of that, they will lose influence in the Lord. And RRQ Brazil will just take it easily.
The Valley, they lost patience. You can tell them in the, you can see their bloodthirstiness become their weakness.
Yeah, right? You were used to be called BTK, the Bloodthirsty Kings, right? But now, their Valley, they need to play it a bit more calmly. They need to stay composed. Itemization in the 19th minute of the game. Tell me what you're seeing, Wolf.
Oh, you kind of need to swap the items now for basic. I mean, he actually sold the boots already, going for the Divine Glaive, so there's already massive damage. Although he had to go for a concentrated energy as well as the Oracle just to kind of last for a little bit longer. But I think that they need more damage now.
Chart going in, the Feather Airstrike will be activated as well. Rune, oh no, he gets deactivated. It's on the real one manipulation. Basic will get taken down in the back line. The Lord is actually wreaking havoc at the core of the Valley. And now Super Shark and the members of the Valley is trying to desperately defend. A 4-member defense. Fried Chicken activating, but not enough. RRQ Brazil equalizes.
The equalizer here up against a signature pick on Mobazane. The Granger did not find the success they were expecting, and RRQ Akira showing signs of life. They're here not just to compete, they're here for the trophy.
And RRQ Akira knows the timings. In fact, Harith, coming out from basic, had split second of a cooldown before his Purify is up, but he was already locked down by the Akai with a massive push coming out from RRQ Akira. That wasn't the real story though, that was just the icing on the cake. The real reason why RRQ Brazil is able to win this fight is because they found an opening up top lane with the utilization of them just dissecting the composition of the Valley. My goodness, that looked good.
The forced errors were absolutely amazing, but what else is amazing is the M4 Battle Night that goes live this January 21. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle tasks in the game on 21st of January to get a skin choice chest. You can also choose a skin you like most from the chest, and aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double XP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there though. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins too will also be available that very day. So all you need to do is save the date. Log into the game on the 21st of January, enjoy the matches, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 World Championships together, including with your friends, your family, and everyone you know.
Man, that was a good match coming out from RRQ Akira, right? Not only just the fact that we thought they entered the draft with a little bit weaker, but they adapted on the spot.
Yeah, well, I want to see Lavelle close to the camera again with the other analysts here as they dissect the game for game number 2. Tell us what happened.
You asked for it, and we're giving the exact opposite. I'm the furthest away from the camera, Mirko. The equalizer, RRQ Akira now 1-1 with the Valley, where I gotta say, minute 1 to minute 11, it was all the Valley. But after minute 11, things have turned around. Welcome to the Island Stand with me, Lafell, Leo, as well as Assassin Dave. Let's talk about the game. What did you think about that, Dave?
I mean, just like you said, in the early game to mid-game stages, Valley all over the map made a crucial mistake, which is not checking bush, right? You said a lot of times Hoon was getting closer to Luis Chow. He's hiding a bush, and he was not checking it. Same as Granger, you saw the rotation to the top side when Chicken was camping the carry. If he just a little bit engaged a little bit earlier along with the team and maybe Zane step back a little bit, it would have turned out a different game.
You mentioned the XP lane interaction, and I think that set up the later half of the match, right? I think we ended this close to 20, give or take. The fact that this time Tekash was the aggressor compared to game 1 wherein he was the aggressor, but he wasn't getting the payoff. Now, on the Grok, which again we'll see more of in the stats later on in the builds, he had a choice between the Grok and maybe all of the other tier 2.5 and 3 XP laners. The fact that he was so useful from early to late, and that he could set up this anti-box strat for RRQ Akira just made the Valleys. I'd say this is a great lineup, right? There's a lot of firepower, but it was lacking.
Yeah, right now we're looking at atomization as well as the heroes. We got to talk about Zane on this Granger because he was very strong in the early stages of the game, but at the end, it looks like he wasn't able to do much.
See, the thing about him not able to do much actually is less about his item, but more about engagement from the team, right? After the one little setback from the team fight, it seemed like the entire Valley is playing less and less courageous, less and less decisive, and every time we've seen there's a Chow engage, and Luis coming into the back line, also along with the mistakes that we mentioned earlier from Hoon, from Zane, and that all attributed to their loss in this game.
Yep, and that set up the anti-box strategy. Yes, as a ranger, as a marksman jungle, you want to be able to know where I can fight, how I can draw these lines,
exactly, yeah.
and where I'm allowed to go. Again, check in bush, right? But the way that RRQ Akira played, which was, again, I think secondary to the item build, I think it was more of how they executed and where they placed themselves on the map, allowed for this comeback victory.
Speaking of that, we got to look at the rich guy to carry, Gusta the Gusta for both of them, as well as Sandbag and Forgotten One. King, very interestingly enough, where King, in the early stages of the game, the way that he's itemizing, he's just building the components, but the first full item is the Brute Force Breastplate, where he's not really that tanky in the early to mid stage of the game, but he has more movement, he has more cooldown, and it worked out well later.
It's a long-term investment. The way that RRQ Akira played, they were setting up in the first 5-6 minutes, and again, it took them the 11-minute mark to actually find their full groove. And I guess that's what explains here this double-double. They invested in Gusta Lagusa on the carry, and they invested in King. They trusted this Akai to do his job, and eventually, it was so difficult for TV to get back.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautifully described. King is just a sandbag in the early game, right? And then it slowly transitioned to the carry, Gusta Lagusta, right? I mean, this is a real carry late game. He was shredding Chicken every step along the way. Every time when Chicken tried to go in, it seems like the entire Valley is not on the same page. It was Chicken alone, and he was getting shredded by Gusta Lagusta on the carry. And that's a character we really want to be careful. Yes, we know Yujong is a really good character on flanking the backline, limiting the backline, but it has to be done in a synchronized way.
Yeah, we got to look at the MVP, and as an analyst, I have a lot to talk about the draft as well, but right now we got to talk about, in this game, the guy that really made it happen is Tekashi, 3-0-6, because yes, a lot of damage coming out from the carry, but Tekashi, especially in the mid to late stage of the game, he really put the game on his back where the crazy engage. I even remember the bottom inhibitor, he actually caught Mobazane. I kind of feel like that was the game ender.
Yep, again, two kinds of MVP players or MVP awardees, setup and payoff. He was both. He helped set up the early game, at least did not lose his lane against Chicken, and then paid off in the later part of the game where he was just chunking down Basic and Granger. Basic and Zane, that is, almost half health every single time with a combo.
Yeah, Yeah, Harris seen very little payback in that game, right? He actually didn't do much at all because of Takashi on the Grok. Every time it's Grok finding the Harris, finding the backline, and then also you can see from the heat map right here, this guy has just been sitting in the lane most of the time. He actually didn't really go to the goal lane that much. Mainly defending the jungle, fighting the top side, trying to defend the top tower. The 5 to 10 minute map, he's still around the EXP lane because the tower, it took forever from the side of Valley to actually take it down.
So this is the setup part. He was making sure that he did not lose the lane. He kept Fight Chicken in check. And then he started to move along. If this was the maybe 15 to 20 or 10 to 15, it would look very different.
And with that, we got to look at the highlights because, yes, in the first 5 to 10 minutes, it's him making sure everyone don't lose much. Because, again, look at this. In the early stages of the game, the Valley did so good, and RRQ Akira, there's really not much that they can do to answer. So it really looks like, okay, so as analysts, we're talking about the draft, but because they have trained this, they understand when they can get strong, when they can engage, and it looks like the sweet spot is 11 minutes.
Yep, that's Astro Thunder making plays, and here's that one moment when he wasn't there. So again, it's very clear that Akira needed him. The Valley was watching where the Grok will put the wall up, and if he has the ult, and here you're seeing the results are lethal.
And a really good job from Takashi and the Grok over there. Instead of going to the backline on his own, like a lot of the explainer would do in the middle of like a really heated team fight, he decided to come back and save the carry when Chicken was on the carry. He knows the true win condition for their entire draft is play on Gusla Gusta on the carry. So that's exactly what he executed, and it was flawless.
What a way to start the day where we're watching the Valley as well as RRQ Akira having a 1-1. So it looks like it is going to be a very, very close series where looking at both teams, they will show incredible drafts as well as gameplay. But for now, we're actually going to go over to Mara and Clara where they have a few words to talk about with the audience.
Yes, it's a 1-1 game, and here we are, Clara and Mara with special guest, special supporter all the way from America and Australia, Didi Aiko and Combat Cat Meow.
Okay, so I know that you guys are content creators. You guys follow the players around. So you're the stalker here for the M4.
Stalker.
So you guys, I'm pretty sure we know who they're rooting for. It says here, the Valley, dude. Okay, so give us an inside scoop. Out of everyone in the Valley, who's the funniest?
I think Basic's the funniest.
Basic?
Yeah.
You agree?
I think Hoon's the funniest.
Oh, Hoon.
Yeah.
Okay, Hoon's the funniest,
Yeah.
Basic's the funniest. Who's the most friendly?
Hoon.
Hoon?
Hoon.
Okay,
Definitely.
all right. Who's the most serious?
Chicken.
Chicken.
Why
Okay,
chicken?
When
Yeah,
someone
fried
is
chicken.
down, who lifts everybody up?
I would say it would be Moba Zane.
Yeah, Zane.
Moba Zane. Okay, now, since you guys talk to them often, tell us something that we don't know about any of the players in the Valley.
Spill the tea, please.
So one of the things that I know being in the NACT and actually have seen the Valley in person, this is my second time, one of the things they like to do is play chess.
Chess?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
wow.
Moba
Zane is good at
Zane and
chess.
Chicken are constantly playing chess whenever they can. And I mean, that's like Mobile Legends, is like chess. So they're constantly training their brains to handle the situations here.
Wow, ini menarik banget ya. Kita baru aja dapat bocoran dari JD Aiko kalau ternyata player dari The Volley, mereka tuh suka main catur untuk ngasah otak mereka. And it surprised us, right, Mara?
Who's win? I want to know who wins most of the time.
I don't think I've ever seen the outcome, but all I know is that in the NACT, they were just constantly, like you've seen it, they were fighting it out, like as a team. And I think that's like their team building exercise.
Now, people say that Moba Zane sometimes get a little bit overconfident. Tell us something that we don't know about him, because I feel like he's just being honest about his opinions, right?
I think there's a lot of weight on Moba Zane's shoulders. He has a lot of followers all around the world. He has a lot of haters. But for such a young man to be able to carry his team to 2 world tournaments and just deliver some of the best gameplay that we've seen. He's the #1 tank jungler in the M4 right now. So I just think Zane is the rock to this team.
Okay, I just gotta say, haters gotta hate, but who's in the world stage?
It's him.
Exactly.
But how about you guys? rooting for the Valley now. What are you gonna do if the Valley win the M4?
Oh,
Is there
what are you gonna do?
something you wanna do?
I wanna interview the Valley. I've been to the NACT. I've seen them twice. I want to sit down and kind of get their opinion on like what's taking them here. I always call this is like the American crawl through the bottom bracket, and I'm glad to be here to be able to see it. So I want to get an interview with them and get to see what their opinion of what they're doing here.
How about for you?
I want to get an interview with them as well and just get their feeling about the whole M4. But also I'm going to get a Valley tattoo.
You're gonna get a Valley tattoo. Is it gonna look like this across your chest, the Valley dude?
The Valley dude.
On your chest?
Is it? Where? What were you gonna put?
I want to get their logo just here.
An arm.
And the Valley dude under it.
Okay, they better be your friends forever. Now, quickly, because we want to stalk the stalkers. How do we stalk you so we can go watch them too?
You can follow me on Combat Cat Gaming on Twitch and YouTube and Instagram. It's the same thing.
You can follow me at G the Ico. I'm on YouTube, I'm on Facebook, and I'm on pretty much all the socials.
Oke, pasti kita akan menunggu mereka akan melakukan sesuatu. Kalau The Valley juga menang, jadi jangan lupa untuk follow mereka dan lihat keseruan hari ini karena game selanjutnya akan berlangsung. This is the third game of the Best of 5 series of The Valley, and please take it away.
Thank you to our wonderful hosts down there, Mara and Clara and Combat Cat and even G the Ico there for a very good interview. Supporting the Valley all the way. Hey, Combat, you better get that tattoo on your face for the Valley if they do end up winning
So
M4.
it's like face tat.
Face tat, the Valley.
Dude.
The dude is on the team.
Yeah.
But back again on the caster desk here with Miracle, Jays, and Wolf. We can see the support for the teams down there is very, very stellar. The support for us casters here on the desk too with the Secret Lab gaming chairs are stellar as well. That's the official gaming chair partner of M4. We're talking about a built-in lumbar support system that you can adjust to your spine, up, down, the intensity of it, everything. An incredible magnetic memory foam head pillow and brand new fabrics in all sorts of colors and designs. The Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 gaming chair is designed to keep everyone seated in incredible comfort for a long, long time. Speaking of a long time though, you guys still have the chance for a long time to go and work out the M4 Pass. That's available right now. Complete all active tasks and you guys will be able to reach level 75 at ease. And for free, log in now and get exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser skin, Beatrix Stellar Brilliant skin, and the M4 Beatrix figurine. They're all waiting you right now in-game. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB M4, and hashtag Dare to be great. And Jays, what can I do if I want to dare myself to be even greater?
Of course, we have the M4 Battle Night, like literally how the playstyle of the Valley, right? Literally Battle Night, which goes live this January 21st. So what you're gonna do, expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in the game. First of all, what you can do is complete the battle task in the game on the January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can also choose any skin that you like from these chests. Aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on this very same day as well. Play matches and you will get team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we're not gonna just stop there. We're gonna give you more. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins, which will also be available on that very same day. So what are you guys waiting for? Save that day, log in to the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, win tons of rewards. Let's celebrate M4 Championship together, including with all your family and friends, and even strangers on the street as well. If they play Mobile Legends, just join them.
You're my friend.
I solo queue all the time.
Actually, what happened earlier was you guys were grouping up. You only needed one person, and I should be there, but I was working. And you got a stranger, right?
Yeah, we got a random stranger to play with us because Ulf is too busy analyzing what you're doing your job, man. But anyways, we are going to be getting into the draft very, very soon. Ulf, tell us about what we can expect about the Valley and RRQ Akira in Game 3.
Okay, I think the carry is going to be still the priority for both teams. At this point, both the Farsa as well as the Grok is always going to be contested. Surely you can go for the Eve as one of the stronger heroes out there, but I still feel that we can see the trend of the focus on the Grok as the EXP lane because of its scaling as well as its early game potential, and the Farsa. This is the deal breaker. So far, it has been the highest, at least in this series, right? It is the 100% win rate hero, right?
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken. So
RQ lost with the Farsa.
Oh, well,
but
that's true.
you can see the Farsa impact being there,
That's right, that's right.
The Feather Airstrike going in, a very strong early game. You get
Right.
to control the mid lane. You scale crazier into the later part of the game.
Correct.
You have this awkward position in the mid game where you're just waiting for the
Yeah.
clock of destiny to tick. And
Yeah.
when the clock finishes ticking,
Yeah.
you do exponential amount of damage.
Goodness, you can even act like a retribution with the retribattles.
He did, he used it, yeah.
Exactly
Yeah.
what happened in there. Long range one, so it's just there's a lot of ways to play this Farsa. You can even play it aggressively, like how we see like Haji and Rosa play it. So I think this is also like the point of contention between two teams.
Well, once again, both of these coaches, Coach Balut for the Valley and Coach Cabral from RRQ Akira, they're going to have to go open up their books and make some new strategies up, because it feels like both teams have been here for so long in Indonesia, and they've definitely scrimmed against one another a lot, right? You can see the drafts for both of the games have been going really fast, and that's just because both teams really recognize each other's playstyles. They understand how to play against each other, and that's why the confidence is there too. RRQ Akira picked the Farsa against the Yuzhong. That's a counter matchup. Does not matter though for them because they were able to equalize. It's time to get into the drafts. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 seconds left. The countdown is here to get into game number 3. Match point for one of these teams as we jump into it.
Biggest question I want to see right here, who will be going in first pick? Because RRQ Akira has always gone first pick. This time around, the Valley shaking it up just a little bit.
Yeah. I wonder if the Valley will just eye for a glue pick by banning out the Grok in this specific slot. Knowing that the carry will be open as well, could be a consideration. As it is indeed going to be the carry. RRQ Akira, are you going to ban out the glue or are you going to just give it up for the Valley to take?
Well, if they do go for the glue ban here, it's just the standard draft that we've gotten used to seeing in the group stages, right? That was also the stage where RRQ Akira actually were able to take down the Valley.
Correct.
You know, I was thinking, right? Yes, you can go ahead with the glue ban. I feel like both these two teams, Akira will definitely take the Farsa again. You definitely feel like the Valley will definitely take the Eve again. It's going to be the battle of the artillery majors once again. And of course, in this case, I feel like it strongly favors the second pick because you get to pick two of these. You draft the Farsa and then you can draft the Yuzhong immediately to counteract against the enemy artillery mages.
Yep. So the Eve is open. One of the stronger heroes to pick up. Maybe they're even considering taking out just the Grok at this point, knowing that how strong it is. So far, whoever holds the Grok wins the game.
Yeah,
right?
that's the one with 100% win rate, especially in this series.
Yep.
The Grok is just so good, especially for these two teams that really like to go front to back, right? Because it really destroys that proper formation, the front to back formation. So they can prioritize it, but I honestly think, you know, when you have someone like Hoon in the mid lane, you want to prioritize that Eve pick. Because so far in this tournament too, we haven't really seen that much, you know, that many heroes being picked up by Hoon. So still a big question mark as to what his hero pool is.
Yep. So now the Grok is open. You can also opt to go for the Yuzhong if you're RRQ Akira.
Yep.
But then again, there's the choice of the Claude. Knowing that that both 1-1 as well as the carry has been banned out, kind of makes you think that maybe the Claude is a prime commodity for both teams. As well as the fact that it is okay dealing against the Eve because you can get to the backlines with your BMI. And so is the Grok. So this might be the heroes of consideration for RRQ Akira.
Hot take right here, RRQ Akira could go for the Grok and also the Yuzhong together, but no, it's going to be a Lapu Lapu and a Grok because the enemy has already selected a Eve. You won't be able to drop the Farsa in, so I feel like as long as you pick the Farsa at your third pick, that should be A-okay.
Okay, so again, prime commodity for the Claude. Even when there's the presence of both Grok as well as the Lapu Lapu, you want to pick it up because you don't want to give it to RRQ Akira. At the same time, this is like the stronger marksman that's left in the hero pool. Having both 1-1 as well as the carry banned out means that the stock or the value of the Claude just increases. So what do you answer now if you're facing up against the Lapu Lapu? You go Benedetta or do you go for something like, so they go Lolita instead, a Shark special for the Valley?
Well, at this point, you know, I think RRQ Akira should just go for something like a Lilia, right? You're up against a lot of dive. You have a lot of sustain here. You already have 2 dive heroes. I think getting better mid-control is going to be very, very prio here for RRQ Akira, who wants to get the game rolling from the early stage. Lilia becomes just the best choice there when he comes to just wave clear.
I agree. Maybe they reserve it, maybe just pick up the Farsa eventually. But yeah, surely Lilia is going to be good for Akira for them to pick up. We forgot about the Valentina already.
2 good ults. Yeah. The Numenon Blast and the real world manipulation. Valentina has a sort of similar effect, but more so towards a little bit more CC and trading as opposed to just clearing in that mid lane. Now, moving on to the second phase. Hey, we got a quote from Luis himself, the man that was popping off in Game 2. I think when the opponent likes to trash talk, it gives strength for the team, and we stay humble every time because we're from Brazil.
Okay.
So Brazilians are humble. That's what I'm getting at here.
Yeah,
me too.
That hidden shade towards someone from the Valley. I'm not going to even name names here, right?
It has to be like, I think Hoon. No?
But it's going to be RRQ Akira banning away the Barats. I'm guessing that's definitely going to be a Fredrin ban coming off from RRQ Akira as well. You don't want to give Mobazane something that he's more comfortable with. But I feel like what the Valley truly shines at is comfort picks, right? But here we go. It's going to be a Leslie taken away. I feel like the Beatrix should go next coming out from the side of the Valley. But technically speaking, you have a Lolita, the shield coming out. The Niru's Passion can get cancelled.
Yeah. Lolita is a classic, in a way, counter to the Beatrix. And you also have the Esmeralda. Okay, they don't want their Lapu-Lapu to face a unfavorable matchup, as well as the actually, all of the heroes here coming up from Akira kind of struggle against the Esmeralda in the laning stage, despite the Esmeralda being a non-meta pick, if you think about it. So, yeah, the Valley might even consider banning out Harith this time. Although they do have counters to the Harith, they have answers to the Harith, it might be just due diligence to actually ban that out.
They're doing a really good job at shutting Fight Chicken down, right? RRQ Akira, you can already see Esme taken out, Glue, Joy, Grok, Lapu picked up. Benedetta was banned by the Valley, so now it's Fight Chicken. Big question mark on him. What is he going to play, right? This is so far a brilliant draft that's been executed by Coach Cabral. That Ling ban, you know, I think, again, they are done with banning the gold laners because they already have a Lolita. They want to be up against a Beatrix and a Brody.
Do they want to take the Fredrin this time so that they deny it away from the Valley, maybe?
Yeah,
or
take it.
Actually, I will not mind if they go for something like a Popol and Koopa.
There you go.
There you go. The Fredrin denial coming up from RRQ Akira. Very smart coming out from the Brazilian squad.
I think something that RRQ Akira also needs to look out for is that, yes, you're drafting a Fredrin, you're drafting a Lapu-Lapu and a Grok. Well, technically speaking, there's a lot of burst damage going in. But when it comes to, you know, constant DPS, the Valley definitely truly shines. And you know that Claude will go in with the Mahan's sword. You're going to shred through, and there you go. The Thamus leaked for Fried Chicken.
Okay, you need more damage though in the early stages. So Mobazane needs a hero that can dish out the damage in the early stages while also like frontline. So it is going to be Karina. Okay, I think that RRQ Akira can even consider something like a fast-paced marksman, like a Popol and Koopa, in fact, to kind of zone out this Claude and win the laning stage, or even a Bruno, right? So that might be their choice here.
Well,
but they go for standard Beatrix.
It's a safer pick, right? I mean, way more flexible compared to a Bruno that really needs to get that snowball going. Although it would be great to see RRQ Akira on Bruno, maybe with a Neymar skin.
Oh, right? Yeah, that would be great.
100%. But here, Yui have the drafts set already for both of the teams. The Valley here, I think in that second phase, they were really cornered in the draft, and that really hurt them. Thamus, sure, White Chicken is really good at it. He is comfortable on that hero, but up against the composition coming in from the side of RRQ Akira with so much CC and so many frontline members, it's going to be really hard for the Valley to melt that down.
Very true. You have the Flicker to cancel the Numenon Blast if ever it's going to be casted, or if ever they find the opening. Fredrin can frontline. You also have that jump coming out from the Lapu-Lapu. Many gap closers coming out from RRQ Akira. Now for the side of the Valley, they wouldn't have enough to protect their backlines. But what they can do, if ever the entirety of RRQ Akira goes for the dive, they can punish the backlines. Here we go. Minion control from the Grok. The Grok block to make sure that the first wave is going to be in the favor of RRQ Akira.
Welcome to the land of Dawn. Battle for match point here. The Valley and RRQ Akira. the Valley and RRQ both opting to go for orange buff first.
Mirror matchup for now in terms of the rotations. I think it's still A-okay. Mobazane going for the Karina tank as usual. But I'm interested to find out more about the EXP matchup.
Yeah. Honestly, for me, Thamus versus the Lapu, Takashi is going to have a bit of a harder time early on. But once he gets that Bravest Fighter, I think he should be doing okay.
The fried chicken's something that could just like 1v3 everybody, right? So RRQ Brazil, if they really want to make sure that the Takashi has a winning lane, they need to commit way loads of resources at the bottom lane, especially where that's also where the first turtle was spawned.
Yeah, that's the thing. Fried chicken, surely if you go for if you snowball correctly, even with this vengeance, you can really like 1v3, 1v4 a composition of RRQ Akira. But then you're gonna be asking the question, what is really the Valley's plan in here? Do they want to just pave the way for Basic to be farmed in the latter portions, or do they activate this Claude together with the power spike of both the Karina as well as the Thams, right? Because if you're looking at RRQ Brazil, it is really one-dimensional. If you think about it, it's pretty standard. It's a template. What they need to do is just to team fight with the Valentina and the Fredrin and pave the way for the damage output to come from the Beatrix.
On top of that, use the dive to get onto Hoon and Basic, right? If they are able to do that, getting those damage dealers out of the way, the Valley have drafted themselves a 3 frontline composition. Once again, RRQ Akira technically doing the same thing here. Mobazane getting a very cheeky steal over to the gold buff. But in terms of the mid-control, it does seem like RRQ Akira will have more say there. Even rotate the Valentina down in the XP lane.
Yep, it's going to be Fried Chicken. I think that's already ultimate activated as well. Second and Fried Chicken duking it out. At the same time, the turtle is already a little bit half HP. More than quarter, actually. King is already there. Safe, secure by the turtle. First turtle going in. It's going to be Luminum Blast. Denied by Lewis with the wild charge.
Early on. This time, RRQ Akira take the objective, but there are no kills traded back for the Valley.
Again, another choice from the RRQ Brazil squad. We call it the Brazilian rotation, where you go for the you port your mid laner to the XP lane so that he gets level 4, and also the roamer is left with a full minion wave in the middle before the turtle starts. What happens is you have 4 ultimates available, and you have a lot of zone out. You have a lot of dudes just frontlining
A lot of dudes.
for RRQ Brazil.
Oh, that's a lot of damage coming out because of Lugusta Shark forced to use the flicker and the shield just to get out alive. That's a lot of damage already in the early game for the side of Lugusta.
Gusta is an absolute monster. Remember his stats, right? Number 1 in hero damage, turret damage per minute. I mean, and per game. So right now on the Beatrix, he is very comfortable. This is the hero that likes to clear waves and siege. Usually you see a lot of the Brody as well, but now on the Beatrix with a lot of resources being placed in the gold lane, you can already see, oh, that's a cut, that's a cut. Look at the gold lane. Ooh, close.
Almost. Very close. But RRQ Akira, this is the drop that favors the Beatrix, right? You do have 3 frontliners in the mid, and standing in front of the Beatrix, basically allowing Gusta to free hit. Seigon, on the other hand, could take Super Shark's Luminum Blast as well to set it up for RRQ Akira. So many things that RRQ Akira could do.
All of a sudden, you have a ton of crowd control coming out from RRQ Brazil. You also have a lot of dive. Then again, for the Valley, all they have to do now is make sure that this Claude from Basic will have a better time than his Harith in the latter portions of the game. Well, we do know that the natural scaling of the Claude is much better, and because of the fact that there's a lot of tanks in the side of RRQ Brazil, this Demon Hunter sword pickup coming up from Basic's Claude is going to be valuable in the latter portions of the game.
Very.
I think valuable is like an understatement, right, Mirko?
Yeah. Early on again, right? You can see this is what the Grok brings to the table. Let's see.
Breakfast Warrior going in. Mobazane takes away the turtle. It is going to be Luminum Blast changing. It is going to be RRQ Akira stuck in a very hard place. But they managed to turn it around. Not enough damage from the side of Hoon to clear it.
It's the opposite that's happening here. RRQ Akira, they're trading kills for the turtle. They're saying, the Valley, if you want it, if you want to use that many resources, if you want to lose all your HP, just getting close to the turtle to steal it, go ahead. We'll take the kills and we'll take the turret gold. And maybe they might even actually be able to take that turret. Not just yet, though. 5-minute item check, Wolf.
Yeah, okay, so we can see the Clock of Destiny already up and available for the Valentina. We rarely see very quick pickup on the Cloud of Destiny for Valentina, but because of how he was able to get a double kill, level advantage as well as gold advantage over the Eve, which means that if ever he is able to steal that Eve ultimate, that's gonna pack up a punch.
Oh, look at this. The Valley ties with ONIC Esports at #1 in the highest KDA with 6.9. So, again, very impressive for a team in the lower brackets with a lot more pressure on them, right?
Super nice.
Pretty interesting, though. But over the course of these two games, I think that is going to rise up, or I mean, KD is going to go fall down. Superstar caught.
Oh, Superstar get caught out. So many CC. RRQ Brazil giving a CC festival.
It's complete 180, dude. RRQ Akira are doing what the Valley did to RRQ Akira in the first two games. They're the ones finding the proactivity on the map. And again, King and Mobazane, every time they're on tanks, they just like to beat each other up. Basic though.
Oh, a lot of Nibiru's passion going in. Hoon going, try to clean it up. The sniper ran a shot, will be able to just melt down Hoon's shields for now.
The fact that they cleared up top lane, the defense coming out from the Valley, even when it's very expensive with the ultimate usages, I think it's worth for the American squad because now they will have more time for Basic to farm and they keep their turret up top. More ways to control the map or at least equalize the control of the map between them and their opponents.
The American squad. Which American squad?
That's true.
The Southwest of the North, but Luis coming in with the wall charge as well. Mobazane trying to make some damage towards Luis. It is going to be Basic and Hun focusing on the Lord turret instead. Luis and Masas will not be able to land. Luis will need to run for the hills, but nowhere to run at all. Basic, the ultimates from the Valley, kills two.
Oof. And it's also a turret take, right? They are absolutely amazing at translating King.
Wow, that's a lot of damage coming out of Fried Chicken. This is why you ban the damage from Fried Chicken.
Whoa! Superstar still going as well. Zoning Gusta for the other members to come into Siege.
This aggression coming out from the Valley is just unprecedented. All of a sudden you thought, you know, the Valley's a hamster and suddenly they became, I don't know, a tiger, a monster?
Yeah, you know, Fried Chicken just played that so well. He timed the usage of the Vengeance, knowing that at a certain point for King, as the Fredrin, to be able to sustain, you need to hit your opponents, right? So it's the complete counter now for Fried Chicken, knowing that he probably has like Corrosion Scythe now, so that he can be able to pin down this Fredrin. Being in front of the Fredrin all the time, he managed to take him down. And up top, you saw Super Shark utilizing the Numinum Blast for zoning out the members of RRQ Brazil. Yes, wasn't able to hit it, but he made a big zone out, box out, against the side of RRQ Akira.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't land the ultimate, it's just called a zoning ultimate, right? But that is a very good zone coming out from Super Shark.
There you go, Corrosion Scythe for the Thamps together with the Dominant Size means that Fredrin is no longer a problem for the Valley.
I mean, he also built Radiant Armor first, right? So up against a lot of the physical damage that's coming in from the Valley, he's going to be relatively squishy, actually. Basic can melt him down like it's nothing, and King will really need to finish up on those physical defense items before he can really act as the frontliner. And currently, it's a bit confusing, right? Because RRQ Akira, with their composition, it feels like they have a lot of frontliners, but most of their frontliners are easily melted down by the Valley members.
Takashi still packs up a punch, does have the Bloodlust Axe, and now Dom Ice. They can now team fight.
Yep, the slow going in, the taunt happened by the King as well. Nibiru Passion just to go away. Mobazane just landing a lot of damage against Luis Wanyu, but the Valley, they're sieging up mid lane. They want to crack open the mid. I think that's a big commodity as compared to the Lord.
Uh-oh, we'll see it here. Mobazane actually is going to be pinned down, but Basic is there to help him get out of that situation. Here, though, honestly, 1,000 gold lead. I think the Valley are doing a great job at actually just playing around with the waves.
Yeah.
Lord Dance here, forcing RRQ Akira out of their own territory to really contest for the Lord, and it's already very low.
It's a little bit low right now, 1/4 HP. I don't think RRQ Brazil will be able to do anything for now. The Aluminum Blast going in the swing time. Look at the back line. It's going to be Basic, BMI all the way out. Mobazane healing for his own team. And there. Basic coming in with a blazing duet at the same time. Takashi absorbing all the damage, but that is not enough on the aggression of the Valley.
4-0 trade for the Valley. Gusta Lagusta there with flicker towards the real world equation instead of away from it. I don't know if that was a mistap perhaps, but that's not what you want to see now from RRQ Akira. The Valley with White Chicken absolutely melting down the frontliners from RRQ Akira. They're doing everything they can to really just shut down RRQ.
Yeah. Psycho going in again, real world manipulation. Sagan, there's nowhere for you to run. Super shock, the Roma will take you down.
Oh, Hood is so deadly with Eve. You can see the timing that he's using his ultimate during the teamfight that happened where they found 4-0. And even in the middle, he knows that there's no way for Saigon to get out because the flicker's already burned in the previous clash that they had when Saigon missed the Stone and Numenum Blast, and now the Valley will have so much control of the game. 6.9k.
Oh my goodness, Lewis missing that wild charge. Zane absorbing so much damage, it's just crazy. He's just stalling on this Karina tank.
He just walks out of there, man. Basic 2, he's feeling it. You can see the recalls, the style right in front has the BMI to go back to.
Disrespect, man.
And now it's time to take a look at the items again. That really hasn't changed much since we last saw it for RRQ Akira.
The choice coming out from the King to prioritize the Radiant Armor. You'll understand why he went for it. He knows that he's going to be battling against both the Eve as well as the Karina, but he didn't respect the fact that the Thams can run him down essentially with the Corrosion Scythe and the Dominance Eyes. Together with the Claw, this Blade Armor will not be able to cut it. Had it been that RRQ Brazil have found the openings in the early stages, with the composition that they have, King will have more items to boot. But at this point, as it stands, there's no sustain from RRQ Akira to frontline against the damage of the Valley.
Once again, real world manipulation. Sagan will not be able to use the ultimate as well, even though he's taken away. But Gusta Lugusta, the wild charge coming up, Louis buying some time. Takashi stunning members of the Valley. But the member of damage, the amount of damage coming off of the Valley is exponential.
Oh, it's too much to handle. They're not even getting the frontliners low here. White Chicken was just, what, oh my god, he didn't even lose a lot of HP there. He was chunked by a bit from the Bennett's Rage, and that's when you know you have a problem. Zane can walk up to anyone and say, hey, I'll take your orange buff. That's a Reggie, though, from King to secure it. But it's still the Valley who's just showing how dominant they are here in the enemy jungle.
Yeah.
Look at him.
I was expecting more heal, more damage, but the amount of disrespect coming up from the Valley, though, wow. Confidence.
He just manned up against 1.6k damage from the render shots from Gusta Lagusta and then just regen it up in just a few seconds. The amount of sustain from the Valley overwhelms RRQ Akira for now. And I'm pretty sure that this Lord Dance is going to be instrumental for both teams. The RRQ Akira needs to take this away, but the Valley's not letting them.
The Valley's definitely not letting them. Fried Chicken already at the back line. Look at the render shot, would not be able to connect. That's one big mega damage, but look at Fried Chicken. He's tanky and he's hungry. And Moba Zane coming in with a kill. Luis will be the first one to go down. Who will pick that up? Sagan nowhere to run as well. Why are you doing with... Oh, that's a good ultimate coming off of Sagan. But Fried Chicken, oh no, there's nowhere to run. Takashi as well. The Valley kidnaps RRQ Akira, and that is a wipeout!
Wipe out in the 13th minute of the game. 9.2k gold lead.
Absolute disrespect coming up from the Valley. The antagonist rampaging all across the lower brackets, and they will gain that lead.
Match point for NA for the Valley. And here it is. This is where RRQ Akira needs to make a lot of adjustments. There were a lot of mistakes that were very visible, evident in game number 3. And guess what? If they don't take it properly, it might impact that mentality coming into the final game. That can be the final game because the Valley are looking very solid.
Yeah. You can see the mystery coming out from RRQ Akira during the fight in the middle, where they went in the zone where the Valley just really flourishes. Top lane, you saw them taking out the 2 turrets in exchange for like, what, 4 members? And then White Chicken simultaneously outplays his jungler, his matchup in the jungle in the mid lane. Then eventually, they found an opening in the last stage where they have a big economic lead, right? And they played the the Lord did so well. It was very clean. You saw them just zone out the King when he's just trying to go for a steal. No chance at all for RRQ Akira to steal that Lord from them. Then eventually they were able to push after the wipeout.
That's what you have, right? When you're so far ahead, you can just play around those waves and you can play around the Lord so well. If RRQ Akira went for the Lord, they can just force a fight. If they don't, they're going to lose out on minions, XP, and gold. So it was a lose-lose in the end for RRQ Akira, but the analysts will dissect what RRQ Akira could have done better in the drafts and early on.
Ayam goreng terlampau pedas. Fried chicken is too spicy. Game number 3 between the Valley and RRQ Akira is same, but different, but kind of the same. Where this time RRQ Akira gets an early lead, but at 7 minutes, all of a sudden, the Valley came back. Welcome to the Understand with me, LaFell, Leo, as well as Assassin Dave. At 7 minutes, what really happened?
I'll have to double down on the fact that Ayam, Fried Chicken, just finds those angles and just destroys RRQ Akira's plans or intentions all the way. And bang it, the way that Ayam just finds him. And it doesn't even matter who. Like, I've seen him try to take down Luis, I've seen him try to take down Tekash, and even Saigen, 1v1.
Yeah, this is, I just gotta say, tonight I'm having spicy nasi ayam, okay? That was too good. That was chicken solo carry 1 vs 9 gaming right there. Just when I saw, okay, this might be RRQ Akira's momentum going forward, and chicken dove into the back line and turned everything around. 2 fights in a row at the Lord, and also, I think 2 Lords that actually turned the whole game around. Oh my God, what a play by Chicken.
There's a reason why his Tamos was banned earlier in the series. Perhaps has to be considered as a ban coming up. We're gonna look at itemization as well as the hero picks because again, RRQ Akira, they did very well in the early stages of the game, but then all of a sudden, things turn up. And honestly, at the same part of the map where it's at the top side where for some reason the Valley managed to catch RRQ Akira with the pants down.
It seems like the XP lane really is the X factor, and it sets the pace for the rest of the game. Despite having a good early start, RRQ Akira kind of stumbled in the mid-game because of the fact that they let Fried Chicken do Fried Chicken things. I want to talk about how in the draft, RRQ Akira locked in both the Lapu-Lapu and the Grok, and that sent a very clear message, and I think that's what made the Tams all the more a sensible pick.
Yeah, when I look at the draft, I was kind of worried, right? But the last pick, when the Thamus comes out, let's take a look at his item. He has Corrosion Size as well as the Blade Armor, right? That shows you when he goes to the backline, active the Vengeance, he's going to be unkillable. And by the way, if the Beatrix trying to use the SMG to damage him, that's going to be a suicide, right? That's going to be like just damaging yourself, but the reflection damage is way too high. All at the same time, when Thamus activates the ultimate with the build Chicken has, he's going to deal insane amount of damage to the backline carries. You saw how fast Grok got melted. You saw how fast King got melted in the mid lane in the 1-on-1.
And you're talking about King, throughout the whole game, Wolf had his eyes on him, and I can't believe his only defense item was the Blade Armor. He definitely needed more.
Yeah, in this game, it's quite hilarious how Super Shark, he's the Lolita. He was the one that's supposed to be countering the Beatrix, but all of a sudden, it's like Fried Chicken that is like, no, I'm the counter to Beatrix. I got the Blade Armor, I got the Vengeance, but now we got to look at the rich guy basic, 760 gold per minute. But the carry is Hoon, 48,000 damage throughout the entire fight, while Fried Chicken is doing his own thing anywhere across the map. Whenever there's a big 4v5, 4v3, or any kind of situation like that, Hoon is the one dealing the most damage.
Dave, did Hoon sleep well tonight? Or last night?
Yes. By the way, for all the fans who are wondering, yes, Hoon did get a little bit of, iffy with the body, he had a little stomach kick, but thank God for the entire care from the team and he's able to recover. Look at the damage he has, 64%. This shows that entire team is actually doing the work together as a unit, especially, again, I gotta give credit to Chicken. You don't see him on this leaderboard, but this dude was popping off, right? Like, I don't know, we're talking about MVP now coming up, right? Like,
yeah.
Who do y'all think is the MVP?
I mean, personally for me, I gotta go with Fried Chicken because again, like, he dictated the match because everyone from the Valley did very, very well. But with that being said, that is what we're talking about. That is what we're thinking about. But we gotta look at the visuals because this is gonna confirm the MVP for this game is going over to Fried Chicken, 3-1-5. Only 57% kill participation. But funny enough, I kind of feel like a little bit more, like maybe 1 or 2 kills. It's not him chasing someone else, it's someone else chasing him.
Yeah, it really doesn't tell the whole story. 3-1-5, and again, just half of the kills confirmed by the Valley. It makes sense because sometimes Fried Chicken will bite down onto someone from the back line, and then they'll get away. And essentially, that's already a -1. That counts as a -1, and it turns into a 4v5 for the Valley, and that's how they turn this whole thing around.
Exactly. Fried Chicken in the early games, the rotation wasn't outstanding, right? Not something that you can say, oh, this is extraordinary, no. But towards the mid-game team fight, that's when he really popped off, right? You point out correctly, Leo, every time he jumped in, he is able to take 1 or 2 out or just push them away from the team fight where they have to recall, they're forced to recall, or just completely retreat away from the fight. Let's take a look at a heat map from 5 to 10 minutes. This guy is all over the place.
Okay, here's the thing. Looking at the heat map and I'm trying to think like Fried Chicken. For some reason, we're looking at the heat map. We can say nice things like, oh, he's opening up the map for his team, blah, blah, blah. No, I kind of feel like it's like, where's my kills? At this point, I have like 2 kills. Give me more. Find me food. I'm hungry.
That's the other way around. Like, usually we're the ones looking for Fried Chicken. So, again, in the first 5 minutes, I assumed that it would have been yellow down bottom. And then, again, already he knows his job. He knows where to find, again, the food that he was looking for. And you see here, first turtle, obviously he needs to be there. At this point, I think, we were watching this backstage, Dave. Yeah. It was still very difficult for the Valley. They weren't popping off.
Absolutely. That's what I said. The early game had me worried watching there. But look at the late game, though, mid to late game team fight when Chicken really popped off. Here, you get to see the team on the top side, and look at this 1-on-1, right? Under the tower kill, 1-on-1 with the Vengeance. In terms of the late game here, look at Chicken on the top side, taking out Luis. He was not able to do anything, forced to use the ult just to waste on nothing, right? In the thing air, and now Chicken come back in and really just delete the entire team. What a play from Chicken.
I gotta say, something about that top lane really invites a lot of chaos, really invites a big turnaround. So looking at the game, I really feel like the geography of the map is also something that has to be considered. And looking at both teams in the mid stage of the game, they can't really like lose focus because somehow 7 between to 11 minutes, they kind of like forget the fundamentals. Like, okay, we gotta know where they are because if not, they're gonna engage on us.
I think that focus is what RRQ Akira needs going into game 4, right? This is match point. The Valley might send them home, win the American Civil War here, North versus South. So if there's one thing I have to share to RRQ Akira, it's to set up and payback. Rather, set up and payoff. Get some good payoff. Game 3 draft did not have much payoff.
Set up, payoff, casters, take it away.
We'll take your setup and we'll pay it off here on the caster desk. Miracle, Jays, and Ulf on the caster desk here to accompany you through maybe, possibly, the final game of the series.
I don't know, man. I just feel like it's just good performance from both these two teams, right? Yeah. And I don't know what I feel about this series thus far. It feels like both these teams, they made it super easy for each other to execute the draw because they know exactly what they want to go for and they execute that to the T.
So far, when it comes to just like the early game control, we saw that in both occasions, it was actually 3 occasions, it was the Valley who's controlling the early stages of the game. Even in the last game, there was a little bit of control from RRQ Akira, but we know it was bona fide. The Valley knows how to execute in the first few turtle fights and then eventually just snowball. Maybe just in the second game, they had a little bit of a blunder, they overheated. But in the grand scheme of things, it is known. The Valley knows how to play the early stages, and that's one thing that Akira needs to deny them away.
RRQ Akira way too passive early on. We could see that again, even last game, there were a few blunders made by RRQ Akira where they were able to get the better skirmishes, but they did not secure the objectives. If they can mix both of those styles together that they had in game 1, 2, and 3, I think they're going to be strong contenders here. They're going to be able to equalize the score, right? Currently, 2-1, match point for the Valley. But what I want to talk about is that Thanos pick being so massive in the end, because we actually said that, you know, the Valley were cornered in the draft because of the bans targeted towards Zayn and Pride, but hey, they took it and they're like, hey,
exactly.
Off meta? Nah, this is the new meta.
No, this is my meta. Don't forget, Fried Chicken was the one that showed the world stage how you should play that Joy. Don't forget, it was also RRQ Akira which played the Joy in the EXP lane too.
I guess this is because of the fact that the Valley knows how to play the Fredrin. They know it to a T, right? And now they bring out
your T.
Yeah, they bring out the counter to the Fredrin. It's not like a direct counter whatsoever, but there's a specific timing where it is now very difficult for a Fredrin to teamfight against this composition. Fried Chicken played it well. Corrosion Sight into the dominant size. 2 of the items that will be a problem for Fredrin, and the fact that he chose for Vengeance, which is a great answer because if you are the Fredrin, the way for you to sustain is to hit people. Because that's the basically, you have to hit your shots, right, in order for the stack to come out.
Basically, right? Because Basic was on the team.
That's right.
And Basic tore through the frontliners,
okay.
man. Takashi, King, Louise. Who was the frontliner? That's my question right now, because every single member was so squishy towards the physical defense of the Valley, the physical damage of the Valley. Why? Because early on, we mentioned this in the game too, RRQ Akira, the way they were itemizing, was mainly to get magic defense. And again, sure, that should work for the XP laner, not for the gold laner, not for everybody who plays around the gold lane too, though. Louise as well.
I feel like right there in game number 3, RRQ Akira, I think they just lack the damage. I feel like there's a lot of big bursty damage, but Thamus is the one that could absorb all these big bursty damage, right? Yeah. You gotta really duke it out with him in the fight. Same as Karina as well, especially when he goes tank. But, well, you gotta strap in because game number 4 should be starting very soon, right?
It's just the decisions coming out from RRQ Akira was just... I guess the point is, when you make one mistake, it always blows up. And for RRQ Akira, they make like all of them all together. They made the mistake, the misread in the mid lane. That's why they lost influence in the early stages. That is what they have to diminish coming into game number 4 if they want to extend this to a 5-game series.
Match point for the Valley. It's time for RRQ Akira, now or never, to equalize. In the draft we go. Game number 4, RRQ Akira opting to go back into the first pick. The Valley now on the red side. And so far, I do believe that the blue side has still been getting much more success overall, not just in the series, right, at M4.
Wonder if RRQ Akira is inclined to just ban out the carry once again, or maybe the Kaja, as they did. I'm pretty sure that the Valley wants to ban that out too, because they want to secure the Eve once again, or maybe just snatch it away from RRQ Akira. So if you're RRQ Akira, well, it is going to be the carry. So Glue and Kaja, the choice for the Valley, what will they open up?
Well, Blue's banned already by RRQ Akira, right? So again, it's either the Kaja right now, Valentina, Yves. I think at this point, that's going to be the Kaja ban coming through. RRQ Akira needs to secure the Yves away from Hoon, right? Hoon has been doing so much on the Yves. Even in the games that he doesn't get MVP on, he still has such a massive impact in the game, just based on how oppressive he is in the mid lane and how active he is on the map, rotating together with Super Shark.
Yep,
there you go.
So switcheroo happening right on the desk. It is going to be RRQ Akira picking up that Yves instead of that Farsa. But I'm pretty sure Hoon does play other heroes, right?
This is Claude Grok, I think.
Yeah.
I think it just makes total sense to pick up the Claude and the Grok this time. Or maybe something like Claude and Yuzhong as they opened up in game number 2. They eventually did not win the match, you think, opening up with the Yuzhong, but at the same time, there's a lot of like value that you get out of it. But yeah, Claude Grok, nothing can go wrong.
Flex.
Yes.
Oof. Strikes again.
Oof strikes again, right? RRQ Akira though, now, what do they want to take? Usually in these games, well, usually the second phase comes down to a Farsa pick,
yeah,
right? But now they already have a Yves.
Farsa Cho, maybe?
I think it's time for the Vendetta to come through, right? Takashi's been finding a whole lot of success, but it was banned out. That's the thing now. There's so many heroes that they would love to pick right now. Good matchup against the Grok, but it's just really tough. Even if they go for the Yuzhong now, up against the Claude.
Yeah, I think Yuzhong Farsa or maybe Cho Farsa. The Farsa is, they already have the Eve, like, so maybe Yuzhong and Cho, I mean.
I think the Cho did really well in game number 1. There you go, it will get locked in. And on top of that, I feel like they're really greedy, right? They're going go for the Yuzhong and that Cho, especially how prescribed.
I think, you know, with all of the good ultimates that you can snatch, I think this is the time for the Valentina to be picked up by the Valley.
Please.
All right, let's go.
My heart can't take this.
At this point, I'm done predicting, right? I mean, like, we got the man here already.
We got a drafter here for both teams.
Yeah, he says something and they listen, all right? That's what happens here. Valley now go for Ulf's pick.
Yeah, I feel like the most important thing is whatever the Valley chooses, or whatever Wolf chooses for the Valley, is that they need to play to their strength.
Lilia can work
killing
here.
people, killing players from the enemy team. Lilia could work well here, but Mobazane will pick up the Fredrin.
Okay, so Yeah, the Fredrin should just be the jungler here, so they are utilizing the Grok to flex around the XP and the roam position. Leslie ban still, very good ban against the Claude now. And honestly, right now, for RRQ Akira, it's time to really try to go for a bullion lane up against the Claude. Last game, they went for a Beatrix, and the current Beatrix doesn't lane well against the Claude. The Claude is actually going to be able to do a bit more. Now with the Lolita ban, you can really see what they want to do, right? It's the Brody, come on.
It's the Brody. It's all about the early game burst. You go with the Cho and the Yu Zhong, and then you just output the damage. Not even relying on your torn apart memory, just the raw damage output and the stun coming out from the Brody that could be really good. Or the Valley, I really like this Leslie ban because it kind of secures the fact that this squad will have a great time. Oh, Super Shark. Last time we're knocking them down. This time we're knocking them out.
What a poet.
He doesn't say much, but when he says something, it's spicy, dude.
It's spicy. Oh my goodness. By the way, I really like this Ling ban because there's a threat that RRQ Akira just can go and pick up the Lunox and then go for a scaling jungler so that they can output the damage.
Whoa, the Farsa ban. Honestly, now it's time, right? I mean, Valley Lilia fits so well into their composition. Or technically, they can go for that Valentina. A lot of big ults to take. If they want to just shred through the Yu Zhong, they can pick the Lunox too, but the Lilia comes in. Hey, Wolf, your knowledge is rubbed off on me. RRQ Akira, it's not the Brody, it's the Harith. Wait, no way.
All right, so Harith and Marcus. Okay, so you can go back to the Kufra now if you are the Valley and just put this Grok going up against the Yu Zhong in the XP lane.
I think Kufra is really good right here from the side of the Valley because Grok is a big one, but no, it's going to be a Lapu Lapu instead. When you land out the Zaman Force, you can basically expect this Harith to be in that zone. It makes it predictable. But another thing that I also like from the side of the Valley, the Lilia pick though, is really more flexible in my opinion because you know RRQ would definitely dive heavy, right? You want something that has that second chance to just basically output the damage after you've been dove upon.
It just makes total sense. Like, if you pick the Valentina, surely you have like good ultimates to snatch. You have the damage.
Yes.
You have the late game scale. But Lilia is more reliable when it comes to outputting the damage. So now, if you go with the Yu Zhong, if you go with the Grok and the Fredrin, you have supplementary damage, right? And you make it so that you protect the Claude while also outputting the damage. It's just very smart to think about. And it really fits the bill of what the Valley wants to do.
Yes.
That is actually LaFell.
That's maybe LaFell.
Oh, it's the Echo and Combat Cat 2. One more is what they're saying. And yes, that is factual. One more is all the Valley needs. Tennis Indoors Nyan once again, game number 4. RRQ Akira. It's time for them to equalize, or it's time for the Valley to take this series and knock another champion out.
Just one more. That's what the Valley is asking for, and it's up to how to perform in this particular game. King will be starting at the purple, Mobazane starting at the orange. Mobazane going back to the Fredrin, something that he's very comfortable with. Another thing that I also would like to talk about is that the mid lane matchup, there's a lot of wave clear right there, and Hoon technically has a big power spike right now, could try to shove against RRQ Akira.
Even went for the Purifier, knowing that there's a lot of like crowd control coming out from RRQ Brazil, knowing that if you Takashi dives you want to go for the Purifier so that you can get out. One thing that is the focus now for RRQ Akira is that they have great early game if they use their composition correctly. Harith is can be activated much earlier than the Claude. And you also have the Martis. How good is King? Is he gonna play the sustain game, or is he going for the aggression with the damage output? We'll find out. So far though, the Valley, 50%. That's high, actually.
That is very high, right? And for RRQ Akira, this is something that we have come to know about them. They're very passive early on. They like to actually avoid these team fights, just going in for a bit of poke and then maneuvering around the neutral objective. So the different styles at play here. The Valley have been a bit more successful with their style, and I think overall, teams who prioritize kills have been, finding more success here at M4.
It's all about the burst, it's all about the kills, it's all about the bloodbath. But this time, the Valley, they will just have to wait for their ultimates once again. I think that now that they're doing what RRQ Brazil has been doing. Give ultimate to Hoon, give ultimate to Super Shark.
Well, both of them are doing this right now. You can see it. There you go. Hoon gets spotted. Peekaboo, Sagan finds him, Takashi gets level 4, and Mobazane is actually going to be the first one on the turtle, resetting it really well for his team, just to get a bit more pressure down before they go for it. But RRQ, with a proper response too, they clear out the waves, and now it's 50-50 around the turtle.
Yeah, but no, Super Shark flicker forward with the wall charge at the same time. That was going to be first blood given over to the side of the valley as well. Lewis stuck in a very awkward place, flickers all the way out to safety. King will have to get on the way. The turtle will definitely go into the side of the valley.
That 50% first blood rate is rising now. The valley again with another first blood, dude.
Oh, my goodness, that looked beautiful. And that's the reason why you pick up the Lilia.
Their
threat.
It's just
damage threat.
so crazy, right? Both these two teams, especially RRQ Akira. Personally, if I'm the Valley playing this particular game, I feel like RRQ Brazil, the way that they literally strangle my game plan is there, and then all of a sudden the Valley pops up.
Well, it's not a steal.
That's a steal.
Gets out. Gusta trying to deal the damage, but man, that play by Super Shark, that was a weird angle to get the wild charge on, and he executed it really well.
I mean, sometimes you want to go for the maximum value where you get like the knock-up and the stun. That moment, Super Shark just opted to go for Flicker and the knock-up so that the other members of the Valley can follow up with a stun themselves. With Fight Chicken and Mobazane being in there, plus the supplementary damage going from Hoon, it allowed them to take the turtle easier compared to RRQ Brazil. That's why they now have a 1,000 gold lead.
And here, with a 1,000 gold lead, we all know that the Valley are really good at, just grasping onto that lead. They're utilizing it really well by already rotating across the map. Oh, giving a little bit more pressure. Floyd now going to be caught very low. King's looking for it.
Takashi does have the big black dragon, but Fight Chicken, well, recalls with the chicken recall.
Nice usage of the Flicker mid-animation of the ultimate, the Bravest Fighter, so that he definitely will not be clipped by King. The fact that this Martis doesn't have any kill or assist at 4 minutes, that's not how you want to play the Martis.
Yeah, and Zane is actually out-farming him too, right? Getting a bit more XP down. The gold is still very easily, turned around. RRQ Akira, this is their style. They like to play it passively, waiting for Gusta to get to those item power spikes. And even in the gold lane so far, I do believe Basic has been getting just the better trades in general, clearing out the waves properly. And Louise, the kick onto the wrong side, though.
Yeah, that's a kick wasted by the side of RRQ Akira, right? Especially going into this total fight going in. Lewis will have to walk in without his ultimate, whereas the Valley, they have everything on board.
That mid-control is doing them justice. Black Dragon form, though, by Takashi.
Black Dragon form by Takashi. Sagan will be able to find an angle on top of real world manipulation. Takashi actually causing a lot of trouble against the Valley at the same time. Super Shark a little bit low. Has to try to spin. But White Chicken, he's already here as well. Mobazane. Oh no, Takashi will be bringing down the Grok. Lewis finds Hoon as well, but Hoon is a little bit low, but he's continuing to chase. He has the friends to chase down Lewis, but Lewis, that troll, super slick.
All right, turtle per kill. Which one is worth it here, the turtle or the kill?
I guess the fact that it is only the Grako was taken out, which is a roamer, not much importance when it comes to like the economy and the growth of a roamer because you get ambient gold anyways. This is much more for the Valley. As Mobazane secures the second, it's a global gold, you give it to the Claude as well.
Yeah. Oh, White Chicken, he goes ham at the bottom lane. The Black Lizard will fall.
Man, wow, what a play here by White Chicken. Hey, that's the
flex. That is the flex. And speaking of flexing, Lewis, where are you gonna go? Hoon takes Lewis down right off the bat. So much flexing happening around the Valley.
Oh, this is a problem. Super Shark now has got the Radiant Armor. He's gonna be attacking through majority of the damage output of RRQ Brazil. Only physical damage output could come from a Martis as well as the Yuzhong, and they're not big bursts. They're not big chunks. They're not be able to be lethal against the Valley. And now Harith as well as the Eve nullified by RRQ, by the Valley.
Look at how much amount of damage Mobazane is actually absorbing. He's actually taking so much. Not only just that, Zane actually took away the orange buff. And Takashi, what are you going to do in the Black Dragon form? He's just going to spin around, just buying some time. But RRQ Akira, they're not given any time at all. They don't have enough damage.
And look at the wave denial in the XP lane. White Chicken knows that the minions will be able to take it down, just leaves it there so that the turtle...
Okay, let's go and go all the way in. It's going to be the Purify will be activated. Lewis will not be able to connect the Dragon, but would not be able to convert into any kills as well.
We did not see it, but you saw
Solo kill.
Takashi taken out by Fried Chicken. Just one combo. You know that's a counter, right? Lapu Lapu can take out Yuja, especially with a massive lead when it comes to the economy. And then Super Shark just making it so that he's defending.
Okay, this could be it. The Zaman Force going in alongside with the real world manipulation. Hun just dropping bombs from afar.
Takashi.
No, the Valley was able to defend, but Zayn, look at that in the mid lane. Holy moly.
Man, so much aggression here. So many 1v1s happening across the map. And like you mentioned, Wolf, this is the second time that Takashi has been solo killed by Wide. And you can see there's the zoning from Super Shark.
Super Shark going in the wall charge as well. Basic focusing on the turret. Fried Chicken already engaging. The flicker. Lewis will be taken down as now King desperately trying to spin away. That's one kill given over to the Valley.
Chicken is on point, man. My goodness, he's feeling it right now. 4,000 gold lead. That's the third kill over and a flashy one onto Chicken. King gonna get zoned away from his own jungle. Zayn's 2 levels ahead, about to be 3. Chicken, not again, man.
No. I think Chicken, he could be able to get it no matter how awful. Zip is up, you won't be enough. Fried Chicken, okay, he missed us the stun, but look at the amount of regen for both these two. But Hun, he's here, and he's looking for blood. Hun does hand up for boots. He has to find away right now. King desperately trying to buy for time, but Hun will get stuck. Decimate to clean it up.
Meanwhile, look at the bottom lane.
There's
It's the
so
base
many
turret.
action happening around Mirko. It's just crazy. The aggression coming up from the Valley.
Oh man, and on top of that, they pick up a turret too. Zayn against 4.
Zayn against 4. Zaman Force going in at the same time. Here comes the blazing away coming off the base, spreading onto Zayn. But Zayn takes down Takashi.
They're still
It's
going.
just crazy. Gusta Lagusta will not be able to survive as well. Basic by Moba Zayn. He's chasing Louis down. It's just so crazy when you give the fragile to Moba Zayn. This is what you get.
The crossbow play coming out from the Valley allows for Fried Chicken to push top. So no matter what happened, even if it was a trade, it will be in the favor of the Valley. If it was just like a man-for-man exchange, it was in favor of the Valley already. Then they get the turret up top. Then they get Lord Influence. The Valley is just destroying the map of RRQ Akira. This game is theirs.
It comes down to 3 winning lanes for the Valley, right?
Yeah.
Well, except for the gold
that's
lane,
true.
but with 2 winning lanes in the mid lane and the XP lane, that's just it. There's not much pressure that RRQ Akira can play with, especially around the turtle that they've been trying to constantly force.
They're not gonna be invading the orange buff this time. 13 levels onto MOBA. Zayn King even being zoned out. The stun connects.
It's not going to be enough. The Marth is proven to be a little bit too elusive, but the Valley is picking up fights in RRQ Akira's side of the jungle. It's just, I don't know how to climb up from this. There's not enough damage coming out from Akira's side of the roster.
Oh man, Zayn is feeling it again. You can see the buy, you can see the Kalas coming in. 3-man recall. Hoon, just join them. Just join. 4-man. Wide. No, he's not going for it, but that's a 4-man recall in front of the base of RRQ Akira. And they might just be looking to dive in right here, right now, with Lord marching down in that bottom lane towards the base turret that's half HP.
The turret will, at the bottom side, will be able to be taken down. Look at how clumped up the Valley is. Lewis doesn't really dare to actually go into the Jit Kundo to knock people up. It's just nothing that RRQ Akira can do, but maybe this one, but I'm not too sure about whether Takashi wants to do this.
Look at him. Want to clear the waves. At this point, defense is what RRQ Akira wants to do. They will just want to survive this, and they're doing it carefully. But you think about it, this is just 10 minutes into the game, and you have to commit so much just to defend.
Yeah, they have to come in a little bit to make a lot, but Fried Chicken going in the back line, basic zoning out with the blazing duet. It's only just Gusta Lugusta left in the old line, but that's the knockout coming out. Fried Chicken get kicked. Super Shot will be there to take him down. Takashi will be picking up that kill. Real World Manipulation successfully defends Akira, and they survive for another fight.
Good value from RRQ Akira in terms of kills, but they did lose that base turret in that bottom lane. So honestly, it's still worth it for the Valley, and they're going to be able to seal away the purple buff.
Okay, Zaman Force going in. Gusta Lugusta is probably the only hope left for the side of Akira. But that's the holy hope that is already gone. And now Mobaze pushing on the advantage. King will be able to just get out of dodge for now, but Basic, look at them. They're hungry, and they want the kills.
2-0. Just as you say that Gusta is the last hope, he gets melted down by Basic. 4-0-4 on the Claude. Mobazane tanking the turret up, showing absolutely no respect. 9,000 gold lead, the thumbs up as well. They're looking for another turret.
They're filling it, but Lewis, what can you do? You're kicking super shot all the way in the back line. It's going to be something happening in the real world manipulation as well. Gusta going into Drama 4. That's fried chicken in the back line, just wrecking some havoc. The damage coming Gusta could be the only saving grace, but it's up to whether he actually pick up a good fight. But here comes the invisible dragon coming out of Takashi. The Petrify going down, but here comes Basic at the same time doing some damage in the back line. But here comes also the Blazing Duet. No enough damage and not enough heal for Akira, and they would need to fall. Gusta trying to actually getting out, but that's not enough. The Valley is just stalling on Brazil.
It is all over for RRQ Akira. The 4-man recall. The Valley knocks them out. It's another MPL champion under the belt of the Valley.
The Slayers of MPL. The Valley, looking scary. Even in M3, we almost counted them out. Even in M4, we were counting them out during the group stage.
And everybody just stepped up for the side of the Valley. They won each of their lanes. Fried Chicken was destroying Takashi. Many parts of that match. You see Super Shark just being so good at initiating, so good at providing vision for his teammates. Basic, knowing where to go. And Mobazane was actually the one who caught the Harris many times in this game. Underrated in this matchup and how he uses the Frederick. He knows where and how to time his knockups, his taunts. Hoon, of course, the massive play with the Lilia.
Well, for the crowd here, for all the Valley fans, give it up one more time for the Valley as they make their way across the stage. Analysts, we're going to throw it back to you to dissect again what happened in this game.
No big turnarounds this time. The Valley secures the victory. But with this, we also gotta say, it's been a long journey. Congratulations to RRQ Akira to make it this far. It was a noble fight, but now we gotta break down the final match of this series. My name is Ophel. Alongside with me is Leo, as well as the very excited Assassin Dave.
Oh, it's the Valley, dude.
The Valley, dude.
Valley, dude.
It's the Valley, dude. That was incredible, by the way. If Game 2 was debut for Chicken's Dead domination. Game 3, what can we say? I'm out of words, right? That was just one set. You don't see too much one-on-one kills in the entire M4. And last game, you see Chicken just popping off left and right, getting kills at Tier 1 tower, extended all the way to Tier 2, close to the high ground base on the bottom side. This man is on a mission.
Before we started the entire match, even we talked about it in the earliest stages of this analyst, where I wanted to see Fried Chicken as well as Takashi, because for RRQ Akira, Takashi is really the one moving the entire game, but Takashi couldn't do much.
Yeah, no, Astro Thunder is out of his depth here. If you think about it, on a man-to-man basis, if you're counting all the roles, all the lanes, game start, RRQ Akira was just already out of it, right? So there was only one way that they could come around after the draft is they have to go fast, right? They have to make sure that Gusta gets the perfect box, set up that Zaman force, and then win lane from there and then turn into fights. But here it just didn't happen. Again, you mentioned Fried Chicken was popping off with those 1v1s. Shark set up so well with the ults, and the numbers is going to show you that 12 minutes 45 so fast. It's very difficult to come back from this.
I gotta say, for this game, it's very clear how RRQ Akira before this, they won of the crazy comeback of the Cho pickoff. But in this game, it's so difficult because looking at the draft coming in from the Valley, both Hoon as well as Basic, they're both using the Purifies. So catching them is almost impossible. And if you try to catch Hoon, he also has that black shoes. There's no way for the Valley to be caught off guard.
Yeah, on top of that, Valley this game played together really tightly. Their rotation are close up, they're tight up together. It's really, really nice, really, really clean game come out from Valley. And I gotta say, if you look at the items coming out from Basic here, he didn't really have any defense at him at all. It's pure damage, right? The last item, he's going for Immortality, but again, he didn't even get over there just to show you, because usually the goal lane items reflects how much advantage your entire team has, and just show you how much goal lead they have throughout the entire game.
It's come to the point where, again, King, the way he builds his jungler, plays an integral role in how the rest of RRQ Akira performs, right? If you're looking at this Martis, it's 100% kill participation, yes, but it has to be maybe more than just participation because they didn't get any kills. I think we were looking at, what, 5 or 6 minutes in, and was it Wolf or someone on the desk saying, yeah, that Martis has 0 kills right now. That's not what you want.
Yeah, because I kind of feel like almost the setup as well is not really there because watching the game, sometimes it's a little bit uncoordinated where Luis is there. He's ready to catch someone, but no one is really there to really follow up. And I gotta say, the carry, Gusta Lagusta, we've seen moments where he activated the Zaman Force, he has the damage, but there's no one really there to kill for him. So he's just super vulnerable towards the damage. And I kind of feel like that uncoordination in this last game in the series really detrimental towards their game.
Compare that to how Basic played, right? You mentioned how he does not have any defense items, which you're so used to seeing Claude's pick up a casual Athena shield, right? Or Immortality even.
Force Brad's played.
This just shows that the way the Valley drafted and played this game, Basic was just free to do whatever he wants. Even when Tekashi finds him, they know that he's already run out. He spent his ult, he spent his Petrify, and then he just needs to relocate with the BMI and then wreak havoc into the backline of RRQ Akira.
Yeah, absolutely. That shows how much advantage the entire team has. And this is the first game coming out from the Valley actually had advantage in the first hurdle in the entire series, right? And obviously the MVP gonna go to none other than fried chicken, the Buddha Nasi Ayam. That's what I have tonight, spicy chicken.
Well, I mean, if you could 1v1 the Yuzong, and then he almost won the 1v1 against Gusta Lagusta, if only the Chrono Dash was like an inch shorter, I kind of feel like Fried Chicken would have taken that 1v1 as well.
I don't think no one won that 1v1, so I'll take that as a win for Fried Chicken. The fact that he sent back home Gusta Lagusta, I think this is from the top lane if I'm not mistaken. Looking at the build, he's going for hybrid here. He has some defense in the Dominance Ice, and then he just went sustain plus some penetration in the Hunter Strike and the Bloodlust Axe. The fact that, again, his stats are relatively average for a game wherein he popped off explains a lot given that he is an XP laner.
And most importantly, his mechanic on that block was insane, right? You saw on top side when Harith about to kill him, he was able to use the passive dash to minion to dodge the skill 1. And let's take a look at the heat map from 5 to 10 minutes. Start off from EXP lane, have a lane swap going to the top side, and you can see a lot of activity and then come back. He doesn't just lock himself in the top lane because his job is to actually balance the side lane minions. And wherever there's a minion wave that need to be balanced, he's the guy to go for it because he can sustain and he can give vision. He can also one-on-one as well, and you can see that from this map.
Honestly, this team, I am colorblind, but he's not in his own jungle. He's always in RRQ Akira's place. Like, he's in their waves, in their jungle. Like, he forgot where his base was.
Yeah, no, looking at it as well, I was just thinking, yeah, that's normal. He's trying to help Zayn get some far, but no, he was the one actually who was actively invading, and then come midway through, he was the one actively jumping through. And really, who was there to punish him, right?
Yeah. King
wasn't gonna punish him. Gusta Lagusta wasn't ready quite yet. Luis wants to kick him, but that's the worst possible target from the Valley, maybe second to Shark. So yeah, no, Fried Chicken really put so much on the map for RQ to deal with.
But hey, look at this highlight here. They just show you that even 4v5, Valley was winning without Chicken, right? But going forward though, I mean, even though we're watching the highlight, Valley will be facing either ONIC or ECHO Esports. I mean, that looks kind of scary going forward. Is this split pushing strategy coming from Chicken gonna win them the game, or are we gonna see something different?
Now, honestly, looking at this, I understand what you're saying, but again, looking at the highlights, we can definitely see RRQ Akira losing a little bit of that focus because time and time again, Gusta Lagusta dashes in front. But as an Harv, you could tank a little bit, but you don't want to tank too much because you can handle some crowd control, you can handle some damage. But if at all possible, please, like, take some damage away from Gusta Lagusta, and we didn't see that. But overall, it is an amazing fight between both teams.
Yep, in a 3-1 victory, the Valley sends home RRQ Akira. We wish our friends from Brazil all the best and a fruitful 2023 for your MPL.
Valley, dude.
Yeah, Valley dude. With that being said, Mara as well as Clara are already ready to talk with the Valley dudes.
Here with us on the outside stadium, the winner of today's match, the Valley dude. Congratulations. We really have to point out how great they performed today, especially two-time MVP Fried Chicken. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're just a monster today. First with your Tamis, then your Lapu Lapu. Why are you extra spicy today?
We knew Brazil likes to focus their goal lane, so I kind of knew in my head I could do whatever I want as long as I have the winning matchup.
extra aggressive.
Oh,
Just
yes.
killed the Beatrix, destroyed it.
Dan bagaimana dia bisa bermain sangat agresif dan dia tahu betul bagaimana Brazil main dan itu terbukti kali ini mereka berhasil untuk balas dendam. This time, this is like your revenge from the group a day before and you dominant all the way for the 3 games, only 3-1 score and even more dominant than yesterday. What do you think about this match?
I think not much of it because these matches up until this point, since we've gone to the loser bracket, they've all just been stepping stones up until this next match for us. Like, I would say the real M4 would start right now with ONIC and ECHO, and then us going versus whoever loses versus that.
The real competition, there's just a stepping stone right now. The real competition starts after this. Okay, you know what? Fine, since we brought that up, you're gonna be going up against Indonesia or Philippines. Those two teams are dominating right now. And it's not just fighting the team, you're also fighting the fans. They have the most fans out of everybody. So if you were to choose between the two, who do you think you'd rather have in the next match?
ONIC or ECHO?
ECHO.
Why ECHO? Go ahead.
Everybody
I like
can say.
ONIC more.
You like ONIC? You guys are friends with them?
I don't really know either of them. I don't know, kind of like ONIC more.
Okay, let's pass the mic.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Dia lebih suka
Please,
like
go ahead.
Echo.
Echo. Oh, okay, why Echo?
Because they're my friends.
Because they're your friends.
Yeah. One of them is my best friend.
Okay.
Which is?
You gotta guess.
Okay.
No comment.
No comment.
All right, okay. You all know who his best friend is. Wink, wink, get a clue. Okay, how about you, Mobazane?
ONIC.
ONIC, why ONIC?
I want to have a rematch
Rematch.
from M3.
Okay. Would you say now that you're more confident this M4 versus how you were in M3?
I think we're more prepared. So yeah, I think we're more confident.
You're more prepared. Do you guys agree? It'll be ONIC because it's a split thing here. Echo with the frenemy and
Oh.
ONIC
I wanna go versus ONIC.
Oh, why?
versus ONIC.
Yeah.
Okay, I just have to point it out. Hoon is showing great leadership. I mean, inside the battlefield, he went all out, but there's also something that you were facing before coming to today's game. Let's talk about your post on social media. We saw that you had dextrose. You went to the hospital, is that right? Tell us what happened.
Yeah, food poison.
You had food poisoning.
Yeah.
So you went to the emergency room, right, last night?
Yeah, I think I got some infection in the
You had a tooth infection
and then
that affected your the gut. So does that mean like you didn't get enough sleep? Were you in pain today? What happened?
like my best friend was the toilet last night. It was really bad. Yeah, but I think everybody played really well today. I didn't really have to do anything. Just sit there, don't feed.
Oh, you did
So
great.
would you say that earlier when you came in today, you weren't 100%? Were you feeling dizzy? What was the difference in condition before you sat on that chair?
I was just really scared because they told me I can only puke one time if I ever do. So I try to hold it myself. Without affecting my teammates. I try to just keep it together.
So despite everything, you did great. But right now, how do you feel?
Wanna go to bed?
Okay, right. You know what?
Get well very soon. Oh, God.
Clara, let's end
Yeah,
this interview real quick because
right.
Hoon has got to go meet his best friend.
Yeah, you can run now. You can run now to the bathroom.
Congratulations.
Of course.
Run.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Tavali. Thank you so much.
Valley.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Oh, the M4 is gonna start after this. They say something like that. Of course, because upper bracket match is going to be Indonesian and Philippines again.
That's right. It's going to be the battle of Indonesia versus Philippines, ONIC Esports, and ECHO Philippines. Now, keep in mind that Echo is different this time around, especially with the addition of Kyrie. When he came in, ONIC just became a monster. But Echo Philippines is really hungry to prove themselves in this world stage. It's gonna be another best of 5, so don't go anywhere. Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship, we'll be right back.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment. Enhance your creativity. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
If you cannot
Is it wrong to save him? The war took my family, my friend, took everything I have. It's the Society of Dawn that gave me a place I can call home. Taught me to fight. And placed their trust in me.
New mission. Infiltrate the Abyssal Wings.
And then he showed up.
It seems we can bring back a trusted friend. There's a traitor among us.
Who?
No idea.
Rest up. I'll figure it out.
Cheer up. I've nothing left.
They came along and gave me hope. Attack the headquarters. Who are you?
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation where she finally takes off her veil. Hero skills. Hanabi is a marksman that brings solid DPS and crowd control to a team and known for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effects while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Pedal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Pedal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming, but not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamped December 20th.
If you cannot burn.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
I think this still works out, right? All of that in the last 2 minutes just makes a breeze for the first turtle here. So that's already huge, at least in terms of economy. But here in the mid lane, Yumski going to be the focus again. Oh, can he get away? One hit, he's going to bob and weave and survive.
The moves and grooves.
Moves
behind. And yeah, I can see here the Lord is already contested.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like Bray is chilling. He's doing so much for his team with splitting those waves, but once again, the contest for the Lord.
The fight. Oh my god, catches Subin with that Tyrant's Rage. Mortal bombs everywhere. Baby Cake, the first one down. Not a good sign as 1, 2, 3, 4 bodies has already been collected, and Bray gets shut down.
And he didn't, I don't even think it was Ken who finished off Hessa. He finished off D7, and this allows another free turtle.
But now they're going for it. Certainly Eagle going to be popped here. Ken able to secure the turtle, but Zip goes down as Chima able to find the kill. Another wild charge comes forth as D7 falls. Tempest Blade's going to be popped here. Ken looking for Hessa. Can't get the last hit though as he falls into the river.
That split, but all the way this points. Oh my god, again! It's Prince Fran who comes in clutch and saves the day. ONIC Esports have nowhere to go right now, but Dragon's gonna be taken down. It's a shadow kill over to Harley, as now Malvinas have to move back. The Iron Hook does not connect. It's gonna be the way the Dragon locking Prince Fran down, and that's a double kill picked up by Dreon, the Lord as well. Dreon is an absolute monster as he's looking to claim a Maniac.
Kind of be a little bit patient, because right now I kind of feel like Rosa as well as Sunshine, they have enough damage. They just need a proper setup. And in terms of proper setup, you shouted out Oheb. If they can catch him, that's great. But it's easy to say that. But oh my Venus, it's all for them.
That's all the damage popped in, and the backline's completely gonna be obstructed here by Blacklist International. Oheb free hitting, his alien's gonna be bursted down. Oh my Rosa getting caught in the fatal laces. Genji's the only man left standing. Blacklist International, they take no prisoners.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
M-Series Flashback, the Finals MVP. Every tournament will have its own most valuable player or MVP.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Back in M1, it was Aura of EVOS Legends with his masterful off-lane plays to clinch the award.
So he goes in for 1v3 play, a mistake as he gets shut down.
And claim the title of M3's Finals MVP. Who do you think will join these players on the Hall of Legends? Can Carl TZ or OHEB claim the title twice? Who will be M4's Finals MVP? See you at M4.
Maybe.
But that's the thing, like, who is your saving grace here for MVG, right? Harley, Joel Crew. Joel Crew is so far away from that. Harley, though, able to survive just a never mind. Chiku, guys, from the backside. Now they're going to find Joel Crew as we were just talking about him. They fall here, and another one goes down. 4 fall again for MVG, and there's nothing Dragon can do here to defend. It's a maniac for Chiku, guys. GG, well played.
They are resetting here, 13,000 HP.
They need to make a choice right now. I mean, the minions are pushing in into their base. They're gonna get backdoored by Call of Duty if they don't choose now.
Oh my god, Call of Duty, will they read this? Junpo tries to delay, but no, my god, 505 trying to fly. Sanford, Yaoi goes down, but Call of Duty in the backside. Danny QT, the base Echo outplayed RSG.
But we just barely missed it off camera. What happened to Papa Dog?
He just got dogpiled on, and that will be the end of him. As you can see, S11 going for a different approach right here. Jumping in, making a play with the Way of the Dragon as well, but the Vengeance is just tanking so much damage.
Oh,
no! That's Fried Chicken taking one versus 3. Erwin is an H target, and Fried Chicken is going again and again. The Lord gets picked up, and they come out on top, and it's so disastrous because the Lord is up at the same time. Incendio is still contesting, but it does not seem possible unless Alien can make something of a miracle play.
We've seen a miracle play by Grok many times before. He's looking for it. He has the weapon mastery for a reason. He steals it for Turkey, for Incendio to save the game for his team.
I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself.
Yeah, no worries.
Wise, killing spree emblem on the Aldous. Sure. I get why, but right now, wait a minute, Naomi gets a hook onto Wise right now. It's going to be Justin who rotates back in. Wise goes in, and it's a first blood over to Justin.
Ken, that was a worth it.
What?
On the hook, and Haji tries to run away. I can't get my point out. Justin goes in front, gets a kill.
Dashing back in, Edward using final blow, not able to find anyone, and that's the iron hook again. Naomi's won.
20/30 vision where they just literally see the future.
No way! Naomi finds a hook out of nothing again,
He cares for the future. Whatever it is you want to believe, he is again! Naomi!
Above the sky! They are right now. They're flying and they're soaring again!
Naomi! What in the world was that?
Hi, ប្រសិនបើយើងរួមគ្នាជាក្រុមគឺពួកយើងមិនមានពាក្យថាបរាជ័យនោះទេការតំណាងឲ្យប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទៅប្រកួតជើងឯក M4 It's like a dream come true នេះគឺជាសុបិនដែលខ្លាចជាការពិតដើម្បីមោទនភាពជាតិខ្មែរយើងក្រាបឡើងហើយតស៊ូទៅមុខទៀតដំណើរផ្សងព្រេងរបស់ពួកយើងមិនមានភាពងាយស្រួលនោះទេស្មារតីអ្នកចម្បាំងខ្មែរនឹងតែងតែស្ថិតនៅក្នុងខ្លួនយើងជានិច្ចក្រុម Burnic Flash នឹងចាប់យកឱកាសមួយនេះហើយធ្វើឲ្យមោទនភាពជាតិយើងថ្កុំថ្កើងនៅលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិ If you play with fire, you will get burned. Dear Flamers, see you in the M4 stage.
My time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gon' live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight it, our eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
been talking to me on me, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me, telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Someday, you'll be the most shining light in the universe. The star will be burned for you, my flare.
championship will be gathered in Jakarta, Indonesia. One dream and one goal only. To make sure all the players, teams, and fans alike are on the same page, it is time to reveal the tournament format. In M4, all the qualified teams will compete in 2 stages to achieve greatness. Group stage and the knockout stage. The teams will play a best-of-1 single round robin during the group stage. No team will be eliminated during the group stage. Now, let's take a look at the knockout stage format. It'll feature a double elimination bracket with a total of 22 series. The first 2 rounds of the lower bracket will be the best of 3. The other series will be best of 5. Except for the grand finals, which will be best of 7. Now the knockout stage upper bracket will feature the top 2 teams of each group from the group stage, and the bottom 2 teams will start at the lower bracket. The losers of the first round of the lower bracket will be eliminated. The M4 knockout stage will be spread out across 9 days, where there will be a live audience for fans like you to support your teams. And that's all you need to know about M4's tournament format. Remember to tune in and see you in Jakarta. Dare to dream, dare to be great.
We are getting closer to the ultimate battle in Jakarta.
It's an amazing, beautiful tournament. I can't wait to get to the game.
All eyes are on one stage only. All for that ultimate prize, to be M4 World Champions.
Duma မှမဖောက်ခဲ့ဘူးတဲ့လမ်းတစ်ခုကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စတင်ရှောက်လန်းခဲ့ကြတယ်။ချွေးမထွက်တဲ့အားကစားကိုကျွန်တော်တို့စော့ခဲ့ကြတယ်။လူတွေမရွေးချယ်တဲ့အတံမွေးဝမ်းကြောင်းကိုပဲကျွန်တော်တို့အမျက်တနိုးရွေးချယ်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။အဲ့ဒီလိုလူတွေမမြင်နိုင်တဲ့အမှောင်ချမ်းမှာပဲကျွန်တော်တို့ရှိနေခဲ့တာမို့လို့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ကိုယ်ပိုင်အလင်းရောင်နဲ့ထုံးလင်းဖို့စုံဖြတ်ပြီးဒီလမ်းကိုဆက်လျှောက်ခဲ့ကြတယ်။တကယ်တော့ Esports ဆိုတာမျိုးကတခြားအားကစားတွေလိုပါပဲ။ကိုယ်နဲ့စိတ်တူကိုယ်လိုရှိမဲ့အသင်းပေါ်တွေရဲ့အကူအညီနဲ့ပဲကြုံဆုံလာမဲ့ပြိုင်ဘက်တွေကိုအလေးထိုးအနိုင်ယူကြရတယ်။ဒါပေမဲ့အဆုံးတစ်နေ့မှာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့မှာတူညီတဲ့အိမ်မက်တစ်ခုပဲရှိပါတယ်။အဲ့ဒါကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ Esports ကစားသမားတွေအားလုံးအတွက်ပုံမကောင်းမွန်တဲ့နေရာတစ်ခုကိုဖန်တီးရင်းနဲ့ကမ္ဘာအလယ်မှာမြန်မာဆိုတဲ့အလင်းရောင်အကောင်းဆုံးထွန်းလင်းတောက်ပနိုင်ဖို့ပါ
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause what's the streets is what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars. I'ma show me what they not. And I'll never stop. Won't ever stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight destruction now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and let me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory. Hands on, fire, giving up. They say that I finished, but they wrong. I ain't never done. No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up. Hands up, all of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel inside. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment. Enhance your creativity. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
Is it wrong to save him? The war took my family, my friend, took everything I have. It's the Society of Dawn that gave me a place I can call home. Taught me to fight. And placed their trust in me.
New mission. Infiltrate the abyssal wings.
And then he showed up.
It seems we can bring back a trusted friend. There's a traitor among us.
Who?
No idea.
Rest up. I'll figure it out.
Cheer up. I've nothing left.
They came along and gave me hope. Attack the headquarters. Who are you?
What's up, everyone? Today we have a hero revamp many of you have been waiting for. Featuring Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower. The new Hanabi is more mature and confident in herself, as seen in her new intro animation, where she finally takes off her veil for her bouncing pedal blades. Passive skill, Ninjutsu Pedal Barrage. That's right, Pedal Barrage is now Hanabi's new passive. With this adjustment, Hanabi's basic attacks and skills automatically create pedal blades on hit that bounce up to 4 times to nearby targets, while doing less damage per bounce. First skill, Ninjutsu Equinox. Hanabi's shield has been reworked into an active skill. The new Equinox shield now increases her movement and attack speed. Hanabi is still immune to control effect while the shield is active, but now dealing damage will increase the shield's health regardless of Hanabi's HP. Second skill, Ninjutsu Soul Scroll. Soul Scroll remains a skill shot that damages and slows enemies on hit, now with a new mechanic that marks enemies, causing them to take full damage from the next pedal blade bounce. Ultimate Forbidden Jutsu Higanbana. Hanabi's ultimate remains unchanged, damaging and immobilizing the first enemy hit. The revamped Hanabi retains her uniqueness without needing to stack her shield before a fight, and her pedal blades are now a more consistent source of damage. Her new shield mechanic improves her sustain mid-fight so she can stay in and on her targets. Pro tips. Use Equinox when you anticipate incoming CC and deal damage to keep it up. Don't panic if you get engaged on. Cast your shield and keep attacking. Line up enemies with Soul Scroll to cut their mobility while boosting your damage. And look to use Higanbana when the enemy is grouped up. Combo tips. When laning, use Soul Scroll to slow and mark enemies, so your next Pedal Blade bounce does full damage even if they're hiding in the back. In a 1v1, use your shield's new sustain to get the upper hand. In teamfights, land your second skill first to make the enemy easy targets for your ultimate and let your Pedal Blades go to town. Tactics. Since Hanabi's early game is rather weak, focus on farming, but not for the whole game, Hanabi mains. Poke the enemy in lane with basic attacks and her second skill. In the late game, use Hanabi's ultimate to engage and CC, and unleash your barrage of basic attacks and kunai to provide excellent sustained DPS for your team. We recommend this attack speed focused build to complement her reworked passive and first skill. Marksman Emblem further enhances her sustained DPS role, and Weakness Finder prevents her targets from escaping. Inspire is a natural choice to bolster both damage and survivability, thanks to her new shield. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamp coming December 20th. She'll be 30% off the first week along with her resplendent iris skin. Give the new Hanabi a whirl and tell us what you think. Until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Hanabi, the Scarlet Flower, revamped December 20th.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to M4!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment. Enhance your creativity. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey. You live only once. For once, leave the comfort zone and raise yourself up. Enjoy the moment. Enhance your creativity. Raise up your life through a wonderful journey.
my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes on me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Pop off, it's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it burn. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Hands off, Nah, nah, nah. So turn it up, turn it up, turn it up. Hands up, all of you get your hands up, all of you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Another match is upon us as we continue our day for more of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championships happening here in Tennis Indoor Stadium Senayan in the beautiful city of Jakarta, Indonesia. We have another epic Indonesia versus Philippines upper bracket semifinals bout happening in just a few minutes. Keyboy has always been ONIC Esports' constant, as he is able to find crazy initiations only a Kage can find. With the keen eye of Keyboy, carries are in danger if found out in the open. With his early rotations with the Sky King, all lanes will have clear advantages to push the tempo. The mage prodigy Sanji has shown that among all rookies in the international stage, they should start considering Sanji as a big threat within Echo's roster. With his counterpart, dynamic duo Sanford, they will always control each team fight with their symphony of synergy. Watch out for the newly formed Brothers of Destruction, the San pair.
Second series of the day, Indonesia goes up against Philippines. Echo against ONIC. Welcome to the show at your service. My name is Lafel. Alongside with me is Trex as well as Leo. It feels nice being in the middle, and that's why I'm taking Leo's line. How do you think I delivered, man?
Pretty good. 9 out of 10. Solid.
You did this? He gave me a 9 out of 10. Come on, Trex.
I'm a diehard Leo fan. Diehard Leo fan. I always like Leo in the middle.
Well, I'm a diehard LaFell fan. And with that being said, I like to keep things hot. So let's talk about the hot topic of the day. Versatility against volatility?
I'm not going to help you.
I'm not American, man. Volatility, man. What does that even mean?
So far, at least in the 2022 series of tournaments, as soon as ONIC found their stride, they have been super versatile. They've grown out of their minds, especially with the help of their newly injected talents, Kyrie and Coach Yeb. Again, they were a solid team before that, but with that championship that they won in Season 10, they've become so diverse. But there's something to be brought up here. It's Echo, who's actually very volatile. Swings ups and downs, super explosive, and I think that's going to be key here for them to take down the Sky Kings.
It's definitely not going to be easy though, right? And I feel like the past year has forced a lot of teams to become versatile with the constant meta changes, and ONIC has just adapted to that so well. But once again, we have a grand finals-esque match here, and Indonesia wants the revenge after last night.
Let's look at a talent prediction where so far I'm seeing a lot of yellow here. Only Fariza for Malaysia is going for Echo. Now, Leo, we've been in the scene for quite a while. With all of this yellow going on, do you feel Echo has good chances here?
I don't think it comes down to the talent predictions. Again, believe it or not, caster curse, whatever you may call it. But when you go over to the next page, I think it's closer to this. The reality of the situation is it's 50-50 because both teams are super talented. Both teams have amazing potential despite how, I'd say, volatile, again, you might see Echo. Once they find that final form, that perfect execution, they're almost unstoppable.
I mean, I feel like whichever team ends up winning, personally my prediction was onto ONIC here, but I do feel like it's easy best of 5 all the way. If this common thread keeps going, that's what we're probably going to see tonight.
An easy best of 5. We'll see. Right now, we're going to look at a power distribution between the players because a lot of players we got to talk about. But for now, we got to look at Kyrie, the jungler for ONIC, the best jungler in Indonesia.
I mean, the major thing I want to point out here is team fight participation, 81%. He is always there. He's involved in the skirmishes. He's involved in getting to those kills. Now, one low part to point out, though, the hero pool, he hasn't really been able to pull out a lot of those cards just yet.
And that's what scares me because, again, he's so versatile, and I know that there's more than just 4 that he can show off.
Yeah, the thing is, I kind of feel like he has no reason to really diverge that much. But right now, we got to look at Carl TZ Echo because this is going to be an epic jungler fight.
Yeah, on the other hand, at least throughout the group stage and the knockout stage, Carl TZ has already flexed, right? He's shown 6 different heroes, brought out some old favorites like Yusun Shin, and who knows, we might see a Carl TZ Lancelot here tonight.
I mean, we gotta look at the MVP for M2, and Kyrie, if he performs well, he might be the MVP for this M4. So like you said, this is a grand final-esque match. Yesterday, it was so close. We gotta see whether today we will match the closeness, or is it gonna be pretty much one-sided? With that being said, let's throw over to the casters.
Thank you, analysts. It's a bright and beautiful day today for some Mobile Legends, and I hope you're excited because today we're looking to break more records as we see another Filipino team going up against Indonesia. My name's Gideon Q. With me on the desk, it's going to be two bows and the one man who ties us together. It's going to be Naisu as well as Assassin Dave. Glad to have you guys on board here. Now, Assassin Dave, you gotta walk me through this right now, because again, these are some high-level teams so far, but in terms of meta, things are changing.
Yes, absolutely. And these two teams are known for their assassin playstyle. They're junglers, and they're both very versatile. They've grown so much in the entire series. I'm really excited for tonight because mostly we've seen a lot of tank jungle players, right, so far, but tonight we get to see some assassin versus assassin, also a more grouped playstyle versus some split pushing playstyle tonight. So I'm very, very excited to see which one's going to come off on top.
I mean, so far it's looking good, but Naisu, any last words before I attempt a world record here?
I'm sure Assassin Dave would love to see the Assassin junglers come out, especially when it's these two junglers that we're speaking of. But I'll let you get to the world record here, Gideon.
I will now attempt the world record of the fastest ad spiel you have ever heard in your life. Timer's up, cameras on me. You boys ready? 3, 2, 1. Because never go out of style when you wear and game with Gank, a lifestyle fashion brand made for the modern gamer and is the M4 World Championship official merchandise partner. Grab the M4 merchandise at www.gank.asia today. The M4 pass is available now, so you can complete all active tasks and you will reach level 75 at ease and for free. So log in now, and exclusive rewards like the Beatrix, Light Chaser, Beatrix, Stellar Brilliance, and M4 Beatrix figurine are awaiting you using the hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBBM4, hashtag Dare to Be Great. I'm so sorry, production, to keep up, but that's gonna be time.
Almost.
34, that's not bad. It's close, but we're getting there. But we have to talk about these teams now. Naisu, I know there's a lot of split feelings between you and the crowd right now. Where does your heart lie here?
Well, you're putting me in the hot seat here.
Oh, yeah.
But, okay, obviously, you know, coming from the Philippines region, I got to root for Echo, right? And also, big fan, I'm a big fan of Kyrie, which we're going to be seeing come to the stage here in a little bit with the team. But I think Echo just has the boxes checked here for this matchup.
Well, let's see what these boxes that are going to be checked in a little bit, because we have to look at the starting lineups of both sides. And this is extremely important here. Number one, starting things off, it's going to be from RRQ Esports. It's Sans, Boots, CW, Kyrie, and as well as Keyboy. Again, shaky start, but strong finishers.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Keyboy versus Yaoi on the tank lineup. Speaking of Yaoi, here comes the lineup for Echo. We have Sunji, Sen4, Benny QT, Carl TZ, and Yaoi.
Now, I don't know, is there a little bit of disappointment here? For me, it is a bit of disappointment because we're not getting to see more JP. I know Yaoi's crazy, but man, JP has really kind of found himself here on an international stage.
Well, I mean, you know, they call him Daddy JP, and there's a reason. He's a huge veteran, has a huge hero pool, but Yaoi is someone that obviously, you know, they've been playing a lot with this lineup here, and they can make it work with Yaoi as well.
I mean, hopefully it's going to be all or nothing here. We're expecting the best of the best, the highest class of play. And as they make it up to the stage, make some noise for Echo! Loud and proud is their motto, and we expect to see that from their gameplay here today, Dave.
Absolutely. Now, I always say loud and louder. That's what they've been doing, you know. They have been really, really loud in this entire tournament in a really good way. And I cannot wait to see those great engages. Are we going to see a Chow ban, or are we going to see a textbook show-off between those two tanks tonight? Echo, I'm ready for it.
I think that's a great point, you know? Take out that Cho, because you were questioning about JP and Yaoi. Well, we've seen a lot of TikTok plays from Yaoi specifically, so start it in the draft.
Well, let's see what it's going to be. The fan favorites here today as the audience have gathered, come together under one banner. They've seen one representative go to the lower brackets, but they don't expect disappointment today. Make some noise as they walk on up. It's ONIC Esports.
Oh my god, what a great confidence showing from the entire ONIC boys. Everybody walking up, walking with the body, their upper body straightening up. This looks incredible, this looks insane. I cannot wait. And by the way, I just gotta say, Keyboy got some style the way he walks.
I mean, they're styling on them real good. Keep on making noise, boys, because they're going to need as much help as they can get. It's ONIC Esports lined up ready. Oh, look at the one of those. That's some sexy shoes, but ONIC Esports here to play.
The drip is
The
here.
drip.
And actually, you know, we got a preview of, I would say, 2/3 of that drip from our friend Trex. But those are the shoes. Not a lot of people have those.
Again, right on the mark, Dave. Definitely a sheesh moment there. But once again, Aditya Fadli, thank you so much being our referee to make sure that integrity is kept at an all-time high. Expect all technical pauses and as well as maximum game integrity. There's going to be no funny business around here at the M4 World stage.
Absolutely, as players are now making their entrance into their seats, ladies and gentlemen. I want to talk about the draft. You know, this is going to be exciting because, like I said, Echo is known for their split push playstyle, and a lot of times they don't split push with their jungler, they split push with their marksman, you know, with Benny QT. Now, what are we going to do from ONIC side? You can hear the crowd. I mean, I feel like their crowd has a better idea than the team itself.
Honestly, the crowd is so loud right now that it's hard to hear your own thoughts. That's how much Echo has to be louder than them with their gameplay. But let's break down this head-to-head.
Let's take a look at the average kills. It does seem like Echo is just a little bit ahead with 17.4 compared to 15.7, but obviously the game is not won by kill, it's usually won by objective. So let's take a look at the game win rate. It does seem like ONIC is just a little bit ahead with 83.3% compared to a 75% from Echo's side.
I mean, again, large differences in a lot of places, but I don't know, it's so different. Like, Echo has so many more kills, but that lore control, so different between the two teams, such different personalities.
Again, I think this is why they pretty much named this match versatility and volatility, right? I mean, the two trends for both of these teams, the way that they play here, we're going to see it unfold in this best of 5. And now, one of the big things is they highlighted the junglers, right? Where does that start? How does that transition? But so far, too, what we've seen up to this point in the knockout stages is the importance of the XP lane, roams, I mean, just in general, of everybody playing the part and really finding success that way.
And again, it's very different from previous metas where, again, I'm so glad that we moved away from the funneling system of just hyper carrying somebody to get to that all-time big momentum swing. But if we look at the most picks and most bans, it tells us a different story because, again, all these roles play a significant part to make this machine work.
Yes, most pick heroes, actually Hayabusa, 1-1, Lilia, and most bans are Valentina, Joy, and Faramis. Very, very interesting. They really want to take away the Faramis, right, to make sure that 1-1 Hayabusa can really shine through the entire game. And the more interesting thing you have noticed here, most banned by opponent is Fanny. Now, we do have two really good Fanny players in the entire game. Speaking of that, let's talk about Echo.
Yeah, I mean, Fanny has been a hit or miss for some of the teams, but now that we have gotten to almost the final stages, really closely to that grand finals, Fanny is just too devastating to give over to these top 0.5% of the world.
Yeah, it's a good thing you point that out because we've seen Fanny in a lot of different players' hands, right? And usually you get to see some amazing things. Sometimes there's mistakes, but again, we're talking about Kyrie and Carl Teasy, right? Two players from the Philippines, and I feel like they just grow up somehow playing Fanny. And so I don't think we actually see this in the draft unless there's a game plan to work around that, like what we've seen previously, even from the group stages, where if the Fanny is locked in, you just try to starve out that purple buff, maybe with a Hilda, maybe with someone else that can just make it a really difficult time.
Absolutely. All right, I don't know about you guys here watching from home. Let's look at the keys to victory for ONIC specifically. If you're an Indonesian fan, you got to keep an eye out because you got to be aware of Yaoi's playmaking initiation. But stopping Benny QT's Hurricane by diving into the Typhoon's Eye, that is a big ask.
You also have to respect the Sunset duo, but trying to bait for overextension. Now, it's going to be kind of hard to bait overextension from Echo because this is one of the most disciplined teams in the entire tournament.
I mean, at the same time, you're wondering, you know, each key to victory is on a different lane, right? Except that last one, it's like, get an assassin to Kyrie. And I'm pretty sure, there it is. I was going to say, same thing here for RRQ. Give the guy an assassin, let these two assassin players just battle it out.
I can't wait for you to make predictions about the draft night. So you're on point with the keys to victories, but remember, never leave Boots alone. This man is a playmaker just like Samford, and if they can hold and preoccupy the gold lane with their aggression and pull him away to a different spot on the map, maybe they'll have an opportunity to create a window of opportunity.
Yeah, but there are only so many assassin characters in the entire game. You know, if you take Ling away, which is one of the most popular picks, I think might be heavily prioritized because the mobility provides. Fanny might be banned the mostly tonight that we'll see. So what other option do you have? Hayabusa, Lancelot? Are we gonna see some Gusion, Helker? I don't know.
I mean, you're avoiding the main. You're looking at me, and I know exactly what you want to say. Hanzo hasn't been seen just yet, and that'd be crazy. We've seen Lancelot already. Like, come on. And not to mention, RRQ has his own skin, so put the 2 and 2 together, maybe we might have a spicy game.
I love that you pointed that out because, again, referring back to the graphic we saw earlier where Kyrie's only played, what, 4? I think it was 4 heroes. This is actually the best time to pull an ace up your sleeve if you have it, right? If you've been holding on to something, you could do it here because technically, no one's going home just yet from this matchup, right? So Technically. But still, if we see a Hanzo, that would be quite the battle.
That would break Dave.
Hey,
yeah, it would.
Hey, I just want to say that the other day, I actually caught a bus back to the hotel with the Falcon coach, and they were just talking about how Hanzo might be viable because it's so easy to kill the most meta marksman in the entire game, which is Carry right now, right? Because Carry has mobility, but in front of Hanzo, it's not going to be that good. But hey, that's neither here or there. Let's talk about the next possible option. What about the mid lane matchup between the two teams?
Eve is either banned out or just one of these teams is going to grab it.
That's it. And you know, I mean, mid used to be a lot more interesting, but I feel that especially at the highest levels, you're trying to minimize the mistakes and trying to pick heroes that benefit the team while still having that carry potential. We're seeing it from the Valley. We've seen it from so many teams, even Falcon Esports as well. It might be today that we'll see something different in the mid lane. I'm tired of the Kadita. Let's jump into the drafting phase. Let's see whether or not I have one pick in mind, but if it comes up, I'll let you all know. Let's jump in it. This is a best of 5 between 2 of the best teams in the world. ONIC Esports versus Echo. Let's jump right into the draft.
Ooh, right off the bat from Echo side, we have the Kadita and the Glue Monster band. On the other side, we have none other than the 2 most meta marksmen in the game, Carry and 1-1. Nothing so special so far, but from Echo side, we see more target ban with the Kadita.
This is what I'm wondering, right? If we don't see Fanny come out in these last 2 bans, okay, never mind. Never mind. Just scrap it, right? Okay, Fanny's not going to slip through here. So still, now that the Eve is banned out, what is the priority here?
I mean, they could just. I mean, Carry is gone, Yves is gone. I would say that it will go into the support role between both of these sides. For all we know, Kaja has come up a couple of times as a first pick. I'm not 100% sure whether it's actually going to pull through this time round, especially since there are ways to actually flex some of those picks. Maybe even Frederick.
Yeah, and also there is Joy available on the map, and also Grok, one of the most viable flex pick in the entire meta. We know how damaging, how scary the Grok can be on both the XP laner between the two teams. But here we go, speaking of Kaja, will be the first pick, and Grok, ever since we mentioned Valentina, oh my god, they're picking everything cryo so far in the first round of draft.
I love it. I love the Valentina so much here. The question is whether or not there's going to be, I don't know, there's a big correlation between EXP and mid lane, right? When you get an artillery mage, you see Lapu Lapu immediately Yutong as well. You see Farsa, same exact situation. However, Joy, now at the highest level of gameplay in the upper brackets, has really seen a big resurgence.
I love it, right? I mean, for a while, I feel like there was a debate, where does Joy fit? And now I feel like we have our answer, right? We'd say XP lane, you run the Vengeance, you kind of play around that. And again, Fredrin, man, did we see some pristine Fredrin gameplay yesterday in the hands of Wise, right? So now, if this is most likely going in the jungle, that's going to be that objective base. So you're going to see this, right? Does Kyrie want to focus on that too? Go towards that utility-focused objective playstyle? Or does he just lock in that assassin playstyle and set the tempo?
Honestly, it's a little tough to say. I mean, the Lunox gets locked in here. You were saying, Dave?
Yeah, what I was trying to say is, even though we want to see the Assassin matchup, but it seemed like Echo, they're locking Joy, they're locking the Fredrin. That means like one of those two might go jungle here, like with a really high possibility. I mean, it's likely that you can even go with Fredrin Silent and Joy mid sometimes, right? But the chance of that happening in the entire M4, I think so far we haven't yet to see a Joy mid, right? It's Joy jungle.
Yeah.
But not melee.
Well, here's the thing. You brought up a really interesting point about like switching it over into the EXP lane. I just have the sneaking suspicion that we might actually see, you know, Fredrin go into the EXP lane, and then after that, Joy gets thrown over into the jungle as a way to kind of, you know, deter Carteezy from playing an assassin. Play something tanky, and I quote-unquote might still get my assassin later on if I am Kyrie.
Oh man, so with that Hayabusa ban, that's taking out the Fanny too. Yeah. They might even use that last ban towards another assassin if they really want to. But I mean, still, the Ling, right? Unless they really want to go against the Ling here. That's a possibility. But just the fact as well that if Valentina is across from you for ONIC Esports, Echo's got to be really careful how they approach that, because I mean, even right now, if Valentina just goes and takes that Kaja, the Divine Judgment available to them, then that pick-off potential is there, especially paired up with this Lunox, and we saw that combination, that relationship between those two heroes alone, and there it is, the Ling is banned out.
Oh, this is, I don't know, I'm already sweating. The Ling's already banned out, people are focusing on those assassins, but Yaoi specifically quotes that he really wants to fight with Keyboy on the M4 stage. I don't know why. It seems that his heroes are the same as mains. He's also very good at positioning and getting pickoffs. I'm guessing that Yaoi is seeing a lot of himself in Keyboy, strangely enough.
Yeah, I'm really excited because I'm biggest fan of all the support roam players, right? Usually we've seen them getting the least highlights, but we all know here on the casters that the difference in the support, the difference in initiations are the difference in the game. You know, who can play more aggressive? We talk about in the early series that we had today, which is the team who engaged first usually wins the game. And that's exactly what we're going to see here. And Yaoi said it very humbly, right? I want to play against my opposition here because it depends. It's going to see, like, you know, who is going to be the better tank here. And let's see the draft. The Kufa are taken out. And we have Melissa making the first debut in M4, as well as Xavier.
All right. Now, Melissa used to be used as a way to kind of defeat Wanwan in lane, try to get a little bit of that push, that little bit of harass. There was a lot of ways to deal with it. Number one being Grok. Secondly, the fact that Kufa is here, I don't know about you, but it feels like this is starting to have some layers to the cake.
Layers to the cake for ONIC Esports. There's a lot here, right? I mean, you've got multiple ultimates that you can layer on very well, but still, even if you're going with the, let's say it's the Kufra, let's say it's the Grok initiating things, do you have enough to peel for Echo here? I mean, you've got the Kaja there. We've seen how clutch Mystic Field right placement can be. And again, late game, the scaling potential is there, though. Okay. And this is another layer to that cake.
Exactly. It's so good. I mean, now that you have Death Sonata, the get away from me, yeah, sit in your little space. I'm going to blast you out of the game.
Oh my god, the combo coming out from Team ONIC. They're looking to wombo combo, right? With the Kufa engaged, with the Granger Death Sonata, and you have the Valentina dive as well. This is the combo versus the peel, right? Echo is more peeling in this game. It's very uncharacteristic, almost the opposite from what we've seen off Echo in the previous stages. So this is a completely different playstyle coming out from Echo. I'm excited to see how they pull off this Melissa play. You really have to protect the Melissa, but can you do it in front of all this dive?
It's tough. It's a really tough one here. The only way to decide it is when we jump into the land of dawn. Have a look at the audience here right now. Whether you're from the Philippines or whether you're from Indonesia, the watch party outside as well. Good luck to everyone because this battle is going to be bloody. Welcome to game number 1 in this best of 5 between ONIC Esports up against Echo.
Man, and just like that, jumping into this one. And I gotta say, the crowd here feels in a way different because I feel like there's actually some people on the Philippine side that love Kyrie too, and of course Coach Yeb. So you have these different chants going on here. But again, the team that strikes first blood in the series is going to be massive for them.
For sure. And honestly, I feel like no matter what, the Philippines is winning at the end of the day, whether you like it or not. There's a player and a coach from the side of ONIC, but this is Melissa's debut. Assassin Dave, walk me through these lanes. What should we expect in these early laning phases and where their resources should be invested in?
I mean, it seems like so far, early game, it's been pretty peaceful on both sides. In bottom lane, it's a Joy versus a Grok. If you be a little bit of tanky on Grok, Joy's not going to do anything. The same thing, vice versa, other side. But speaking of that, in the mid lane, though,
yep, Keyboy.
Find a little bit of poke, but not going to be too much. On the top side, Lunox versus Melissa, it's going to be like similar stuff. Like, you know, even trade off, but you're not going to see too much. It's going to be pretty peaceful laning phase. Again, it comes down to Keyboy versus Yaoi. Who is going to engage first? Keyboy does have the early game advantage because he is Kufra. Speaking of that, here we go.
Not looking good here. ONIC Esports wants the first blood. Kyrie on the mark. Able to take down Yaoi with that Detonata, and it just played out so perfectly.
I don't know about you, but it does kind of feel that ONIC needs to make that first move all the time. They cannot play defensively against Echo, and Echo generally is going to be much better at the counter-engaging, stopping this aggression. So now they have to take full advantage of the early game to start their lead.
Man, and right now with his first turtle being up here, already having that advantage, but it's going to be Carl TZ that starts up. Notice too, Sands has that Divine Judgment available to them. They've got the numbers advantage. They've got the space here. They're going to go in. The flicker comes in. Turtle still going to be up here. Donnie comes out. Kyrie able to secure it, though. They're still going to continue. Sanford going in. Boots trying to get away here. Carl TZ, a Bracer draft. Can't get a kill, though. ONIC Esports taking the turtle.
Wow, that was disgustingly close to a steal there coming in from the Xavier overall. Didn't have the Enlightened form just yet, but if he did, I think that might have been the difference maker. But so far, Echo played it well. They only got caught off once, way before the turtle. But in that situation, you would expect more from ONIC. They're playing more discipline this time and showing a lot of respect to Echo.
And this is why this is a grand final worthy type of level gameplay, right? You saw the turtle gameplay. It's Sanford on the Joy going to the backline, but Kurfa, Keyboy with a beautiful skill 2, canceling the skill 2 of Joy, so Joy cannot dash, which allowed Kyrie to have the room to dish out the damage. Same with the Grok, same with Boost, right? Beautiful zonage to the entire side of Echo, which allowed the Granger to secure the turtle and actually walk away safely. You know, I actually thought Echo was going to find like a retaliation, a kill or two, especially on Boots, who was so deep. But their objective was really clear and execution was crystal.
Yeah, I think they also understand that right now isn't the time to fight. They do have their ultimates, and yes, they're a little bit more ultimate reliant, but at the end of the day, it's still the items, the numbers here. TZ might be in some trouble.
Okay, they jump in for Carl TZ. Should be fine, though, but it's 4 members here for ONIC Esports. They're going to back off for now, and, you know, like you guys were saying, it's really... Echo Philippines does not have the firepower yet, especially, we don't actually know how this Melissa is going to work out so far because it's the first time it's come out in the tournament. And you do know that Melissa needs some time to build up here. Comparison, especially when Kyrie is running the Granger, a lot of that damage, a lot of that burst is already coming out through those skills of the Granger. So, looks like they're going to put some focus here now. Yaoi going to back off for now. Keyboy there to help as well, so nothing for now.
Well, I think if we're talking about Melissa, we need to categorize her, right? Anybody who uses the Golden Staff are 2-item marksmen, or what I like to categorize as 2-item marksmen. Melissa kind of falls into the category of Irithel, where you kind of need 4 items before you feel almost unstoppable.
Well, there we go. Yeah, we're going to flicker in. Divine Judgment. They're going to find Boots. He wild charges out, though. Carl TZ securing the turtle for now. There might still press the situation here. Keyboy going to take a couple hits. Should be able to disengage just fine. And now it's going to be a fight here for this purple buff. Divine Judgment on Carl TZ. The Terrify's there. Can they grab the kill? Keyboy with a revenge. It is Kyrie that takes down Carl TZ.
Wow.
Beautiful, beautiful.
What a beautiful play there coming out from Sans, copying the Divine Judgment and actually wombo comboed along with Keyboy, right? He with the pull and with the ball. It was the ultimate from Kufa. It's absolutely beautiful to watch. At the same time, I gotta say, this is some like downside of Granger when you pick this character. You can't really get territorial control because this character is so easy to dive onto. And you need a lot of protection. Just now, that's a very nicely done from Akira to zone Granger away, but they're a little bit too aggressive there. Just bit a little bit too much more than they can chew. But speaking of that, ONIC decided to back away and play a little bit more safe.
I do that too on when I play Kufra. You know, where am I going? Where am I going?
Where am I going? Which way is it going to go? It feels like they're really dedicated to this top side, though.
Well, he's going to charge up. ONIC Esports taking the disciplined route. They grab that tier 1 turret, disengaging for now.
I think overall, ONIC, again, very nice aggression that we're seeing from them. But also, the fact is that Sans has that flexibility. They don't necessarily have to take the Divine Judgment. It's just a really powerful ability overall. And it feels like a waste to not take it, especially when CallTZ wants to peel for the rest of the team. So the easiest answer, just pull that front line away and jump right in to open with the Death Sonata.
And also, I gotta say, Echo, despite the little bit defeat in the early game, just now when they have 2 dash, but think about going to the long term, going to the late game, right? The skilling game is definitely leaning towards Echo's favor. They have the Melissa late game. It's a attack speed marksman going to late game. He's going to shred every single frontline tank, right? I'm talking about Boost is not even a tank. He's going to build damage, a little bit of hybrid. Keyboy is just going to disappear if he goes in and misses the skills. Now, the thing here is the playmaker is the wombo combo. Is Kairi going to sync with Boost and Keyboy to jump in together, which I'll find out. Here we go, the third and last turtle of this game.
Well, Kairi going to commit the ultimate here. Goes in with a wild charge. CallTZ able to secure it. Yaoi's going to be in trouble here. They're trying to follow up. Sans can't get the pull he wants. Sanji taking the Sans down. And now with CW on the run, Dawning Light comes out. What a brilliance to dodge the Dawning Light. It's only going to be 1 down for now. ONIC Esports giving a call back, but they lose the turtle. Seal Play going to come out, nothing committing just yet. Keyboy spinning around again, but all they can do is defend for now.
Oh, they finally, okay, so now they back off, they're looking for the reset. There is a good push on that top side, that tier 1 technically should fall. But wow, Yaoi, that reaction time to the instant flicker coming in from Boots and locking him down with the Divine Judgment. And who else can produce that? Who can produce that move?
Yeah, but going to the late game, you know, I also want to go back to the point that Echo is playing the scaling game, right? Now, scaling me, and they're winning. You know, you have Senji under this Xavier. If it gets to late game, once Xavier finished 3 core items, especially the Clock of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon, it's going to be absolutely insane. Oh, speaking of that, here we go. Echo playing a little bit more aggressive.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't have the flicker available, so he couldn't commit exactly the way he wanted to. But it just backs off for now. Again, they got to respect this damage also coming out from Kairi. You saw he just picked up that Malefic Roar. He's going to hurt much more. Keyboy going to charge up. Under the turret he goes. Getting out the flicker. He's going to get Divine Judgment himself. Dawning Light comes out. It's Benny Cutie with a kill here. They're going to back off, still taking their time. They're happy with the 1 kill. And ONIC Esports going to back off.
That was so nice. Now we have a very clear idea of how Echo wants to play, right? It's a hook, spear, and shield strategy. Very similar to Mincetar. You look to hook that one person in, the CallTZ comes and blocks as much damage as he can so that ONIC cannot follow up with the Death Sonata. He just needs to be in the right place at the right time.
At the same time, that does mean the bottom tier 1 tower is in trouble for the side of ONIC. But Echo now, with the pressure they gain, they're able to easily push a lot of pressure on the bottom side. Speaking of that, here we come.
Okay, CallTZ was there. He had the vision. Lord's going to be up now. Both teams, you're going to see them just kind of ensue this Lord dance. And you got to also keep an eye, right? Sans does have the Divine Judgment. So right now, Echo knows this. They're not going to commit.
I mean, topside, Joy has to actually maintain that wave. And ONIC, even though they could want to bait out a fight here, I don't think they want to start it too soon unless they know the positions of the Echo members. And now they're walking up. Like, you can see that Yaoi is very clear where he's going to be. Keyboy looks to engage.
Yaoi knows Sanford's going to go in. It's Kairi that secures the Lord. Sans going to be trouble. He's going to flicker out. Sanford grabbing the kill. Echo looking for a collapse here. The Dawning Light's going to come out. It misses its mark. Kairi going to be in a bad position. Has to go out. Keyboy, though. Sanji unleashing. Appraiser's Wrath will miss. Not finding the mark, but CW falls as well. And Echo is punishing ONIC Esports.
Huge mistake there coming in from ONIC. That Mystic Field into the tri-buff, cutting off an extremely crucial funnel point. And just ONIC members walking into it and getting caught up even though it was clear the Mystic Field was active.
Oh my god, and that's just showing you how deadly Joy can be on the EXP laner. He literally won week 5, right? He walked in, popped the Vengeance, and what are you gonna do? Sense just died and Kairi was trying to help. Nobody can help, you know, because it's so tanky. He has immunity to claw control. At the same time, if you hit him, it's like hitting yourself. But worse, he doesn't have a shield, has an ultimate just to take all the damage that reflects onto you. So what a beautiful, beautiful character. Beautiful pick here, in this case, to dive on the Kairi and dive on the Sans. Here we go.
Gonna come out here, they get the wild charge. But the getaway comes out from Benny Cutie, disengaging the fight.
Great reaction time coming out from Echo. Boots needs to realize that he's becoming a little bit more predictable, and he needs to make sure that his passive is on a line when he does it. Even the smallest 0.5 gap in his passive can get countered. This is nuts.
This is absolutely nuts. Let's take a look at the items of the power spike. Melissa already finished 3 core items. His damage online is not going to be really good against tanks because he doesn't have any penetrations, melee damage, and critical damage. Look at Granger though. It's Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar. This guy is doing pure penetration. It's just going to be that burst of skill damage. Here we go.
Oh no, are we going to find his target here? Keyboy's going to be in trouble. Razor comes down, but the stun comes out. A massive revenge. Yowi's in trouble. Carl TZ falls. It's ONIC Esports trying to turn the tide. But look at Sanford. Double kill for Benny Cutie as well. It looked so good, but it turned out bad for ONIC Esports.
What a counter engage here. You think you're gonna take out your boy Keyboy. He makes the play after absorbing and soaking so much, but Benny QT, Inspire and a quick puppet chunking out 4 people at once. I have to see his items. I need to know, how did he do this?
He is building pure burst right now. Speaking of that, it also is a tough task for CW. He has to find the flanks, he has to find the Ruby DD combo onto the backline, because if he doesn't, this is going to spell trouble or doom for ONIC Esports. I mean, again, this is a skilling game. The later it gets, the worse it gets. And there are 2 hyper carries for Echo side, right? You have to worry about the Xavier, you have to worry about the Joy, you have to worry about the Melissa. I mean, which one do you go to? As long as they don't overlap the position, you have to find the most important one. I think at this point right now, it is going to be Benny QT.
Yeah, it's, I mean, you have a really big decision here to make on who you're going to focus if you're ONIC Esports here. And especially if Sands can get that Divine Judgment. They're going to force Echo back off this Lord the best they can, but Carl TZ still going to continue it. They're going to look for the advantage the way they can. Also, Sanford, keep an eye on him, making his way down to the Lord fight. He'll conceal play gonna come out. Keyboy gonna get caught with the Divine Judgment. Can he get away from there? Tyrant's Rage comes out. Keyboy's still gonna be alive. Carl TZ falls into the bush. Mystic Field comes out, Dawning Light, they get the flicker, but look at Sanford! Under the turret he goes! Still looking for another kill! ONIC Esports shutting him down! Paying the price! But Benny Cutie's still here. Boots in a bad position, but Echo's gonna call it off for now.
Oh, Keyboy's still alive. My God. Okay, a 2-for-1 trade. It works out for ONIC, but I think now is the right time to talk about battle spell economy right now, because that's the only difference maker for ONIC to be able to get in and out of fights consistently. Without their battle spells, they can't really force outplays. They cannot really get as much value as they want to out of their Wild Charge or even the Tyrant's Rage. Here we go. Another potential fight here, but this Lord is so very important to break even for both sides.
Oh, Echo right now maintaining about 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead. At 30 minutes into the game, that's almost nothing. You're absolutely right about the battle spells. For Echo, they still maintain a lot of flicker. I see 2 flicker with Red Tree. Meanwhile, for ONIC Esports, they're down to 1, and that's on Boots alone, right? If he's able to find a flank, oh, here we go. Speaking of flank.
Sanford gonna start it up again. Yawi gonna go in. He grabs the target. Kyrie still able to get out here. Lord still gonna be worked on. Keyboy finds Yawi. Carl TZ gets the retribution off. And Benny Cutie gonna be able to unleash here. It's a double for now. Echo Philippines still gonna look for another. Mystic Field comes out. The Dawning Light finding 2. Sanford pressing the situation. Kyrie, the outplay comes out. It's Sandy that falls.
Oh, that has got to feel so bad for Sanford. He popped the Vengeance, he had everything, but the damage was just way too much. Sans, please don't die here. Okay, he's still alive, but it's terrible.
Oh! Benny Cutie!
Okay, is he okay? Are we good now?
He's all right.
All right. My blood pressure isn't, though.
Oh my God, what a back and forth game so far. The team fight, just when you think it's gonna lean towards one side, it turns around and lean towards the other side. I mean, at this point, like, I don't even know. ONIC can still have a chance because their mechanic is so good. You've seen the dive just now come from Sanford. I really thought Sanford was gonna get to the back line and kill Sans along with Kyrie, but that's not what happened. They turned it around.
Can I just say, Melissa's having an amazing debut here in M4, and that's what we're seeing. You know, Sans able to get that Divine Judgment. That could be crucial for them. They got to be careful here how they juggle this Lord around, protecting the top side here. Seal play is committed. ONIC Esports still going to hold on just fine for now. Sanford trying to clear at that mid lane. ONIC Esports still able to hold the high ground for now. Everybody getting in position here. The first one to pull the trigger, it's ONIC Philippines that backs off.
All right, if we're looking at the total gold between both of these teams, even though Echo has a 3.1k gold lead, if we're talking about power spikes here, ONIC, their core members should have the right items. We're looking, yes, Ludox, 4 items already completed. We're looking at Granger, expected to have 4 items, no problem. Same goes for the Valentina, but on the opposite end, we're seeing that even Xavier, he's ready to party now. He's scaled and almost maxed out his items.
I do want to point out, Melissa have Athena shield. You know, this is going to be really, really good to not die in one shot. As long as this guy doesn't die in one shot from the Ruby DD combo from CW, he's going to turn it around with Inspire, right? You know how much lifesteal he's going to get just by activating the auto attack.
Well, that's what I mean. Echo Philippines doing such a good job at allowing BennyQt not to even be in that position, right? Sanji using the Mystic Field if he has to. A lot of times, even Yawi, if he's not initiating, he's peeling there for them. And of course, you have that double, pretty much CC coming out from Carl TZ here. So ONIC Esports, slowly but surely, they can find those weaknesses in Echo Philippines lineup. But I feel like at this point, every time it's going to come down to those Lord fights.
Absolutely, and I think that's why ONIC is playing really passively here. They're not trying to make active plays because they know how valuable their battle spells are, and considering their items, they know that they're pretty much even with Echo, and Echo might have a slight advantage in situational items, but as long as BennyQt goes down, they've got a huge advantage.
Yeah, I also want to point out Kyrie's item. This guy built 2 tank items, right? He has Brute Force Breastplate. He's going for Athena Shield as well. I mean, he doesn't have that much damage. He only have 3 damage items completely. Now, that means with the beefy frontline like Fredrin, like Kanja, it's going to be kind of hard. We already seen how much Sanji is doing with Xavier with the Downing Light combo. It's absurd at this point, and Granger is going to be hard to walk up. Vision comes out. It seems like this might be a Lord they want to steal or just give it away to Echo. Here we go.
They're going to come out with the conceal play. Lord going to be half health here. Trying to get a position the best they can. Keyboy going to charge up. Might look for that wide bush. Dawning Light comes out, chunks a few members down. Here comes the call from Sanford. Going to push them back here. Lord just going to go in the hands of Carl TZ. But ONIC Esports decides it's better to just defend.
I think that was a good idea too. 3 of their members, man, Sanji's damage is not to be messed with right now, but I think ONIC understand that even if the Lord starts pushing in, it does mean that Echo kind of have to clump up together, which is something that ONIC is looking to make a play off of, because the Lord side, they only saw 2 members physically visible, but the rest disappearing. So that's not the situation they're looking for. They have to find the right puzzle pieces if they want to make it click.
But it seems like this is now Echo's game to lose, right? They up 5,000 gold. The wave is beautifully synced. Now Lord coming in. There are a lot of skills being used mid lane. And here comes a dash. Here comes a dive.
Lord gonna go ahead and do work there. Yawi gonna flicker in. He's gonna try to get boots down. Keyboy there to help him out, able to survive for now. ONIC Esports trying to do their best to hold on here the best they can. Carl TZ gonna escape the base. They don't want to get pulled either. As you mentioned, Dave, Echo Philippines, they gotta be careful. It is a 5K gold lead, but the wrong move could turn this game around.
It could absolutely turn it around, and I think ONIC, they understand it. They've got a decent amount of wave clear all across the board, and I think especially coming back to the item build that Dave was mentioning about Kyrie building a little bit more defensively rather than hyper-aggressive, he understands that his damage overall isn't going to matter physically against these tanks. Wait, the conceal play. This might be it.
Conceal play coming again. Keyboy, does he commit? Not just yet. They get the flicker out from CW. There's the Dawning Light. Sandforce Immortality's going to be popped. Can they grab the kill? Kyrie able to secure one himself. Carl TZ can't get the Appraiser's Wrath. Yawi quite low. It's going to be an Immortality for an Immortality. He's in trouble as Keyboy falls here. Kyrie, though, waiting there. Yawi's Immortality is popped. CW able to clean up the kill, but it's a bad news for him as he falls in the bush. It's an even trade.
Honestly, even though that CW died there, making it a 2-for-2 isn't so bad when you're the team behind. However, we're kind of maxed out on gold here. It's not a matter of who's got the better economy, it's who can execute a cleaner play.
Now, I gotta say, one more time, Kyrie's damage is falling off, right? Usually Granger is supposed to skill harder and harder in the late game, but just now you saw he did a full skill 1 damage onto the Fredrin. And it almost did no damage, right?
Tickled him.
Yeah, just tickled him a little bit. I mean, at this point, you got to be worried about who's going to be the main damage. You even protect Kairi. Is it worse to protect Kairi at this point?
I think it's well, I think Kairi is a little more self-sufficient, and I think his ultimate is a really useful tool. Let's think of it as utility rather than hard damage at this point, because now they just need to slow them down enough to chase them so that Boots could look for an engage. Sans might be able to get multiple people, but the most ideal one is the Rue BDD combo coming up from CW.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what I love? Honestly, it's too late for this, but if Boots had the weapon mastery on the Grok, you know, because really, I mean, he hasn't been able to utilize the high and drive.
True.
And I feel like, you know, he's picked up those items on that Grok, but still, you kind of lose out on picking that high and dry instead of having a weapon mastery here. But still, P-Boy gonna go find Sanford here. It's another Lord Dance. As Carl TZ gonna go ahead and start it up. ONIC Esports getting in position here. Notice the positioning as well for Yawi. Might be looking for a pick. Sans does not have that Divine Judgment just yet. He's looking for Yawi as well. Carl TZ keeping it in this area for Echo Philippines. There's Yawi, he's gonna pull Boots. Do they engage on this? Carl TZ gets the knockup. Boots goes in on charge, but Sanji falls. CW grab the kill, pops the Winter Truncheon, but gonna fall from Yawi as well. Keyboy reinitiating, but he has to flicker out. Carl TZ gonna force Kairi back here. Now it's Keyboy in trouble. He goes low, can't get away as Sanford grabs a kill.
I mean, this is a double core we're talking about. Xavier is a core. Yes, you can kill Xavier, but what about Benny QT? Right, the Melissa, the scariest person on the map right now. That person's untouched. This two never overlap the position. That means there's only one person CW can kill, right, at this point. And it's so hard, even if he gets on Benny QT, because Athena shield is making it impossible to kill as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, at this point, this is looking increasingly bad for the side of ONIC Esports.
For sure. I think ONIC have a really tough road ahead of them. I feel like Echo has some good protocols, and I think, you know, teams especially need to understand, or maybe even learn from this game from Echo specifically, the positioning that they have around these Lords. It feels like you cannot fail.
I mean, at this point, we've seen this a couple of times now. ONIC Esports gonna have to do the defense game for this Lord marching up top, and every time it's gonna give it a little bit harder and harder. And really, I mean, if even the previous fight, Sans, again, was not able to have that Divine Judgment, and that is the key ultimate that he wants to take here, because then at least you can be the one to initiate these fights, especially in the defense of this base. Now ONIC Esports, once again, it's a dire situation for them here. Echo Philippines gonna work on this mid turret for now. That's the pull. Keyboy's in trouble. Has the immortality for now, gonna be popped, but he's gonna go down here just now. Wild Charge did come out. Another falls. Dawning Light's gonna come out. They have to work on the Lord. Echo Philippines working on the Crystal. Another falls here, and that's gonna be it as Echo Philippines draws first blood in the series.
GG, well played. Echo take game number 1, and the Filipino fans here at M4 are going wild. But this is only the first of a best of 5. Things could easily change, and we have to take a breather for a moment here. Really think about this for a moment, because this technically was the inevitable outcome if it was stretched out for this long.
Oh my God, what a game 1.
Game 1.
And we're all predicting this might go to full 5 best out of 5 games, right?
I hope it does.
I hope it does too, because this is too good of a gameplay. I have never seen teamfight like this, right? You know, just when you think one side is winning, and then all of a sudden, no, you're completely proven wrong. And here we go, the game highlights.
I gotta say, man, I hope the rest of the series is like this. It was a nail-biter between these two teams, and you just saw, like you said, getting at some point, it's more so just about the battle spell economy, those micro decisions and those team fights, the skirmishes, especially the Lord fights, and whoever comes out with an advantage there is going to win those fights. And still, I mean, ONIC Esports had a great draft. It's just unfortunate that they weren't able to pull off those micro decisions to win those team fights.
No, absolutely. I think it's rather crazy that they were able to pull off some of these moves at all. Like, I mean, if it wasn't for tournament rooms, we wouldn't see this level of gameplay. We're playing on regular rank mode. My ping would be too high to catch someone off just like that. But guys, you know what time it is. It's going to be trying to beat the current record of 34 here. Production ready, because this one's going to be fast. Let's do this. M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21st, so expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in the game. First off, complete battles tasks in the game on January 21st to get a skin code of your choice. You can choose the skin you like the most from the chest aside from the battle bonus that awaits you on the same day. Play matches and you'll get Team Star Protection for 3 matches, double Star Rising points, double Protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We are not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will also be available that very day, so save the date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the match, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 championship together, including your friends. Did I? No.
Almost.
I knew that I couldn't make it. I was running out of breath towards the last part, but maybe. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Dad. But maybe I'll break it next time. I gotta wipe my monitor with all that spit. But with that being said, how are we gonna? I don't know how the analysts are gonna break this game, so I'm gonna leave it up to you boys. Please take it away at the analyst stand.
Honestly, that was pretty impressive, Gideon. I can almost last that long. And yes, welcome to the analyst stand with me, LaFell, Leo, as well as Trex, where the Orcas open up game 1 with a victory. Leo, initial thoughts?
I think Echo is onto something new. They've shown us bits and pieces of the past 6 months of the metagame, revived them, they debuted the Melissa, and they've shown us a new way to do the Lord's Dance.
I mean, I think in the draft, everything that Echo had was just built to punish what ONIC brought there. And from there on, they were just able to clean up throughout the game.
Actually, let's talk about the draft, because Echo, I kind of like the draft. But the thing is, I kind of feel like you really need specific players to really unleash the full potential of the draft, because Sanford on that Joy has to be like an absolute monster, because Joy coming in, disturbing the backline, giving a lot of space for the Melissa, for the Xavier, because again, Xavier as well as Frederick, a lot of chaos at the front, and then a lot of AoE damage coming in from Melissa as well as Xavier.
That's the genius of one half of the San duo. He built here a hybrid Joy, and this is my favorite kind of Joy personally, is because he's able to just go into the backline, ruin the backline heavy draft that ONIC has put onto the board for Echo to deal with, and the rest is left to, again, Yaoi and Carl Teasy to peel for Benny Cutie. Oh Lord, Benny Cutie, 904, this is the best I've seen him all week so far.
Another thing to point out is with Sanji and then Sanford, you have this decent amount of magic damage, right? But then you have Benny Cutie that comes in towards the end, and it forces ONIC to choose in that early game to mid to late how they want to build. And in the end, Echo was able to take advantage of that. Benny Cutie going 9-0-4 that game. I think the Melissa pick was just, it was clutch. It was extremely clutch.
Yeah, with that being said, we got to look at the post-game stats, looking at the damage numbers, because again, I can't wait to go to the highlights, because there's a lot to say in terms of the movements coming in from Echo as well as ONIC. But now, looking at the post-game stats, where the rich guy is Benny QD, but the carry is Sanji. And we don't always say this, but Carl Teasy, he's neither the rich guy or the carry, he's the forgotten one.
Carl Teasy has grown so much from becoming the M2 Grand Finalist MVP to now maining these tank junglers. Again, he's a little bit like Mobazane in that sense. So again, very impressive. But something to note here, look at the teamfight participation of the members of Echo, right? They're all relatively in the same level. They're employing their own version of the Ube. It's the purple Ube, the Orca Ube.
The Orca Ube. They're moving as a pod. They're moving as a pod, as a unit, and...
Is that the plural of, like, orcas?
Yes.
Oh, really?
A pod of orcas.
A pod of orcas.
A group of orcas.
I'm writing that down.
And they're hunting down the porcupines right now.
Hedgehogs.
Hedgehogs.
I mean, potato, tomato, tomato. You know, I'm colorblind. I can't tell hedgehog and porcupine. But, okay, we're going to look at the MVP quickly after this, but after that, I really want to talk about the rotations, because Echo, quite cleverly, because they understand how ONIC Esports wants to move all around the map. But now, we got to talk about the MVP for this game, where we got to see among the 5 Orcas, who's the one Orca that really stands out above the rest, or swims faster. It is Sanford, 4, 4, and 10, creating absolute chaos in the back lines.
This is the example of a set-up type of MVP. The way that Sanford finds the angle into the back line and just ruins the plans of the, I'd say, range-oriented lineup of ONIC. Again, it's very clear that they want to have a good setup, a good amount of peel. Keyboy, and Boots. But the way that Sanford just goes ahead and finds CW, finds Kyrie, it's just impossible. So that's what his joy here bought for Echo.
Yeah, and I mean, once the Grok engages, once the Kufra engages, then the backline is left alone, and Sanford is able to just give Kyrie and everyone so many problems now. Taking a look at this heat map.
Yeah, looking at the heat map, from 5 minutes all the way to 10 minutes, if my memory serves me correctly, this is a time where Echo, they started moving a little bit more aggressive against ONIC, because in the early stages of the game, we're looking at Echo. It's almost like they have all the bushes unlocked, because they know exactly where ONIC is moving around, because the first 2 to 4 minutes, honestly, it's on the hunt. ONIC is looking for Echo, but no one is to be seen.
And that's the genius of the communications of Echo. Folks watching at home and even here in the stadium, I suggest you guys check out their content on social media, because they actually release the way that they communicate, the way they talk to each other. And yeah, you won't really see them checking bushes the old-fashioned way. It's because they're helping each other by each taking parts of the map and deducing who's where and doing what.
And now taking a look at some of these fights, towards the very beginning, there was kind of that clock on the Granger, and this is the point where we start to see Echo take the advantage in these team fights. And no matter how hard Kyrie carries this game, it's just not enough. He gets a couple shots, he gets one, but every time Echo gets a few more, and this is where Yaoi is able to just punish those dives. The go away, punish those dives, and it just was the code to get through ONIC here.
Yeah, it looks like in this first game in this entire series, Echo has an advantage in terms of having the map completely open to them, because based on what you said, based on deductions, if I can't see you here, then option A and B. But when everyone is giving all the options, okay, they're not at A, they're not at B, then deducing is probably at C. So here, it's very interesting where you open up the map even when you don't see anything.
And that's exactly what was employed here by Echo. Via the genius and guidance of Coach Treb and Coach Tic Tac, Sanford helped do that exactly, even in team fights.
Well, what I can see in the near future is the casters taking the stage.
It seems your predictions are right, analysts at the stand. Thank you so much, Trex LaFellin, as well as Leo, for breaking it down. And now we have a little bit of a better idea as we continue on the story for this best of 5. My name is Getting Q. This is Naisuin, as well as Assassin Dave. 2 men in bow ties and 1 to tie us together. But for the time being, I'm not trying to go for a world record until later today. But the M4 pass is now available, so please collect all active tasks and you'll reach level 75 at ease and for free. So log in now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, as well as the M4 Beatrix figurine on our table are awaiting you. So use the hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, the hashtag MLBBM4, hashtag Dare to Be Great, because this game is not over just yet. With Echo with 1 point so far, ONIC looking to catch back up to their predecessors. Now, for the time being, I think LaFell brought up a really good point overall, right? Just having a composition that allows you to be flexible, but not only that, having someone to be able to kind of run on in for free and then get back out for free. Does that change the draft for this upcoming game?
It might, I think, especially for Joy, right? This character is drastically underlooked. A lot of times you think it can be easily countered, but we'll see now with Joy on the EXP lane how much threat it has to any hyper carries. If you're not playing Assassin, if you're playing any type of marksman, this character will go to you and use the ultimate, and you will do no damage, and if you do damage, you will kill yourself. It's one of those things that you just don't want to do.
Yeah, I don't think you do, right? But no, jokes aside, it's true, right? Joy is, I think it was you, Gideon, that said Joy is basically like a mosquito. It's one of those heroes that just darts right for the back. Actually, sometimes it's even the front line, back line, whichever, pops the vengeance, and it's just all over the place. And then you can't actually kill her, and even if you do, you've been whittled down, especially when she has the items she needs. And then by that time, the cleanup crew comes in, right? So I feel like at the same time, if you're ONIC Esports, the Granger, it could be a good choice. But like Dave put it, late game, where is that? You know, you don't have the damage that you want that you had early game. That's why he got the first blood, right? Kyrie was able to secure that. But late game, scaling potential, highly in favor of Echo Philippines last draft.
For sure. And I think, you know, again, that's when the battle spells start start really making the difference here. I think we'll see a very different game if all of Echo decided, you know what, I don't want to have the flicker anymore. I want to go for sprint, which makes you have to preemptively figure out when the opponent is going to go for that engagement. And looking at the hero recap, Sanji, again, absolute beast. Taking a flicker, again, for a Xavier can go both ways because you don't have that kite ability, but if you dodge that first initial engage, it works out so good for you later on.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can take a look at the damage from both Benny QT and Sanji, right? They're probably the highest damage dealing in the entire game. Actually, with the exception of CW, he's doing his best, but it's just not going to be enough because there are two core heroes that you have to kill. And when we talk about that's a dilemma last game, that he was just debating which one do I do, which one do I kill. He did his best. He got a kill on Sanji, but Benny QT is alive, or maybe he got a threat on Benny QT, but Sanji is still there. And you see how much poke he can do with the Dawning Light.
I wonder if this debut of Melissa, we'll see her more, as the last couple days here in M4 tournament happens, because that was, if maybe one of the best debuts for a hero. I mean, at least especially in the marksman role, that gold lane role, and no deaths. It's really quite the show here, and it makes you also think, again, when there's so many bans focused on a marksman hero, now you have this other option that available, right? You can play around that. You can play around the ultimate, especially that, which we saw in action, even with the wild charge came in from Boots, and it worked so well for them.
Yeah, I mean, those interactions, just the understanding of the abilities in the game makes all the difference, right? You want to use every micro mechanic that you possibly do. But I also feel like Melissa kind of suits Benny QT with his overall playstyle, right? I wouldn't be too surprised if he ends up, going for another backdoor with Melissa. Like, it feels so viable because he always waits for the right time to jump on in. So things that come into mind. Carry, he's already done it. Melissa, he's already done it. Claude, which is a really, really big one, has the most impact.
Now, I gotta say, this also, when you talk about playstyle, this also talk about how deep the hero pool really is for all these characters, for all these players, right? Now, even Sanford surprised me on the Joy, because usually I want to see...
Yutong?
I didn't expect the Joy coming out and being so fluid on the control, able to dive in, pop the Vengeance at the right time. With that being said, we're going to walk into the second game, then draft.
All right, here we go. They've already got a couple of bans. Kadita is already gone. Fanny's already gone. Echo banning those out straight away. Joy as well as Wan coming out from ONIC with a follow-up of Glue from Echo.
So ONIC Esports decides to stay, on the red side, right? They want those two picks that they can really round out with their draft. They're going to be willing to give up that priority over to Echo Philippines here. And, honestly, Carry's still on the table unless it's banned out here, and we could possibly see them go towards that if it is open, but still, it leaves a lot on the table here for ONIC Esports to pick up.
I think now is a good time to really talk about the way coaches think about drafts, right? Because it's not just about your team. You're thinking about a way to compromise a particular player here on the side of Echo. And let's find out what that's going to be. Oh, pretty wide open as they get rid of the Fredrin with first pick, probably what I think is going to be Carry already locked in. That does mean that Yves is open.
Also, Kaja is open as well. There are a lot of really powerful characters that can be taken out right now. If they don't take it, I think Echo's going to take advantage of that and just grab it right to their own pocket. So this might just be the Kaja and Eve. Let's see. But with that being said, Boots does have a quota. I often scrim against Sanford. He's really, really good, especially when using his power heroes. That's his plus. But I can beat him if I use my own power heroes too.
I mean, I don't know, man. When we're talking about power heroes, that could mean a lot of things. For all we know, it could be like, an Argus versus Aldous matchup in the EXP lane. I would love to see them 1v1 one day. But now there's 4 other people who would be like, guys, let's not throw this. Let's focus. It's a team effort. Cho, Yuzong.
That's power.
That's power.
That's power
is
heroes.
the Stanford standard right there.
Also, Yaoi standard right there, right? This is the challenge. Every team play against Echo, they will have to ban. But yet, it's going to be light out. Oh,
that's
Hayabusa.
Power heroes. We can say that every time something comes up. That's a power hero right there. That's going in the hands of Kyrie here. And you're going to see, I mean, this is, honestly, I feel like this is what people want to see when ONIC Esports plays.
For sure. They want to have their own flavors. They are known for particular heroes, and they want to abuse that as much as they can. Now, coming back down to the second part of the draft, we're already seeing Valentina wow, they are fast. They are beating my speedrun record for ad-libs. Valentina's already gone. Harith is already gone. Do they want to get rid of the Lunox? No, Theramis. So they're leaving the Lunox up potentially to throw into the gold lane. This could be good or bad for multiple reasons. Claude gone from the side of Echo.
That's a very interesting draft right there, because I expected like a Grok ban. Now, if this is not banned, this might be one of those things you just take out really easily. Grok right now, for ONIC Esports, they don't need to pick it right now. They don't have to rush for it, right? Because this is a character that you can really take it out and one-shot carry. Now, carry is a character, if you give him like 2 seconds, he'll kill anyone you want. But if you just quad control him from beginning to end, he's really squishy.
Well, I'm wondering.
To be fair, anybody can be crowd controlled to the very end here, but I think I think the important part is whether or not you have magic damage, and I feel that is the way to deal with the carry because of the Winds of Nature being such an easy item to get. And now Lapu, he's going to feel like a threat, but if you layer it right, again, very ultimate reliant coming in from ONIC.
Wondering what ONIC Esports will lock in for their gold lane, right? What if they decided to just go ahead and go with Melissa here? But I don't know if they would really want to do that against the carry. But there's a lot on the table here, options available. Echo Philippines, though, they're going to lock in the Kufa this time and also complement it with that Farsa pick.
Honestly, I would have said yes to Melissa until I saw Farsa get locked in, and then it's like, okay, maybe not a good idea.
A Dome of Death.
But gentlemen, we do have a Chao jungle here, like RTZ. It's going to be not assassin gameplay, it's more of a, a tank Chao jungle kind of gameplay again.
Hey, you don't know that. It could be like Kufra EXP, like Yutong in the jungle, for all we know. We're not 100% sure about that one. I'm sweating already, man. Oh, God, this is going to be interesting. But ONIC, I think they're going to land on this Lunox at the end of the day, and that's something that, Echo is extremely...
No!
Sorry, I was wrong. Moskov once more.
Well...
all I can say is, what the hell?
This is the second time we are seeing Moskov hit the Land of Dawn here at M4. I'm very worried for it. Yes, it can scale really well, and I honestly, when we jump into game, we gotta talk about this matchup in lane and how they're gonna shape that team fight a little bit more, because this will be an interesting concept, especially since there's ways to dodge the Spirit of Destruction as well as getting pushed back and knocked into your team. But again, it's a Moskov. Not very often do we see it hit the Land of Dawn for a very solid reason.
Moskov into the late game. And Moskov, by the way, have a lot of utility to push the Kufa away. I think that's one of the reasons why they pick Moskov. First, you can rival someone like Carry late game, or one-on-one wise, Moskov is a beast late game. Second of all, it's not a character that can be easily dove. With that being said, we're walking through the game.
5 seconds.
All right, let's jump right into this, boys and girls. Game number 2 is about to begin as we hit the Land of Dawn. It's going to be Echo versus ONIC.
Oh, already. That aggression early on, Sanji gonna have to back off here, but still, I mean, kind of what we expect. Now, my biggest question for you here, Dave, is how do you think that matchup in the jungle?
The matchup in the jungle, it's Chao versus Hayabusa, right? Hayabusa's not gonna kill a Chao. At the same time, Chao is gonna be kind of hard to kill Hayabusa, right? If Hayabusa didn't want to kill. It's all, I don't think Hayabusa's going to target a Chao, neither Chao probably going to target a Hayabusa in the team fight. Most of the time, we're probably going to expect Kairi onto the goal lane, try to target a Benny QT, because that's what Haya does best. Even at the EXP lane, if you trade on the side lane with a Haya jungle, you're actually going to be losing, because Haya, now with a losing HP silent, they can come to either side and take a free kill.
Okay, so what does that mean? Like, if we're talking about resources in ONIC's particular position, are they just going to keep focusing the gold lane? Because I do feel like at the end of the day, mid lane control is going to be key for both sides.
Yeah, here we go on the bottom side. A little bit of trade already.
Oh, Kairi did, okay, he didn't have the level 4, unfortunately. Uses the shadow kill on the minion. I think he thought he would have it, and the timing would have been perfect, but unfortunately, it just didn't work out for him.
Literally 0.5 second difference there. A literal 0.5 second difference. But so far, just a lot of engagements on that bottom side, and Benny QT kind of struggling in this lane.
No, I gotta say, in the early game, you saw how much support Yaoi is giving to the bottom side. Make sure Benny QT have an easy time, because they expected Hayabusa to gank the bottom lane, right? And sure enough, Hayabusa came to the goal lane, visited, unfortunately, a little bit of misplay there, and have to dash away. But dude, this already shows you how much focus is being put on the bottom lane. First turtle coming up, and it seems like Team ONIC is making a setup.
They are just mirroring each other really, really well. A lot of pressure on that top side, but Turtle's being taken by Call TZ. I'm not sure they're going to do anything about it.
Yep, Black Dragon form committed. Real world mid lane 2. There's Farsa with the feathered airstrike, and Kairi sweeps in, takes the the turtle from the hands of Carl Teasy. There's the way of the dragon. They're going to be looking for Keyboy. They push him back further. Flickers out. Keyboy survives. Oh my goodness. Never mind. Yawi with a play.
First blood going over to Echo. I felt like ONIC kind of did Keyboy dirty there. If I was in Kyrie's position, I'm screaming at Keyboy, I'm sorry, brother. You gotta pull him away from that turtle. And that's exactly what he did. Yo, CW. Yo, CW, calm down. Let's not get into trades without mana here.
Oh my god, what an interesting trade over there on the top side. I actually thought Keyboy would get away there, you know, but beautiful play from Yawi. Despite the respect that Keyboy give to Yawi in the beginning when we read the quote, it doesn't matter. You know, on the battlefield, it's going to be serious gaming.
Not only that, but the fact that Kyrie went in and took that turtle from the hands of Carl Teasy, this is kind of what you can expect when the Hayabusa is played. There to go, Carl Teasy with the way of the dragon will be looking for a kill here. Sanji going to be in trouble too. Keyboy still quite low. Yawi falls. Do they chase in Sans though? Betty Cutie's there. He's going to be unleashing. The damage is there as Sans now falls into the river.
I hate it. I hate it when Betty Cutie does that. It feels like he's baiting his team out, and then all of a sudden it's like, don't worry, I'll get the gold back. I'll make it worth your time. Wow. I always do it. But Betty Cutie currently ranked first in terms of KDA. Man's got 10.4 KDA. How does he do it?
10 kills per game, right? That's what KDA means, right? That's the ratio. This guy, I mean, if you get 2 deaths, that means you're getting like, what, 20 kills that game? I mean, this is M4 stats right here. It's not even real. Speaking of not real, bottom side.
Might be charging up once again. Yawi gonna find Keyboy. Can't get the stun that we was looking for. You're gonna have to back off for now. Also, Sans making his way to the bottom lane. They might be looking for a play here if they can, but Echo Philippines gonna know what's up. They try to retreat here. They know Keyboy might be looking for that divine judgment. They're gonna go ahead and give up part of the turret here. He's gonna get stunned. Yawi could be in trouble. Still gonna focus on it. CW looking to get the turret. They hold on for it now. Spirit not gonna connect here. Yawi now charging up, but the way of the dragon, Kyrie took the turtle again. But eventually goes down, is punished, and on the bottom side, Benny Cutie and Yawi gonna be in trouble. It's CW with a massive play, and Yawi can't get away from that. As ONIC Esports grabs multiple wins cross map. Still gonna be working. Here's Carl Teasy, CW bobbing and weaving. Carl Teasy taking too much, gets stunned. What a play from CW.
He's so nuts. He's so hot right now. What an adjustment from hitting Benny QT to switching targets to know that it'll penetrate him perfectly through Yawi to kill Benny QT, outplaying Carl Teasy. What more can you say about CW? What an absolute beast.
What an absolute beat. This must be a Moscow dream, a paradise. I mean, like, you don't expect Moscow to do this well. I think this is the second time Moscow got ever picked on the M4 stage, and it did so well, and such a brilliant pick, because we talk about it's the only character that can rival carry in the late game, and it do so well against all the engages coming out from the side of Echo. Now, this character already has so much items. Look at CW, right? He's at 202, and if this scales even further, it's gonna be so scary for carry. Let's take a look. Kyrie is ranked first in gold per minute with 773 gold.
Just massive achievements here for ONIC Esports members. Like you mentioned, it's scary for carry, but hold on, it could be scary for Sanford. He goes in! Sanji able to get CW, but Sanford will go down in the jungle. Kyrie's still on the hunt, but can't find Sanji. Yawi gonna jump in. Do they engage? Keyboy looking for a divine judgment play, but can't find it. They call it off.
I'm interesting. I'm surprised Keyboy didn't want to go for the counter engage here, but look at the side lanes right now. Kyrie already has the first initial push, so I'm guessing that they wanted to get a turret off of this. If not, I would have been I don't know. I can't say for sure that they can get the kill onto Yawi there, and there is still flicker from Keyboy, but I doubt the damage was there, so hopefully we'll see something else.
Go ahead and pull Carl Teasy here, looking for the kill. He's gonna get out with the Jikundo. Able to survive for now. Turtle is up here. It's gonna be crucial how they do this. Everybody having the ultimates here. Sanford does not have that Black Dragon form. He's gotta be careful. The initiation isn't gonna be there. They're gonna buy some more time. Right now, both pushing and pulling. Kyrie just gonna go grab his buff.
All right, so they go for the reset here. Oh man, I really need to know what Sans has in terms of items. How much damage does he really have? And it's only 7 minutes into the game, 20,000 overall team goals. So I'm assuming that it's one item and a half here. Just an estimate, just an estimate.
Here we go. Another 5-on-5 at the turtle.
Right now, half health. Carl TZ trying to get in range. Got to get the vision. There's the Black Dragon form. Sands responds with the rear world manipulation. Yaoi goes in. They find Sands. Kyrie on the backside. Carl TZ quite low. CW finding Carl TZ. And it's another turtle secured. Yaoi has to get out. Kyrie looking for another as he finds Sanford.
Wow. Oh, wow. CW, I don't know what to tell you. CW is making Moskov look more and more meta the more games he plays on it. The longer this game goes, just pull up the highlight reel. It's CW's game right now.
Now, what's the talking point today? We had versatility versus volatility, right?
Yep.
I mean, look at this. We have Melissa today, we have Moskov today. We have so many different characters showing up that usually doesn't show up today. Oh, here we go, Keyboy.
You're going to go ahead and pull Carl TZ here, but he's quite tanky himself. Not going to go down just yet. ONIC Esports though, but look at the bottom side. Kyrie, 1 versus 2. Make it 3 as Sanji's there. He's going to be taken down as Sanji grabs the kill.
But at what cost? That's what I like to say it, right? And I think it's worth it, because if you shut down Benny Cutie's farm, stop him more and more, it's only going to make CW farm more. Speaking of that,
CW trying to unleash here. Carl TZ going to be in trouble. Way the Dragons are trying to disengage. Can't find the kill as he falls. Sanford could be in trouble too, but Sanji helping him disengage. Gets the stun off, and still ONIC Esports pressing every part of the map here.
Wow, I don't know. CW's micro mechanics are kind of disgusting. That Spirit of Destruction has a slight bit of a slow, and that was more than enough to slow down Carl TZ, so he couldn't close that distance and hit with that third hit of the Jeet Kune Do. But well done all across the board. ONIC is feeling it right now, and if they keep up this momentum, Echo is not going to be able to recover.
look at the Moscow attack speed. This guy's going full attack speed at this point, right? With Inspire, dude. By the way, for those who did not know, Moskov got a buff where now the penetration is 100% damage, right? And an all-proc attack effect. So basically, if Carrie stands in the back, he didn't have to target your back line. He had to target your front line. If anyone stands close to that front line, it's going to die. And in this case, you have a front line. You have a Chow, who is kind of like a Fraudulent in a sense, right? You have a Yu Jones coming in. So this is just one of the brilliant picks, and now it's only getting scarier as ONIC scales into the late game.
I mean, not only talking about scaling, but the fact that Kyrie is 3 levels ahead of Carl TZ right now. It is, I mean, you're wondering, was this Cho jungle pick the best decision? And now it's Echo Philippines going to try to push ONIC Esports off this Lord. But they know what's going on here. Look at that, the flicker did come in. They find Benny Cutie, but he's able to survive for now. Sanford with a massive setup and play on the backside. They're still working for it. Boots there to help out. Looking for a kill himself. Kyrie, though, gets kicked away from Carl TZ. Goes back for the shadow kill. Can he get the kill? Kyrie making things turn around. But now he's the focus as Sanji takes out Kyrie. Another trade, but this time in favor of Echo.
Oh man, Sanford survives 1 HP literally, but now Sanji is kind of left out in the open here. Keyboy and Sans respecting Yaoi and Benny QT. Nicely done.
Wow.
Trading skills here. Now, I do want to point out, CW get caught in that situation, right? This is not,
I just saw the spear fly around.
Yeah, same. You scared me a little. Actually, I got scared. A little bit there. But back to what I was saying, yeah, CW, he got caught out a little bit just now, right?
Yep.
You have to be more careful with his positioning. Yes, Kyrie can find the assassination, but Echo's tightening up their rotation at this point, right? It's a late game team fight. As the main damage source, CW will have to wait Yu Zhong's position, right? Where Yu Zhong is. Because if Yu Zhong expend the ultimate, the Black Dragon form, the Dark Dragon form, he's done. Then you can jump in and do the damage. Before that, if he shows anywhere, that can spell doom for the side of ONIC, right? It's really the time to stay patient and stay calm.
I want to dive a little bit more into this because, again, if we're talking about Sanford, I think the one ability that pulls it all together is this Petrify, and ONIC need to be extremely aware of this, but let's see, Yaoi.
Yaoi gonna go in, finding the mark that he's looking for. Boots getting punished here. And again, the strength of this Kufra pick, you can't hear him in the bush.
Late game carry. That's what we're talking about. This is actually the Valley game of Watch, right?
Yeah.
You just can't ignore the carry damage late game. Here we go. The lore fight. This is a 5v4 now with Hayabusa making his way into team fight.
The concealed play gonna come in. They find the Divine Judgment. Sanford, he's so low. Finally gonna take it out. CW unleashing. Can't get the immortality. Gonna miss the spear. But Keyboy falls. Another trade. ONIC Esports still holding on for this Lord.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe Echo's slowly just playing this war of attrition, etching back at it. CW, this is so dangerous.
He's got to be careful here. Sanji there, going to get spotted out. Lord going to go ahead and reset for now, but just look at CW. The attack speed, the damage is massive. Carl TZ's got to respect it too. CW's got to be careful on his positioning. They also need to wait for Keyboy to make his way here. We're back to the stalemate for this Lord.
I mean, 12 minutes into the game. This is right now the battle for marksman, to be honest, right? Like, if whoever dies first, whichever marksman dies first on each side, it's going to have a huge advantage. Now, CW just now and Carry both stay alive. That's why the team fight never ended. It kind of ended, but also never ended, right? Because nobody want to go in anymore because they know how scary the marksman can be. And they're probably sitting at an equalized farm right now. So it all depends on who engaged better and who's positioned better. Speaking of position, here we go. Another skirmish coming up.
Well, they're going to be hunting still for CW here. They got the vision they needed.
Oh!
Ozclaw also picked up by CW. Looking to get that sustain, but still, I think both teams waiting for the first misstep here as Kyrie went back to the base.
Yeah, but I think this Lord is going to fall into the hands of Echo right now. I mean, Hayabusa has to go down bot side. They're going to lose in tier 2. So Echo is just putting them in a stranglehold right now. And if they get their hand, oh no, Yaoi,
conceal play going to come out, looking for two! They get a massive setup here on the backside of the Lord. It's Sanford causing chaos. Now going to be focusing on Sands. Kyrie still waiting patiently. Might try to steal the Lord here. Carl TZ knows he's there. They're going to press him back. Has the shadow kill and retreat. And this is looking like an Echo Philippines Lord.
Boots, what are you doing, my guy?
Gonna come down. Boots still trying to make something out of it. He gets Benny Cutie, but he goes down. But they're falling to the backside. Kyrie finds another. And now Carl TZ gonna get cut off here. Sanji there as well. Sands and Kyrie. The flicker is going to come out. Way of the dragon to follow. Kyrie, can he look for Carl TZ as he does? The spear! The spear is going to miss. And now Sanji, wings by wings out. Sands still looking for him, but can't catch him. What a massive turnaround for ONIC Esports. Keyboy. The winter truncheon. But still comes in, looking for the last one, the shutdown.
I can't deal with this right now. The foresight of these teams. ONIC, despite getting caught out first, despite giving the Lord over to Echo, they thought their plan out, even past the death timer. This is insane. It's so scrappy from both sides, but just how the players from ONIC are playing in tandem individually with some of the members, it's just ridiculous.
We're taking a look at the items here, right? Two marksmen that both attack speed marksmen, building almost exactly the same with the exception of Hasquall. But look at the jungle differential here. You know, the Hayabusa is sitting at 10,000 gold compared to a 7,000 gold Chow. I mean, legit at this point, Carl TZ has about the same farm as Yaoi. You know, and that's not really a good sign.
That's not a good sign, Dave. You know? I mean, it's a struggle. That's what we're seeing. This is why I questioned this when we jumped into this game. You know, the two jungle matchups here, how would that evolve throughout the game here? And yes, you have a disengaged tool. You also have an engaged tool in Carl TZ, but we are seeing some amazing decisions come out from every member of ONIC Esports, and those are the things that are falling into place for them, turning these fights that look like a disadvantage into an advantage.
Oh yeah, and I mean, despite the fact that Carl TZ was behind for a majority of this game, his one goal is to make sure that Kyrie as well as CW have the most difficult time to play the game. Oh, the Way of the Dragon is such a game changer, similar to the Divine Judgment. So right now, it really comes down to battle spell economy once again.
Your favorite.
Yeah, man, we're in a recession right now, so it's kind of rough. I mean, it's rough all across the board, but now that we're stabilized and both sides have really started to reset, they're starting to think a little bit further. How do I bait out a spell, or how am I going to change, not change, but condition my opponent in terms of the way that I use my combinations of abilities?
Oh my god, what a stalemate at this point. Even though Echo being pressured all the way to the high ground base, but look at the total gold. There's not too much gold differential, right? I mean, it just shows you probably the gold that's missing on Carl TZ is going more to Sanji, going to the mid lane. He's getting a lot of farm. He's 6-1 and 5. The next lore comes up. This is the lore that determines who will win the game in a lot of ways, right? Unless a lot of people die, but most it seems like at this point Onyx are already set up, and they need this win because they need the morale boost to go into the next game. Because if Echo get this is match point, and it seems like Kyle TZ is going to be the first one who make a move.
Well, we're back to the Lord Dance here, gentlemen. And they're going to go ahead and try to get the position. Carl TZ is still going to work on it for now, but look at the positioning of the members of ONIC Esports. Kyrie also doesn't want to overcommit to this either, trying to get that advantage. Keep an eye on Keyboy. Conceal play going to come out here. Looking on the backside. Yaoi and Benny Cutie waiting patiently. They get the Winter Truncheon out. The flicker too. Feathered airstrike. They're going to get sandwiched in. CW is in a massive display here. He goes down. He's out of position. It's a double for Benny Cutie. And that's already the advantage Echo Philippines needs for this evolved Lord. ONIC Esports with a massive blunder.
What can I say about Sanji's mechanic? This guy's a reflex god, right? Twice in a row, he Winter Truncheon, iframed the flicker ultimate from Kaja. I mean, what else do you want from a mid laner, right? When you dodge the most important ultimate in the entire game with a single button, you are a god, and that's what Sanji is in this game.
Look, I don't know, but this game is making me drink my water with my pinky up because it's so high class, it's so refined.
Every single decision, I mean, you're seeing it real time. How precise the flickers are, the initiations, it's just all falling into place here. But with that Lord secured by Echo Philippines, ONIC Esports is going to have to be on the defense once again in this game number 2.
Don't you wish to have a mid laner like Sanji in your rank games?
Oh yeah, that's me, dude.
That's literally him. That's literally Naisu
On
playing
Gord.
True, but just now the play from ONIC Indo was actually really good, right? The conceal play, going to the back line, getting Sanji first, take away the threat from Moscow. But unfortunately, they did not expect the mechanic. You know, the micro comes in.
They do find the lockdown in Carl TZ, but they're going to lose the tier 2 here. They've got to deal with this Lord. I'm watching on the bottom side. Feathered airstrike going to come down. The Sands looking for a moment to set up here with that real world manipulation, but they can't find it just yet. CW and Boots working on the Lord. They lose the turret. Echo Philippines happy with that. Kyrie, though, keep an eye on him as well. Pushing those lanes, cutting those lanes the best he can. Carl TZ on the hunt, though. Not going to let him invade any longer.
No. Wait, he's not out of the water yet.
Go!
Oh, no!
The jukes coming out, the retribution though, they're going to be looking for him. The shadow kill comes out, he's got no backup just yet. Kyrie the bomb, the weave! How does he escape? The Divine Judgment going to come down, but Yaoi with a set, and Kyrie goes back. Able to grab a kill, everybody's low. Massive play from Kyrie. ONIC Esports, how is he doing it? Kyrie, the master!
Dave, look at me, man. This is, what can you say about, there is no need for analysis. Kyrie just showed off why he deserves to be the best in the world, and they're going for more.
Sanji gonna wait their Toronto, but it's 3 members. You can't escape that, Sanji. He's still there. His immortality gonna be popped, but at what cost? As it's a killing spree for Sands, and that's it. It's a wipeout. ONIC Esports marching to the crystal, and they even the series in a 1-1.
Wow.
Oh my God.
What a finish. What an incredible finish coming out from ONIC. GG, well played. I'm so lost for words. How did he do it?
Dude, I was lost for words in play-by-play because of that play. And I couldn't help but just yell with you guys in the crowd.
Yeah, there's not too much analysis. You pointed out Gideon perfectly. There's no analysis, it's just one-man mechanics, right? This guy was just a pure god, he's out of this world. He jumps in, I couldn't even see where his shadow was, right? You kind of get an idea. I thought he lost all his shadows, and the next thing you know, he's come back one-shotting the carry. What is going on? We need to slow down the recap.
Look at him.
On the last play.
Look, he look at his face. He literally has no expression. He knew he was going to outplay that up to the very end where the pressure finally releases out of him when he made such a killer move. Oh my goodness. Kyrie, what a guy. Can you imagine I played a game with him as well? This is ridiculous.
I was in the elevator with him once.
Yep, that's true.
Hey, I was in the buffet with him once.
There you go.
Oh my goodness, it is, we are in the presence of greatness here. Truly unbelievable. You guys know what time it is. Let's see how fast we can do it. Keep up production because it's going to be quick. M4 Pass is now available. Complete all active tasks. You'll reach level 75 at ease for free. Log in now. Exclusive rewards like Beatrix, Light Chaser, Beatrix, Stellar Brilliance, and M4 Beatrix figurines are awaiting you with the hashtags Mobile Legends Bang Bang LMLBB M4. Dare to be great. M4 Battle Night goes live this January 21st. Expect loads of events and rewards up for grabs in-game. First off, complete battle task in the game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like the most from that chest. Aside from that, battle points await from you on that same day. So play matches and you'll get team star protection for 3 matches, double star raising points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches. We're not stopping there. Free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will be also available that very day. Save the date, log into the game on January 21st, enjoy the matches, and win tons of rewards. Let's all celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with your friends. That was probably the worst one I've done so far. That was the longest one, but unfortunate. Maybe I'll get it next time.
It's understandable, okay? Everybody after that kind of Hayabusa gameplay, you gotta be shocked in a little way.
I'm happy to exist in the same space as this man right now. So high class. Let's break down the high class with the analyst stand. Please take it away.
What was that game? Oh my God, Gideon, I agree with you. We don't need an analyst for this one. That was amazing. Like, CW on the Moscow, Kyrie on the Hayabusa.
Kyrie.
Haji with the Farsa Kid with the truncheoning.
Haji wasn't in that game.
Sorry, Sanji. Dude, like, see how hyped I am? Like, that was such an amazing game. I didn't even think about analysis. By the way, Lapel, Leo as well strikes, by the way.
I'm at the point wherein some decisions were made, mistakes were learned from, and emotions were high. And we all felt it here in Sinayan. But again, I think the last 10 to 15 seconds of that match was where it all just came down.
I mean, honestly, the last half of that game, just pure mechanics. From the winner Truncheon stopping the Divine Judgment time after time, and then the mechanics of Kyrie win out, finding that kill on Benny Cutie. I'm just, yes.
Dude, I just need the medic, man. But yeah, let's look at the heroes. Let's look at the items. But I gotta be honest with you guys, I kind of don't feel like we gotta talk about the items because, like my good friend Leo once said, you need to know the rules to break the rules. And I kind of feel like every single player here completely understands the heroes, where it's like, this is the limit, I'm gonna push way above that.
And that's exactly what ONIC Esports did, right?
Echo as well, honestly.
Yeah. Up until they, again, found their rules stretched to a limit, that's where Echo found that comeback in the mid-game, right? But again, I think Echo got a little loose with that, and that's what allowed Kyrie almost single-handedly to change the fate of the Hedgehogs.
Yeah, it took Echo a little bit of time in the beginning, and we were all wondering how that CW versus Benny Cutie was going to go in the early stages. Obviously, it looked like Moskov came out on top, but as it creeped forward, Benny Cutie had to stay in the bottom. I remember watching the game, and we're wondering, where's Benny Cutie at? It was a 4v5 on, I think, the 3rd turtle, but Benny Cutie just needed to buy more time to farm, and that's when it started to shift into the hands of Echo.
I don't know about the two of you, but I had a blast watching CW piloting the Moscow, but now we're gonna look at the post-game stats where the rich guy, Kyrie, somehow he still maintains the highest gold per minute, and the carry, Sans, 78,000 damage unleashed onto Echo, and he's also the forgotten one.
Two things I think I have to say, Kyrie so far is the best Hayabusa at M4, no doubt, because of what happened, what transpired that turned this game around. Number two, Sans, this 90% kill participation, Eve just set up a box that was so hard for Echo to break. It took them, what, again, 2 or 3 team fights to figure out the solution to, again, first take down CW and then take out Sans. But him alone as a forgotten one in the carry made this battle mage build of the Eve all the more just relentless to make Echo's day worse.
I feel like another unspoken hero here, though, Boots, man. I know his teamfight participation isn't huge, but when they were on the back foot in there, he came in very clutch to even out the playing field in a lot of those big fights.
Yes, that As Gideon said, it's a very high-class game. We're holding our mics with our pinkies up. And after this, I almost don't care, but I kind of feel like it's got to be Kyrie, right? The MVP for the game. And again, it's like showing this is what you think you could do with the hero. But I'm going to do a little bit more than that. With that being said, let's look at the MVP for this game. An amazing game from Kyrie. Hearing the crowd roar. I don't know, man. Like, how is it even possible that the Hayabusa can be played like this?
Raja Langit.
Raja Langit.
I thought Hayabusas fell off after a certain point. You know, I was always under the impression it was like, you got a time ticker on, but he just makes it work from start to finish. Definitely an unbelievable performance.
I don't know, man. I've seen him so many times in the fight. I kind of felt like he died more than 3 times, but I guess I was wrong. He only died 3 times because, again, looking at all 5 players, the way that they play, we got to look at the heat map because Kyrie, it's going to be very interesting how he moves around the map with this Hayabusa maintaining the highest goal in the game from the first 5 seconds all the way to 5 minutes and 5 seconds.
I think what we're seeing on the heat map, what we can read from this, is his build up towards becoming the ultimate Terminator, right? Again, 8, 3, and 6. Into the late game, you don't expect that kind of burst coming from a Hayabusa, again, being an assassin. But what this shows is Kyrie understands where he needs to be, what he needs to do to be able to get to certain points, even when their backs are against the wall.
Yeah, very, very objective base. They did a wonderful job at making sure they secured those neutral objectives. Even when they were falling behind a bit, Kyrie was able to secure the objectives. Not a whole lot we go. I feel like it was just very, very straightforward. Nothing too crazy there.
Well, we're going to look at the highlights. And ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you, seeing that game, I feel very insecure about my own abilities. But let's look at the highlight where Echo going up against ONIC. There's a lot of back and forth where, again, ONIC Esports, especially the way that CW is playing this game, it's almost like he's throwing caution to the wind. If I can do anything, I'm just going to dash in front and I'm going to try to get kills.
Yep, he just presses 2 buttons, inspire and attack.
Yeah, and I still hear my voice, so it's all good. ONIC Esports in this game, I kind of feel like the way that Kyrie is playing, he really understands how much seconds he can buy with his quad shadow because he's playing aggressively, but at the same time, he is very, very patient finding those opportunities.
That was the defining moment right there. That right there, I mean.
I'm looking at how big the gap was between that last shadow and where Kyrie was. He must have, what, an extra hand to be able to check that part of the map.
Yeah, I mean, did he know? I mean, he had to have known Benny Cutie was there, right? And just Benny Cutie not really thinking about it, not noticing that that shadow's there, not prepared for it, and
I'm just imagining, right? Like what kind of hands you have to be able to walk a certain direction and check if Benny Cutie is at your shadow, unless, again, they're also just shot calling that much, and we can only imagine. We can only at least just think.
I think they're using their pinkies as well.
Their pinkies up.
It's like 10 fingers gaming. Like, again, like the game was amazing, right? I feel everyone here in the audience feels like that's like the max. But now, here's the thing. I kind of feel like we got to throw over to Mara and Clara, where they got a special guest that they'll be talking to. Pinkies up.
We just keep on breaking records for the M4 World Championship. We have a viewer of 4,268,018 views.
4 juta penonton untuk pemecah rekor hari ini. Dan bahkan belum grand final. Luar biasa.
And so we're going to give you this redeemable code. So go ahead, we're going to show it to you on screen. 5 codes just for you. Make sure you type it all out, you memorize it so you get special treats from Moonton. And here with us are the players of Occupy Thrones. We have in here Leo, Maro, and Gado.
Gado. Are you Gado? I got the food.
Let us know who you're rooting for, who you think is gonna win. You go first, Leo.
ONIC.
Maro.
ONIC.
Gado.
I stand for the Valley.
You stand for the Valley. Okay, the Valley.
Between ONIC and ECHO.
They said the Valley, but what about the one playing today?
I'm going for ECHO.
Okay, you're going for Echo.
Dua jawaban yang berbeda.
Okay,
Onyx,
two
Onyx
versus
dan Echo.
one. Okay, are you guys sure your teammates? You're not voting for the same team? Now, why? Why do you think Onyx is gonna win? You first, Leo.
Because of Kyrie.
Because of Kyrie. Because of?
They have Kyrie.
Because of Kyrie.
Oh,
Okay,
gara-gara
that's the
ada
key.
Kyrie. Okay, kuncinya.
Maro.
They really understand each other.
They really understand each other. And how about for you? Why do you think it's gonna be Echo?
The synergy between them, it's like such a great synergy actually. They are doing such a great job in this tournament. Yeah, I think they're gonna be the champions of this M4.
Oke, tapi Maro sama Gado-Gado punya jawaban yang berbeda ya. Kalau dari pandangan Gado-Gado, itu karena memang Eko punya sinergi yang bagus. Tapi Maro juga bilang kalau dari ONIC Esports mereka benar-benar solid dan super strong. But how about this match? They got 1-1. But how about next? What gonna they pick later? Because we already been shocked with the heroes coming up from them. There's Moscow. There's Melissa. What other heroes that can be popped up by the two of them?
You can expect anything from both teams. They are using strange heroes and weird, actually. Yeah, but they're doing well with using them, so you can expect anything.
Anything, bisa semua hero dipakai sama mereka karena mereka benar-benar pakai hero-hero yang unik-unik banget untuk kedua tim ini.
Now, if you were playing right now, pick two players in each team that you would find very troublesome. That's gonna give a lot of problem. Leo.
Kyrie and CW and Echo, Benny Cutie and
Benny
Sanji.
Cutie. And Sanji, that's right, Benny Cutie. Earlier, gave Melissa. What about for you?
It's the same. Kyrie and Keyboy. And for Echo, I would say Benny Cutie.
Benny Cutie, the typhoon, the storm Benny Cutie. Two players that's very troublesome if you were to play against them now.
Sanji and Kyrie.
Sanji and Kyrie.
Oh, ini adalah player-player yang benar-benar di-notice banget oleh player dari Occupatrons. But maybe we can do some of the scores. Can you guess how gonna be the score is?
In the best of 5.
Yeah, this is best of 5. This is 1-1.
I think maybe it would be 3-2 for Echo.
3-2
for Echo.
3-2 for Onyx.
Whoa.
3-1 off.
3-2, 3-2, 3-1. What we're gonna find out. We gotta break this tie and go to game number 3. Casters, last off.
Thank you so much, Mara, as well as Clara, up by and pumping up the audience and getting some insight coming in from the representatives all the way from me to occupy thrones for this game. And again, it's I had to calm down from that one. You know, I asked for an ice pack. They brought me 3, and I'm like, I need more because that was such a hot game so far.
Dave had a whole meal.
Yeah.
Dave had a literal whole meal.
Yeah.
If not, we would not have the energy to be here today. My name is Gideon Q in case you guys are just tuning in. This is Naisu and as well as Assassin Dave. And before we go any further, you guys know what's about to happen because the M4 pass is now available. Complete all active tasks and you'll reach level 75 at EZM for free. Login now. Exclusive rewards like the Beatrix Light Chaser, Beatrix Stellar Brilliance, and M4 figurines are awaiting you, so use the hashtags at Mobile Legends Bang Bang, MLBB M4 Dare to be great. And don't forget about the M4 Battle Night, which goes live this January 21st. So expect loads of events and rewards for ups for grabs in this game. First off, complete battle task in the game on January 21st to get a skin choice chest. You can choose the skin you like the most from the chest, and aside from that, battle bonus awaits you on the same day. So you can play the matches, you'll get team star protection for 3 matches, double rising star points, double protection points, double EXP, and double BP for 5 matches because we are not stopping there because free access to all heroes and loads of epic skins will be available that very day. So save that date, log into the game on January 21st and enjoy the match and win tons of rewards. Let's celebrate the M4 Championship together, including with your friends. This is just the practice, you know, practice for the world record next time. Because I need to see this game right now, and I want to talk about expectations after such high-class performance in games 1 and especially game number 2.
I think they put it well, you know, out there in the crowd. I don't think you can, there's no way to tell exactly what to expect because, again, we saw Melissa, we saw Moskov now. what other surprises are there from either of these teams?
Okay, I'm gonna go ask the real nerd here. What are your expectations? I'm expecting some better answer than I didn't expect that.
Dude, tonight you might even get to see Terizla, to be honest. You know, we haven't seen that character. It's been used a lot in scrims. It has worlds going around. It's a character that's best counter glue, which is the monster in the current meta. And also Terizla, with the recent changes with how Flicker works, interact with the ultimate now, can set up really good engages. That might be something we expect today. Coming out, I also heard some marksmen like Brody. Probably we see Brody quite a bit already. He counters a lot of marksmen in the lane because the lane bully. At the same time, he can be the strong laner that transitions into the late game and do a lot of AoE burst damage.
And that's why the smartest people wear bow ties on the
There we
desk.
go.
It's time to jump right on into the drafting phase. But let's tie this all up as we get ready for game number 3 of the drafting phase. ONIC Esports up against Echo. Let's see what they banned.
Well, I mean...
Oh, already.
Okay, there we go. We're loaded in. They're already out here, right?
They're
Look at
fast.
that. Echo Philippines, still on the blue side. They're going to take out the 3 assassins.
Yep, the Ling, the Haya, the Fanny. I mean, like, what? Lancelot's left, right? Like, there's not too much left. All right.
Even Kyrie's laughing. He's like, all right.
All right. Let's see what he's going to play then, right? Because again, major assassins kind of taken out at this stage of the game. However, that's not exactly the only way. You're thinking of like raw assassins. I'm thinking of like Paquito full damage builds. I'm thinking about like the Bruiser Fighter full out damage, all out snowball here. Whether or not it's going to be true, not 100% sure, but looking at the bans, Eve, Carry, and as well as Wanwan for the side of ONIC. First pick Fredrin for Echo.
Are we going to have a switch? Because so far we've seen ONIC has been playing on the ONIC side, we've seen more of the tank jungle, right? But now are we going to have Echo playing the tank jungle? Because we're already seeing Karo TZ picking up the Fredrin coming out.
Well, I think that's such a big flex, right? With it being locked in first pick, you don't really know exactly where it's going. That's the big strength there. Because still, I mean, even glue is available. You still have the highly contested mid lane. You have Farsa. We've seen a lot of Farsa. Eve's already taken out here. So, I mean, with the Fredrin locked in, you have that flexibility, but I feel like even on the backside for ONIC Esports, they're going to lock in 2 flexibility picks themselves. There's the glue.
Oh, glue monster. I want to correct myself there. I actually reversed the team name there. but for sure, coming out, nice pick on Kaja and glue. Now, for glue to counter glue, there are quite a bit of options. You can take out Uranus, and I mentioned Terizla. You know, we just talked about it. This might be something that I could consider right now.
Well, it depends on what kind of aspect of glue you want to counter, right? Because even if we're talking about, yes, Terizla being countered in lane against someone like the glue, in terms of impact, it could be very different things. You know, glue still can displace you, and that's why we're seeing people picking Benedetta for an example to force priority. Yes, I can't beat you in lane, but I can definitely cut off your backline and hit multiple peoples with my wide range, and especially with Petrify and the way that it interacts with the Electro Final Blow. Oh boy, did I just see that correctly? Okay, all right. Thank goodness. I definitely thought it looked a little different there. Farmis and as well as Chill locked in for Echo.
Are we going to see a Beatrix pick? Because with Kanja, once you get the hook, what's more important is the burst damage that comes out, right? When the Divine Judgment's ready. Now, there are not too many marksmen, or should I say burst damage ready. When you come from Mage, we're talking about Lunox. When you come from Marksman, we're talking about Beatrix, Carry, those kind of characters. Now, Carry being already banned, the next best option is Beatrix. If it's not picked here, I think Echo might just ban it away in the next round.
Yeah, I think you can go ahead and do that. Because again, if you lock in the Lunox pick, we've seen that so much, that interaction between Kaja and Lunox. But I do want to pick the smart guy's brains here, right? The Faramis. What do you guys feel about the Faramis, Gideon? I mean, we've seen it work really successfully, and then other times it kind of falls short.
Yeah, it really depends because, Valentina. Now, it really depends because Faramis is one of those heroes where it's like, yes, if you're winning, you are winning hard. If you are losing, it doesn't necessarily save you from a dying situation. You could even say that, you know, Diggy kind of fulfills that role as well, but works both ways. But let's look at this quote coming in from Yaoi. ONIC Esports is stronger than RRQ. I don't know when they got this quote, but...
I was going to say,
It's gotta be, I don't know. It's pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, that's quick. When did they get that from Yaoi? But
yeah.
It's Inception, you know, they just stole the idea right from his head, put it right down. We know what he wanted to say to begin with. But now we see the second half of the ban phase. The joy was something that I wanted to bring up earlier. Why wasn't it picked earlier? Is there something that they are afraid of or maybe are a little hesitant as Harith gets banned out by Echo?
Now, Joy is a character that you cannot take out very easily, especially when Kaja is available. And then there are actually so many counters. We're talking about Luna being one of them, Carrie being one of them. Carrie got banned. There are also options kind of like Franco. You know, Franco is a character that we kind of largely ignored in this entire series so far. But now with Chao coming out, I don't expect this time Chao to be jungle. You know, I really don't. I mean, I think it's going to be Yaoi Chao.
Yeah, you think Fredrin's going in the hands of Carl Tizzy possibly here.
Yeah.
Right? But I got to say, too, when was the last time we saw Valentina and Faramis? I mean, maybe once or twice in the tournament, but this was something that we saw a lot back in even the MPL regions and other tournaments early on in the season, where it was constantly Faramis and Valentina before they kind of got those, minor nerfs for both of them. But they're still highly contested because now, not only for ONIC Esports do you have an immediate Divine Judgment where you can flash down a target, but Valentina as well, if you can steal that Cult Altar, you extend those team fights, even more.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, it's one of those situations whereby you're hoping that the second half of the draft, especially when we're talking about AoE damage, you want to kind of hold back for that. And especially when you're looking at things like Cho, you're already seeing hey, they've got Fredrin as well to peel you off. Therefore, you're kind of, de-incentivized to not pick it up. And they've already got their mid lane duo, so therefore it's kind of on Echo to predetermine that.
Now, the thing about Faramis and Valentina picking this particular game is really smart. First, from Echo side, Faramis straight up counters Glue. Right? We talk about the one-shot potential it has once Glue uses the split. And on top of it, Faramis is really powerful in the early game phases, right? Talk about wave clear along with Chao. Now, Valentina can copy the ultimate, but the early game is not that great. And here we go. We have the Barats coming out. This might be a Barat jungle, but at this point, I don't know. Anything can be flex.
Wait, let me think about this for a second. I'm thinking about this for a second. I'm looking at the lane matchup, potential lane matchups. Is there any real advantage if they put Dairoth into the EXP lane? I'm thinking he's up against Glue, so then it's kind of a 50-50, but regardless, Glue can not interact with him at the same time, so I think it probably is going into the jungle, but that could just be the Malaysian bias. I've seen way too many Dairoth jungles back in MPL MY.
I mean, technically, it's, you could flex it, right? You could flex that, but on the other side, ONIC Esports being very, where all these are going. This last pick, wow. Oh, the Leslie.
Oh. Oof. It makes sense. Leslie does do really well with tanky characters, especially like Fredrin. When carry is taken away, when there's not so much true damage available to shred a tanky front line, Leslie does it, right? Leslie, probably 3 shots of Fredrin late game, but it has to get there. Now that's a true test for this side, for this draft. Can they get to the late game, knowing that early game Faramis is going to dominate mid lane, and they're going to skill better?
Is this the 4-item marksman, or is it a 2-items marksman video?
Well, in this particular case here, I would say it really depends on the situation. I would say Leslie is going to be a 4-item marksman. That's when you feel like, wow, one hit really hurts. I got to back off. I might even need to reset if the crit is too high.
Yeah, absolutely. And Leslie is not a character we've seen often on M4 stage, but sometimes it takes out, it's really smart. We've seen it in scrims where you take Leslie to go against carry, because that's also really good opponents, right, for Leslie. But here we go, as we come into next game.
All right, welcome to the land of Dawn, everybody. This is game number 3, ONIC Esports up against Echo. Let's get right into it.
CW showing us something different every game, right? We've seen the Moscow, we've seen the Melissa, right? Now we've seen Leslie.
I mean, I did say early on, if you're holding on to anything, now is the best time to just pull it out in this series. You add that uniqueness, that flavor here from something that we really haven't seen much of so far in this M4 tournament. And, previous game, they made it work for them. Boots, though, now has the help of Sands. They do get the flicker in. Sanford not going to be able to get to the Terra 5. First blood over the hands of Boots.
Well done. Really smart play here, and I think this is a huge mistake coming in from Sanford specifically. He should have known better. Why would Glue suddenly walk into the left rush and not back in, especially when he has flicker as well? There's just no reason. He should have expected the mid lane to start coming, and I'm pretty sure that Sanji did comment that there is somebody missing in the mid lane.
And for stats, ONIC is ranked first in assists per game with 39.8.
What? That is insane.
That is insane. 40 assists per game?
Now my OCD is kind of like itching right now. Just make it 40. Why would you put the 0.8 there? Just make it 40, man.
How is that even calculated? Does it combine everybody's assists?
It would definitely combine everybody's assists as a team. But now we see why Baratz is being so very annoying here. Working similarly to Cartesi on this Fredrin. That should technically be okay here. But yeah, they're invading every move we see coming out from Echo. ONIC has a very smart response.
Yeah, I mean, and not only that, but you see a lot of this pressure on this side. Turtle's going to be up in a couple seconds here. But by that time, you have all these ultimates online. Sands does have that Cult Altar, so he's going to hold on to that here. But, man, if anything, we've seen how much of a nuisance a Barrett's jungle can be here, especially that frontline presence. As already, they're trying to go contest this. Yawi going to go in here. Gets the way of the dragon. There's the Cult Altar to respond. Carl T's able to secure the turtle. Cult Altar committed. They're still going to find it out. Looking for the kill as Kyrie falls. Sanford going in with the strike. Able to find Sands. 2 down. Looking for more. Double kill for Sanji. Make it a triple.
Beautiful. Beautifully done. And, you know, Sanford, even though he was about to lose his lane, got a little bit of help to hit that level 4 and immediately making all that difference. It feels like whoever makes that first move is, especially when you're copying, expect 2 Cult Altars from either side. Whoever pops it first is going to lose.
Oh my god, I gotta say, Echo's draft and their strategy is so good coming into this game. You have Dairos that can destroy tanks, and they force Kyrie into a tank character. First of all, that's not something Kyrie's known for, right? They ban away every single assassin available, and force him onto a Baratz, and pick the Dairos. On top of it, it's a Yaoi differential, right? Yaoi comes in with a kick onto the Dairos, a full combo, full dive. That was incredible. 4-0 clean sweep and the turtle. Let's pick that ambulance. Here we go.
They're going to go ahead and find Yawi. They're going to use a lot here. Divine Judgment and the Daytona's welcome. Yawi can't escape that one. Now they're going to focus on Betty Cutie. Terrify comes out. ONIC Esports able to grab 2 kills top side.
I'm not gonna lie, a bit disrespectful that Keyboy took that kill from CW. He definitely would have preferred it, but I don't think this is the end of the engagement. Okay, it is, but 40 seconds on the clock until we see the next turtle come. CW, now that he's ahead in the lane against Benny QT, it's gonna be really tough for Benny QT to keep on laning against him. It's just a losing battle.
Oh my god, the early game. Oh, Sands!
No. They get the Cult Altar out here. Razor's Wrath gonna be committed. But as you were saying, Dave,
yeah, I was about to say the early game, despite how much ONIC just won on the top side, they're still behind from 1 play on the bottom side, right, on the turtle fight. Just to show you that the early game advantage, the team fight Echo setting up. Talking about team fight, here we go, top side.
Well, they get the flicker out, but they're going to sandwich in. There's the Cult Altar, the flicker in. CW can't escape that one. Yaoi picking up a kill himself. Now Keyboy going to be sandwiched as well. Still going to go in with the Divine Judgment. Sanji has to flicker out. Carl Teasy still there on the front side. They disengage for now, and also even on the bottom side, they're going to be duking it out there. But the turtle is now up. Carl Teasy looking to get an initiation here. Keyboy has to be careful. Daytona's welcome, gonna eat up Yaoi. Into the wall he goes. Can't get the kill though, Sands. Able to get the Cult Altar. They're gonna reset. Carl Teasy goes and focuses on the turtle. Esports, gotta be careful, Sands. The Cult Altar comes out. Flicker in, they get the kill for Sanford. Now Boots here. Turtle secured, still going on in the mid lane. And there you go, Echo Philippines still building on this lead.
Oh man, every time ONIC actually gets a profitable play, Echo makes sure that they stop that momentum instantaneously. They don't allow them to get even more gold than they should. And Echo now just pumping up the gas. They're making sure that ONIC cannot breathe. And this gold lane getting obliterated. CW is gonna struggle to even walk up.
Holy, look at the gold differential on the EXP lane right now. You know, you have Dairos sitting at 4,100 gold, about 1,100 gold ahead. I mean, this guy's going in full penetration. Dairos already had penetration, but before that...
Keyboy gonna go in. They should be able to find Sanji. They do. Sands grabs the kill. It's a shutdown. That's gonna be a nice win for ONIC Esports, but can they still press the situation? They're gonna make their way to the top side. Yaoi gives the signal. BennyQT gonna back out here for now.
This is gonna be scary for Echo, right? I mean, like, the later it goes, Dairos is gonna do more damage, one burst, and it's gonna be really good against the Cold Order if you copy that ultimate. Another skirmish in the mid lane.
Yeah, TZ. Could be okay. Terrifying. They just poke back and forth. Both teams gonna respect here. Kyrie, again, quite tanky on this Barretts.
So far, I'm trying to figure out where exactly the focus is going to be for.
Well, the focus going to be right here with the wave drag from Yowie. CW going to fall. Colt Holder comes down. They're still looking for Keyboy and Sans. They're in trouble. It's a double kill for the Storm as Sanji grabs another himself. 3 fall for ONIC Esports.
Man, I was about to talk about the focus coming in from ONIC, but Echo, it's a very clear plan for them. They just want to absolutely shut down this gold lane and make sure that CW will never be able to get to that late stage of the game. It will be ideally over before he even begins to start walking.
Are you not entertained by the Yaoi's Chow?
Yeah.
This is just build different gaming, right, on top side.
High energy gaming.
High energy gaming. This guy goes in, high energy, yells, "Yeehaw!" Walking, what the, oh! You know, and everybody just fall. It's actually just build different gaming. Speaking of that,
Dave's been unleashed here, and now they get a punish. They're still looking for more. Kyrie is down. Turtle going to be secured by Cardinal TZ. Now the focus here in the mid side. They get the Terrify. Sanji going to fall, though. ONIC Esports trying to turn this moment around in the mid lane. Not going to be able to get anything else, though. Keyboy does still have that Divine Judgment, but it's safer if they don't initiate.
All right, now I'm thinking, when exactly is ONIC Esports going to get that momentum back, right? I mean, yes, they're bleeding right now. Yes, they're trying to stop this momentum, but Echo is in full control. And I think, you know, number one, Sanford is basically uncontested in the side lane. Nobody can really do anything about it. And ONIC now forcing themselves into a corner to make sure that CW could eventually carry the game. But I don't think that might not necessarily be the right play here.
And this goes back to what we talked about in the very beginning when Leslie got first drafted, right? We talk about this. This is a very item-dependent character. It needs like 4 items just to be relevant. And he's not getting there anytime soon, you know? At this rate where Echo is snowballing, especially with Yaoi's Chow, the engage is coming too fast. I mean, even with Koch's hook, you feel like there's this lack of damage. Whoever he used Divine Judgment, there's not enough burst to get that one taken care of.
Well, they might be looking for a moment here as the conceal play comes out. Colt Holder, Yaoi with the Way of the Dragon. Look at the backside, looking for more. Sans in trouble here. CW trying to fire off on the backside. Carl TZ gonna get it eaten up here. It's Boots that falls, though. Do they have enough damage? Yaoi has to flicker out. They're still looking. CW full health here. Still on the chase, Sanford quite low, but it's only Carl TZ who falls.
That's what you want to see coming up from ONIC Esports. They want to trade 50-50 at this stage of the game where the gold is relevant, and more so, they're actually at a deficit, which is way worse for Echo, who are supposed to be ahead and very clearly in the lead with their 5K gold lead.
But what a great job from ONIC Esports. Played it really slow and steady. At this point, just like you pointed out, Gideon, the trade is good for them, right? Especially any trade that doesn't involve CW. Give the CW the slow but sure steady accumulation into the late game. Let him have the item because he needs that. The entire team's damage is banking on this Leslie, and you cannot come any faster for him to get his item.
Conceal used again. Keyboy gonna have to find the right target with this Divine Judgment. Carl TZ, the front line here. Lord still gonna go ahead and reset. No one gonna commit just yet. But this is the disadvantage of ONIC Esports. They have no space to work with, no turrets down, as Echo Philippines has that advantage. And you can see them focusing more. Conceal gonna come out here. Looking at the moment. They get the Divine Judgment on Sanford in trouble. Immortality gonna be popped for now. Boots gonna fall though. Is Sanji able to grab the kill? CW still on the backside. Firing off, but it's just too much. Echo Philippines, look at Carl TZ. Appraiser's Wrath comes down. They're gonna zone them back. The flicker in. Sanji with the drag. Kyrie still up for now. But Benny Cutie with the killing spree going in, finding another as Keyboy falls.
No, CW couldn't get his ult on the right target. He could have gotten the kill off of Benny QT, or at the very least, force somebody to block it for him. But ONIC, man, what a trade that was. Unfortunately, not falling into their favor, guaranteeing that Echo is going to take this Lord, and now are looking to put that final nail in the coffin to get to that 10K goal lead.
To be honest, I mean, you got to give CW credit, right? Because at this point, there's so much dive. Just surviving is take a lot of effort, you know? Yeah. And it's really hard. Everybody's falling, and CW able to survive. Let's take a look at his items right now. At least he got Endless Battle of Berserker free, but he's slowly working towards a BOD. It's getting close, but look at Claws, already sitting at 9,000 gold, 2,000 gold ahead just from the marksman alone. And let's talk about mid lane as well, right? Promise is 2,000 gold ahead as well. This is getting scary every time Echo engages. They have the damage, they have the items to make it happen.
I mean, that's the thing. You can see this as they try to hold on to the tier 1. But the quick play from Yaoi again under the turret. Sanford on the backside going to get pulled with the Divine Judgment. Daytona's welcome as well. Blazing Duet. Everything being thrown at ONIC Esports. The flicker again from Sanford as 3 down for ONIC Esports.
Oh man, Yaoi's so good on show. He's just too good. Get it out of here. Inhibitor falls. Next fight, they're gonna end it right here.
They're still gonna be going here. BeniQt in the backside, just able to free hit. Keyboy in trouble, trying to buy time, but it's not gonna be enough as Echo Philippines takes the match, taking game number 3.
GG, well played, Echo. What a game.
What a game that is. Holy, the execution was flawless. Engage were decisive. They were on the mission. Every time Yaoi goes in, it's a devastation, a disaster for the other side. I just want to say, the Leslie pick, maybe we'll have to think about that for the next game.
Yeah. I mean, the idea just seems correct. All the moves that they did seem correct, but they just fell behind ever so slightly, and they could never recover from the damage with so much conviction, honestly, on that gold lane. You can't help but feel a little bad for CW.
I mean, master performance, like you mentioned, Yaoi especially. We know when he gets the Cho, what's going to happen, right? The plays are going to be made. And even at the end there, how many people did he hit with that knockup without even using the Way of the Dragon?
Yeah.
And like you guys mentioned too, this leaves to question that Leslie pick. You needed way more time. I think the last item Dave pointed out was the BOD was almost there. But by that time, at 10K gold lead by the end, it was too late.
It was too late.
I mean, even with the 10K gold lead, we also have to talk about the fact that the laning phase wasn't exactly the best for CW as well, with a lot of people getting these decent trades so far. But I don't know, maybe that's just me, maybe I'm just looking too far ahead into this. So let's throw it over to the people who know what they're talking about. Analysts, please take it away.
We know what we're talking about, sure. I mean, sometimes I second guess myself. And that's a weird camera look, but yes, it's that one. All right, so welcome to the Understand with me, Lafel, Trex, as well as Leo. And that was a very fast game where this time, Echo, they really put the tempo where they're just charging forward because looks like Sanford, he really hates armor, and Sanji really charges to the front to make sure that no one dies.
This is the trademark Faramis in mid. I think in MPL Philippines, he's the only one who really made this work, at least up until everybody started picking it up like, mid Faramis is pretty good. And so far, this is the fastest series this game. And something tells me both teams have gotten to know each other a little better.
Most definitely, but one of the people that was always part of that charge, Yaoi, on that show.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just finding those picks, finding those marks, and I think that was one of the deciding factors of making that game so fast.
We gotta look at the draft. We gotta look at the itemization because, again, what was the determining factor that Echo could be like, we're not gonna get punished, we're just gonna drive straight ahead, because CW on his signature pick, which is the Leslie, is incredibly strong. I feel like everyone can agree to that, but has one main flaw.
All right, what is that?
It's a little bit slow, especially.
It's a Leslie.
It's, dude, Leslie's strong, okay? It's just that you need a lot of time.
Yeah.
And Echo, they didn't give any time.
And it's not just a matter of time, it's also a matter of space, you see? Given that Echo was constantly charging forward and forward and forward, despite CW getting his power hero, TM, it just was too much for the ONIC Esports squad to deal with. We're looking at the stats this time around, and again, 11 minutes, 41 seconds, more than twice their health. It was so hard to come back after a certain point.
They didn't give a chance for Luminous Lord to actually show its face. Nope. Now, Trex, why are you a Leslie hater?
I mean,
what is it?
Lots of epic games in my past, you know, lots of Leslie.
We all do.
Back when she wasn't that good, you know, just, I'm sorry. But if we take a look at the CW to BeniQt, the gold lead was there. BeniQt able to outscale once again in that. But also, I want to kind of focus on Carl Teasy against Kyrie here. Kyrie not taking the assassin pick this time, but going with the Barats.
Okay, here's the thing. I want to be slightly more analytical here because ONIC, when they do draft a Leslie, is usually having a big wall in front of her. Now look at Echo and the items, because Sanford, as a Dyrov, just stretch armor, having 2 penetration items, and Sanji with the glowing wand, the way that they're drafting, having the Clot as well, a lot of DPS, the draft, the items, it completely counters what ONIC wants to do.
If it went on maybe 4 or 5 minutes longer, we would have seen one more damage item or armor penetration from Sanford. Now, into the game stats, you see how Sanji is here for 100% of the 20 kills that Echo put on the board. He's not only just there for participation, he's actually dealing a lot of damage. So again, it's clear, Ghost Bursters, there's still that interaction between Glue and Faramis, but also you see how ONIC are clumping up to protect CW.
Most definitely. I mean, so you get that damage. You also get the sustainability. You get so much dive potential. And with that added on top of Sanford and Yaoi, I think it was just the perfect mixture to take down ONIC here.
Yeah, honestly, Sanji has been great. I'm gonna keep saying that for a while, Leo, because again, mistakes need to be improved. But speaking of which, this is one of the fastest games, I feel like even just today, where Echo really understood what ONIC is gonna do before they did it. But we gotta talk about the MVP, the person that really moved the sky, because above the sky, there's ONIC, but apparently above ONIC, there's Yaoi kicking everyone around, 80% kill participation.
This is a trademark pick for Yaoi, right? Just like how peanut butter goes with jelly, or how we want the room to be in a certain temperature. When Yaoi gets his hands on the Cho, great things happen.
And I think once he picked up that immortality, that's the thing that really helps him out even more. You already have so much mobility on the Cho, you have so much escape ability on the Cho, but now with this, you can be even more aggressive, even more slippery, even after death.
We're gonna look at the heat map, but while we're looking, I need confirmation from you, Leo, because you know the players. So after this, just talk to Yaoi. Does he actually go yeehaw when he uses the Chow? I mean, I don't know, man. Assassin Dave.
That was a claim from Dave, yeah. I've listened to several of their comms. Can confirm he does not. He does not indeed go yeehaw, despite having started in the gold lane. Again, he babysat Benny Cutie for a bit, rotated towards the jungle, and then towards the turtle. Again, this is much like how the previous MVPs of the series have gone so far. They understood their role almost every single time, all the time, and which allowed their teams to just raise up in tempo all throughout and take the victory.
And you can even see a couple of those cuts into enemy territory there in that first 5 minutes, getting vision for his team, and now taking a look at some of these highlights.
Again, look at this. They're going for CW. It's like 4 people here. He's 100% wanting the farm. So they know exactly where they're gonna be, and they just keep on charging and charging and charging. Now the thing is, when Kyrie comes to defend, it really doesn't do much when Sanford is there, ripping through any armor that the Barras just naturally has. And then Benny Cutie, I feel like even just with with the Demon Hunter story, it's like, I don't care. I'm charging forward, and I'm going to drop everyone low, and I'm going to drop everyone dead.
Yeah, and against a team like Echo, you don't want to be on the defensive. You want to find a way to smash on through what they're putting on the table, and that's what happened in the games that ONIC have won so far, at least in the team fights that they have gotten the W for. But here, Yaoi was just cutting through the wall that was put up by ONIC, and that's what gave them the quick victory.
I mean, Yaoi, Benny, and Sanford cutting through that defense so well. And that's, I mean, like you said, fastest game this whole series. Didn't give ONIC any time to breathe. Didn't give CW any time to scale. Them focusing on that gold lane in the early phase. GG's.
Something we didn't touch as much, which is Kaja, where really needs someone to help burst down. And it looks like in the early stages of the game, no one to burst down. But we want to go down to the crowd because Mara and Clara are already ready to talk to someone special again. Please, have it your way.
We're here with the audience, and we got ex-pro players, Yuri Gaming, and Honda Beats coming all the way here from the Philippines. Now, we want to know, sinong pinakamalakas?
Si Sanji, kasi malupit mag-Winter Tronchon!
Sanji, Winter Tronchon! Honda Beast!
Yaoi, kasi malupit sumipa.
Magaling. How does he kick? How? How?
Kabila,
Let's show it! Let's show it! Super fan, Manjin, OSX! Sino pinakamalakas?
Pilipinas lang malakas!
Oh, wait! I know that you guys have a dance for us, right?
Yes, I taught them the dance.
marching band right there, so we need some energy up in here. When I say echo loud, you say echo proud. Echo loud. Echo proud. Echo loud. Echo proud. One more time. Echo loud. Echo proud. Final message to the players of ONIC. OSX.
If they have the beat, we have the moves.
Woo! We're gonna throw it to you, Clara, as we show you the moves. Acha, 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 acha. Clara, what you got? We're throwing.
What time is it? It's ONIC time and go ONIC, of course. Indonesia, mana suaranya? Dukungan terus bergulir tentunya untuk Indonesia. ONIC lagi bermain dan gak cuma dari fans ONIC. Ada Sonic, ada juga Ayang Babs, ada dari mantan juara juga, sang juara. Semuanya kumpul untuk ONIC Esports. Tapi kamu ngelihat Sans lagi bermain, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih?
Ayang Sans, semangat ya. Ayo gacor dong, jangan masa mau kalah. Ayo semangat Ayang Sans.
Sayang, semangat sayang. Udah disemangatin gitu. Tapi di sini kita juga ada sobat ONIC yang terus ngedukung. Gimana kamu ngeliat penampilan dari ONIC nih?
Mantap banget guys. Pokoknya tetap kayak konsisten terus bawa pulang piala M4-nya.
Dan memang dia bilang katanya, let's bring back the throne to Indonesia. After she said, sayang, babe, semangat, cheer up, but we have Iwan, anak emak. Mana tepuk tangan ini? Wan, gimana Wan ngeliat ini Wan? Match yang udah panas banget. Oh boleh.
Wan, Eri semangat.
Salah, Gaby. Gak ada Ayang Gap. Gimana nih ngeliatnya?
Gila, match di M4 ini semuanya seru-seru banget. Ya, playernya juga entah kenapa makin jago ya. Dia kalau aku main lagi kayaknya bisa jadi bot ya John ya.
Ya, enggak ya, berarti nggak main lagi ya. Tapi kamu bisa nggak sih kasih mungkin semangat-semangat untuk ONIC Esports?
Buat ONIC Esports, semangat terus, jangan pernah mikirin lawan, tetap percaya diri, semangat terus. Dan Ayang Carry, semangat ya kamu. Muah.
Ayang Carry semangat, but one more. Satu kata untuk ONIC Esports.
Go ONIC!
Go ONIC! Go ONIC! Go ONIC!
Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Amara, as well as Clara. The fans are wild here in the stadium. M4 can only get better from here on out, but the games have just technically, the battle itself, begun. Now, Echo is on match point. One more game and they can continue on, and technically that would make them already within the top 4, if I'm correct.
Top 3.
Top 3, thank you, Dave. Top 3, which is already a big deal. ONIC, can they push this back? Can they tie this up?
I think yes, they can, right? And every game starts in the draft. So speaking of the draft specifically, what we saw the last game was, what, first 3 bans were towards Kyrie, right?
All assassins.
All
Ling,
assassins.
Hayabusa, Fanny. I mean, all those are banned away.
Yeah.
And Lancelot was probably the most meta viable characters that's available, but it wasn't picked out, right? We saw the dinosaur being picked out, and it didn't really do any favors.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? You focus on Kyrie so much, I guess look for another angle here, at least either to support Kyrie in that jungle pick, whatever he decides to go with, but also have something proactive, because I think it was Dave that said that Leslie pick, right?
Yeah.
We saw a lot of variability in terms of marksman picks from ONIC Esports, but the Leslie one, I feel like, especially 11 minutes, that game was about 11 minutes, that's not enough time. You know, that's not enough time for Leslie to shine.
Well, to be honest, I can't really put it past the drafting coming in, and especially what CW got, and that's just what you get, right? The question is, even though Kyrie might not get a comfort hero, where else do they go for? That means the rest of his teammates need to start stepping up. We're looking at Keyboy. We're also looking at Sans to really start making that difference here for the rest of the team.
There are a few things they might pay attention to for the upcoming draft, right? You also have to pay attention to not giving Yaoi the challenge. I mean, that Chow was decisive factor in the last game, right, for Echo. I mean, how Yaoi maneuver or pilot this character, should I say, was out of this world, right? Like kind of like Alien, you know. So it's just very, very different how he plays it. Maybe ban the Chow away, because you can't really ban the entire Echo, not like Echo banning Kairi, you know, as easy as Echo banning Kairi. So maybe take away the Chow, take away the comfort, and that might be the angle. That being said, we're stepping to the drafting phase.
All right, let's jump right into it. Everybody here ready for game number 4? Let's jump right into the drafting phase and expect it to be nice, fast, and as well as quick. These teams are not messing around with the first phase already done and first picks locked in.
Same sides, right? I mean, I think for the whole series so far,
yeah.
Echo Philippines, they love blue. They want to be on the blue side. Still, those same 3 bans towards Kairi and ONIC Esports on the other side, it's still taking out the 2 same marksmen they took out previously, and I think, was it the Eve as well from previous game?
Yes, it is. And, you know, it's pretty much the exact same bans, but the picks have definitely changed. Again, Glue was able to be paired up with the farmers. Now you don't have that quote-unquote hard counter here, which begs the question, Echo, do you want to lock in that Dairoth to make sure you can deal with the Glue in lane, but may not necessarily do as much in the bigger picture of team fights?
No, Dairoth definitely did wonder last game. Nobody expects Dairoth to counter Glue so bad. In fact, that's something that you don't see very often. Most of the time you see in the high-end scrim matches between those top teams, they use Rain as a counter Glue, and today when we saw Glue did wonders. Especially played by Sanford, right? The amount of confidence this guy was showing in lane, just one-on-one and 1v2, even though he died the first time, we all kind of worried about that lane, thinking, okay, you might have to play a little bit more careful, but it turned out he had the whole thing planned out in his head. He know his power spike. One death didn't really affect him that much.
I think I want to see it again. However, the conditions might have changed a little, but we'll see in the second phase of the draft for now, because now we're seeing, you know, adaptations being done. We don't have farmers. Oh, boo-hoo. We still are going to be locking in the Lilia. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, it's all about pushing out that wave to allow Yaoi and support him in his movement. If you are getting mirrored, at the very least, Sanji can actually look for a trade, get somebody low enough for Yaoi to have a secondary option if his first plan to get on top of CW doesn't work out.
I like that they grabbed themselves the Claude this time, right? Because something that, I mean, they had to deal with is always those back turret plays, those sandwich plays. And I mean, even, let's quickly take a look at the quote here from Carl TZ. We know their playstyle, man. I think my teammates are better than ONIC Esports.
You can see that, the confidence seeking through their gameplay. You know, the way how Yaoi engage, even through draft. Now, banning 3 assassins is not something you see at all on an M4 stage. This is a very, very respect and targeted ban, a draft style, I should say, towards ONIC Indo.
Absolutely, and that's what we should expect at the highest level here. Everybody is going to be playing in tip-top shape. Harith ban, a Mon ban coming in from Echo. I feel like we're being left out of the loop here. Echo knows something that we don't.
Must be scrims.
Must be scrims.
Must be when they practice their minds out, probably.
Yes, when they practice their minds out.
I mean, what can we say? Hanzo. It's Hanzo time.
Is it? Honestly, it might actually be the way if we didn't see Fredrin already locked in coming in from Echo, but Martis as well gets banned out. Let's see. It could be Hanzo coming in from Kairi, the god of assassins at this stage of M4.
Well, at this point, right, I'm even surprised with the Leslie ban. Right, I mean, it's taken out here. Again, the previous game, I feel like, wasn't the most fair performance for it, right? We haven't seen it a handful of times, just like the other marksmen on the table. But still, I think if you're going to see something like that, sounded like the Joy.
Yep.
A hero highly contested, whether it's picked or banned. But this time, this is a jungle Joy.
It can or cannot, right? Joy, again, it's still flags, and being in the second pick give you a lot of options, right? You still can flags right now.
It can still go into the mid lane, technically.
Mid Joy?
That's exactly what we're trying to get to here. But Sanford, once again, he's going to get, oh boy, he's going to get the Dairoth one more time. We're seeing the Beatrix coming up for Benny QT. Right now, based on what we're seeing, it's going to be a little difficult to catch Benny QT, but now that you have Joy, probably going to take the Vengeance, run up right into his face. He's got to be really careful when he uses those ultimates.
I bet this might be a glue support. You know, we've seen it before. No, glue support, and you have Joy on the side, which is not really afraid of Dairoth. I mean, and you can take the Farmers mid. So that might be a viable option, because right now if Glue go to side, we're going to see the same story happening from last game again, where the Dairoth's going to counter the lane. Here we go, the last pick. Oh, Mathilda.
Huh.
Okay, so Joy Jungle.
Joy Jungle, yeah. You're absolutely right.
All right, look, I have no doubt. The fact that it is Kyrie playing it, he's going to make something happen. He has to make something work. But this is going to be quite the battle as Echo currently on match point. They need to win this to move on to the next stage. And unfortunately for ONIC, they need to win this game to stay in this best of 5 and try and contest them. I don't know about you guys, but I am hella excited to be jumping in towards the land of dawn. It is game number 4 here with 2 teams looking to be the best that we have ever seen coming out from an M series.
Oh, I can hear the fan yelling from the stage.
That's outside, too.
Yeah, I know, from the stage. I mean, he's so excited for Echo. That was exciting. This is Echo's match point. ONIC have to put everything they have on the table.
All right, here it is. The Land of Dawn revealed once more. We're jumping right into the action. Hold your horses, pull up your pants, get your popcorn. You cannot blink. Do not miss a second of the action. ONIC on the red side, and it's going to be Echo on the blue.
Ooh, right off the bat, it seems like Echo started from the red, and Kyrie. ONIC's gonna start from the blue. A complete mirror matchup. That means they will meet. We might have to see a little early class at Lethal Wonder. Here we go.
Already in the mid lane. Little poke back and forth between
Yaoi.
the two. Yaoi could be in trouble here. That's quite a bit of poke. Oh, just barely able to survive. And notice too, you know, Dave, hold on. Same thing in the bottom side. Flicker out from Sanford. Boots not going to be able to get the first blood this game.
Yep, see, that's what we're talking about. That level 1, again, level 1 was extremely important, but as soon as Boots is able to get that level 2, instantly, it just changes, right? Sanford had to flicker out of there, and the same goes for Boots. So the laning phase, now a little compromised. We might have to see Sanford get a little bit of help, because now we're expecting Boots to play a lot more passively and say, hey, I'll only push when necessary.
Yeah, one thing I love too, I mean, you're already seeing it, right? The mobility here from ONIC Esports, the ability to move around with this Matilda pick. You have that guiding wind, you have that circling eagle, and even on top of that, I mean, you kind of extend the fights with Sansir on this Fairness this time. I like what ONIC Esports decided to draft. Now, how will that develop as the game goes on? You know, that's the big question here.
Oh, here we go. On the bottom side, it's just trade. It's even so far. I'm actually surprised because I expect Dairos to be winning the lane. But it seems like Boots is having the upper hand. And now is Joy making the first move.
Bottom side, we got to get a look here. Sanford getting chunked quite low. Going to be taken down. Boots able to get the first blood this time. But now Carl TZ paying back as Sanji grabs the kill. But now Turtle going to be up here. Both teams trying to get in position. Carl TZ, full health, quite healthy, gets the taunt, the knockup, gets 2 flickers. Yaoi now looking for a moment, holding on to the way of the dragon.
There we go.
Both are going to come out, it's going to come down to the retribution battle. Who grabs it? It's Carl TZ. And now Keyboy the focus. He gets out with the guiding one, but what a flicker. Yaoi has to retreat. Sanji there to back him up. And just like that, Echo Philippines grabbing the objective.
What a chain of events there, Dave. I mean, it could have gone badly for both of these teams. Farm is holding his ult until the last second, but you got to give it to Yaoi. He's done. It feels like he's played the simulation a million times.
His Chow kick is so on point. Even the last game, the last few dive at the mid lane tier 1 tower, when Yaoi dived into the 4 people, knock out 4 people, he kicked CW accurately, right? Just now, in the midst of everybody, he's able to find Kyrie and kick them away to make sure he doesn't retreat. That takes so much accuracy. He might be using the hero lock, which takes so much practice, because that is so hard. 1,000 buttons on the screen you have to click. I mean, like, how do you even do that?
Well, they're pros for a reason, Dave, right? We're casters for a reason here. But, I mean, even with that said, just the micro decisions from Echo Philippines really showing their strength in those fights, but still, ONIC Esports still in a good position here as Carl TZ going to be the focus. Kyrie using that ultimate. There's the circling heel. Keyboy, though, going to get caught in a bad position. Has to have the back of the teammate, but Yaoi on the hunt, looking for it, can't. Gets the cold roller out, finds on the backside. There's a kill as Keyboy falls, going in the hands of Echo Philippines.
Oh, that's got to be so frustrating, and especially for Keyboy, he was baiting them into a team fight, and ONIC were ready for it. But once again, we're seeing Yaoi just deny aggression, deny key targets that can actually slow them down, and in this case, it was supposed to be Boots.
I gotta say, ONIC's playing a little bit before that.
Gonna focus on Carl TZ, he's quite low. There's a circling eagle, able to punish him as Carl TZ falls. ONIC Esports on the hunt for more.
Even before the ultimate comes down. And the Claude is getting really farmed. Just now you saw the auto attack coming from CW. I wonder what item he has to do so much damage already to Fredrin. Unless Fredrin just not building physical defense at all. But because of that team fight, now it's going to be ONIC having the advantage going to the turtle.
Well, again, we find ourselves in the turtle pit. The back and forth. Yaoi with the blinker, the TikTok play, gets away the dragon off. Boots goes in with the split. Sanji's got to be careful here. Boots also still going to grab. Yaoi's in trouble. Able to survive for now. Carl T's going to get cut off. Gets the knock up there. Sanford, no. And Sanji. Certainly able to come out from Keyboy in a bad position. Can he get away? Flickers out. Kyrie, though, comes in, gets the retribution off, and punishes Sanji on the bottom side.
What an angle! Please, can we get a replay of that? Kyrie came up with a 300 IQ pathing. I thought he was throwing because he was letting his teammate die, but no, he found the exact pathing he wanted, and now he's about to kill
Kyrie
Sanford!
Going for more. Sanford can't escape it. It's Kyrie grabbing another one. And now Carl Teasy, Appraiser's Wrath comes down. Keyboy on the run. Circling Eagle. Can he survive it? He's still running. Carl Teasy grabbing the kill. Turtle still up here. No one committing just yet.
Holy Kyrie,
oh my god.
Oh my goodness, give me something. Just have my children, my god.
I gotta say, Boost, at this point, Boost needs to step it up, right? Because he's not being as effective as a Glue Monster should have. You know, with the challenge, on Echo side, Yaoi can kick. Glue can also kind of kidnap somebody, you know?
Kyrie,
the steal.
That's all he has to do, Dave.
Yeah.
Let Boots get there, but as long as Kyrie gets the turtles, it's all good.
Yeah, Kyrie diff. That's the Kyrie diff we're talking about.
Like, is there really anything we can say? But Yaoi, once again.
Yaoi would wave the dragon. They're looking for more here. That's the Colt ult. They're committed. It's Keyboy that falls. Now Carl Teasy still trying to zone out Kyrie here. It's Sands and Kyrie. They're going to back off for now. Happy with the kill, but look at the lead for ONIC Esports.
Ooh, now that is what we call the Yaoi diff. Unfortunately, both teams have some very clear playstyles overall, but the interactions, it's so very important. Like, let's keep in mind, I want Boots to actually be in a position where you can do something.
Yeah.
But to be fair, Yaoi is frustratingly making it difficult. He's interrupting his combo.
Oh, just like that again with the way of the dragon. You can't escape it as Sands falls to the mid side. Another pickup as you were just saying it, Gideon.
This is pissing me off now. Every time he's got his ultimate, he finds a kill. Stop it, Yaoi.
Yeah, like how... The thing is, Yaoi was on the other side of the river, right? I mean, you can't prepare for that. Like a second later, he's on your face, he's kicking to his team, get bursted by the Beatrix, by Benny. So like, this is just way too good. That's what I was saying. Maybe like leaving one character up, don't ban, let's say Eve, and take the Chao away. But that's like, you know, too late at this point, right?
Right? Wishful thinking here at this point. Yeah. But, you know, you got to deal with it. Cho in the hands of Yaoi is devastating, and now he's going to be looking for another side on the bottom. Kick comes out, Kyrie there to help out. Boots and Kyrie on the bottom side.
Kyrie.
Bizum strike comes out, but they disengage as both teams were ready for that one.
Okay. I thought for a second there it could have been bad. Sanford using that flicker to really displace Boots, and he wasn't able to get his kidnap going. It puts Kyrie in an awkward spot. But now, CW, they broke the tier 1, they've done a lane swap, and now they're trying to press their advantage.
Nice push here. ONIC's really getting objectives. They got 2 towers already. If you connect the dots, the middle tier 1 tower is not going to stand for any longer, right? If this continues, once CW get those items online, he will shred the entire backline for Echo.
And let's take a turtle. Come down to another retribution battle here. Carl T's able to secure it, but ONIC Esports, they want to fight here. They're going to be chasing down. Flicker comes in. Boots looking for the setup here. Can't get it. Black Q's going to come out. There's Yaoi once again, but Carl TZ falls. Sanford still alive. Look at Benny Cutie. Grabs the kill on Kyrie. But in the mid side, it's Yaoi running. Gets dragged to his death.
A beautiful job there from CW. He was standing in the perfect position, just consistently doing damage. I was saying that this is going to be the win condition for ONIC. And that's exactly what happened in the last team fight. CW sitting on the side, just throwing the auto attack left and right. He got Fredrin low and he got Fredrin down. And that's exactly what we need to see more going further into the late game.
Well, let's look at the bigger picture as well, because Benny QT actually in this instant replay, hopefully we see it. Keep your eyes on Kyrie, because Benny QT gets his ult off, sees Kyrie, and has to force fight him, but the rest of his team is left behind. So as soon as that kill comes through, both Sanford and the majority of his teammates are just way too low to re-engage into the fight. It could have been much better from Echo had they kind of kited together, but ONIC just taking full advantage of the situation.
And this is the thing I want to point out regarding the Joy jungle. The ultimate damage actually not that high. Look at how much damage he's taken, right? And that's why Joy needs vengeance, because he can go and take the shield, but before that, here we go.
Playing the bottom side. Everybody here from ONIC Esports, they're trying to catch Benny Cutie. They're looking for it. Blazing, do it! It's Sands getting the killing spree, and they're making him pay as Sandy on the run here. 4 versus 1, he falls. And now Carl Teasy, a little bit too late to the party. Sanford now to help them out. ONIC Esports gotta be careful on this one. CW goes down. Now it's Sanford versus 3. Still gonna be going at it. It's too much damage as Sands takes him down. Carl Teasy still here. Certainly he will come out. 1 versus 3. Can he do it? It's gonna be a long battle as he just heals up. Chad walks away. That's 1 knock up. Yowie now joining the party. Still gonna be going Way of the Dragon. Telling them, guys, that's enough.
Oh my goodness. Whoa, what a sequence of events. Honestly, it feels like Kyrie dies when he wants to die. It's like, I have to give up my life. If not, Benny QT isn't going to commit to this.
Yeah, let's take a look. And that's what I was talking about.
Oh, whoa.
At this point, Kyrie cannot go in by himself to the back line. This character gets straight up, Joy as a character gets straight up countered by Beatrix, right? When you don't have Vengeance, he just one-shots you. Look at Beatrix's item. This guy is stacked out. He's in a 2-shot, and that's what we saw in the last fight. Here we go again.
Oh, Yowie again with Way of the Dragon, looking for it. The Cold Ulcer comes down. Blazing duet from CW. Gonna push down Echo Philippines. Double kill for Sands. Sanji on the run here, and it's a Lord for ONIC Esports. Everybody's feeling it, and Carl Teasy has to retreat.
Oh, this game is so hot. Previously, it was Echo who had the decisive draft. Now it is ONIC taking full control over this game and are running it down all the way to the inhibitor. Yowie, what can he really do? He's not able to initiate for his team no longer.
Certainly, you're going to commit. They do get the mid turret here. ONIC Philippines in ONIC Esports in the driver's seat.
Absolutely. Now with the Lord coming down, they got the mid high ground tower without even having the help of the Lord. Now the bottom side, the minion, super minion comes in, all the high ground towers going to be taken down, I think, at this round. Look at the top dive.
They're still going to have to work on it. Lord top side. ONIC Esports going in.
Yowie
with the Way of the Dragon, certainly able to follow up. Still holding on to it. It's Boots that gets punished. The drag comes out from the Stampede. Benny Cutie unleashing here. Yowie has the immortality. Right now, they're going to go ahead and retreat for ONIC Esports.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Sanford, he's really deadly with that ultimate, man. I mean, as soon as he is able to connect onto multiple targets, and especially if it even touches CW, even just a little bit, he's immediately flickering on top of it to make sure that his Abysm Strike is not going to miss, and he follows up so fast. ONIC, you got to be a little careful about this. CW, he has to watch his positioning. Oh, God.
Oh, again, Yowie with Way of the Dragon, taking out Keyboy just like that. Echo Philippines going to be marching down the mid lane here. They grab the tier 1. Sands, though. Oh, he had to think twice about that one.
Yeah, you don't want to dive onto that. That's going to one-shot. Sands is doing a fantastic job. He's 6-1-3. He has about a 1,500 gold ahead of his counterpart. This guy is popping off. At this point, it's about Sands comboing with CW diving, as well as his Kyrie. Because Kyrie cannot do it by himself. He didn't have the Vengeance, have the Retribution. Oh, look at the damage already. Is Kyrie building tank? Did you notice the item?
Oh, well, I think the first 2 items was the Genius one into the Holy Crystal, so now he's probably going to... I'm guessing that he's probably going to build into full tank from this stage onward, like most Joy players would. Because again, Benny QT is just chunking him down.
Yeah.
Like, and sometimes you even see Benny QT hiding in brushes with Wesker, the shotgun version variant, and just blowing him out of the water.
Yeah, but going to the late game though, even though it's only 3,000 gold differences, but look at the map, right? It's looking red all over the place. ONIC, I was saying that they got the mid-high ground tower without the Lord's help, but they actually took a step too aggressive, right? Bit up a little bit more than what they can chew. You know, this is the ice bigger than the stomach kind of story. What they need to do is really calm down and get ready for the, sync the wave up and get ready for the tower cleanup. Now, just now though, you have to give credit to Yowie. That was a beautiful engagement and boost that started everything, you know?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, though, ONIC, all they have to do is just wait for this next Lord.
Yeah.
They have a huge map advantage, like you mentioned, and they've got this massive lead. And Echo just trying to get back into this game at this point.
How do they, I'm trying to figure out how Echo is supposed to get back into this game, because now it's like, if they could just stall this Lord a little bit longer, they're almost at the 42K mark.
Right now, ONIC is going to go ahead and work on the Lord here. Carl Teasy looking for an angle if he can get one. It's going to be the Lord Dance. Yaoi not going to be able to find the way of the dragon that he wants to. Lord still juggled around.
Oh, CW!
Look at Kyrie though, it goes in, that's the way of the dragon, the flicker comes out. Boots is getting chunked quite low. Kyrie's still gonna work on the Lord here, he wants to grab it. Carl Teasy waiting for the moment as well, they're gonna zone them out the best they can. Sanji trying to unleash here, CW's gonna fall. The red tree comes out, and it's secured by Kyrie. As he falls indeed, Keyboy down. Kyrie though, saving grace.
Oh Lord, I think that's the first time we've ever seen both Echo and ONIC both pause for a second, unsure what to do next. Do I take Lord, do we fight? And unfortunately for ONIC, Echo pushing it in.
On the mid side, there's the way of the dragon as he falls. Boots is down, the Lord is up though. Sanford quite low here, Sands and Kyrie. Kyrie gonna go back into the jungle, can they buy more time? Oh, Sanford on the run from Kyrie as he shuts down Sands as well. Benny Cutie still going. Now the focus here on Kyrie. Gets to the second tier turret and backs off for now, but bought enough time for ONIC Esports to stay in it.
Oh no, Kyrie, he's just messing with them right now. Are they, okay. And ONIC, at the very least, are in a position where, yes, I don't have my mid-turret, Echo don't have that mid-turret, but Echo isn't even falling for those simple traps. No, I'm not going to chase you across the map. I remember what happened the last time. We have adapted and we are learning. So both sides are just elevating based on what they are seeing from the gameplay of their opponents. So it's a game of rock, paper, scissors. When do you go too far?
I feel like ONIC's playing with their hands behind their backs at this point. You know, like they have a full dive comp, and they're win condition to kill Benny, right? Like if they kill Benny, they got this game. I mean, yes, Yaoi's making stuff happen. Yes, Carl TZ is crazy, but at the same time, the win condition for Echo is just the Benny. If Benny dies, the entire Echo lose their damage source. But they're not doing that. It feels like they go in and kind of come back and kind of gauge, right? Go back in again. And during that thinking process, Benny sniped your backline, right? And killed everybody else.
Well, right now, ONIC going to focus on the top side and still want to get this inhibitor turret down. They're working with the mid. Black Shoes used. Still a stalemate here, as I think it's just going to come down to another Lord, unless ONIC Esports can press the issue here.
Yeah, both teams are like dead even. It's 16-14 so far, and the goal lead is so minimal. It just does not matter. It comes down to that execution. If you're in Yaoi's position, I'm guessing just looking for CW, but CW waits so patiently.
Here we go.
Leo gonna come in. They're quite low. They get the Black Shoes out from Sanji. Still holding on here. ONIC pressing it out. They get the flicker. Echo Philippines still holding on to this top turret.
Wow, what a defense over there. You know, I thought CW wanted to get this tower, and it seems like ONIC doing everything right? They sync the wave up, they try to get a high ground tower, but I gotta say, Partizzi just is a wall. He stands over there like, you shall not pass. And then, yeah, CW did not pass. And that's exactly what happened.
It's just, they literally cannot. I mean, based on what we're seeing, like, CW is able to keep out Partizzi. Wait, this is Vitsio play. This is not looking good.
Echo, they're gonna find Boots here. There's the way the Dragon Sands comes in to help him out, but it's too late. Yaoi gets the kill, and now Sands on the run. Flicker comes out as well. Echo on the hunt. Sands does fall. Benny Cutie gonna flicker in, looking for more, and they're gonna make a beeline to the Lord.
Wow.
I'm nervous right now because there's multiple decisions that could be made. They could delay this ball. They're going in.
Keyboy does go in with the circling eagle. Kyrie getting in position. Benny Cutie gonna take out Keyboy. ONIC has to be careful how they approach this one. Lord gonna be 1/4 health here. Benny Cutie though had to use that wind of nature. CW still looking for a moment. Comes in the juke from CW in a massive play. But the Colt Altar comes down. Benny Cutie unleashing. Immortality gonna be popped. Goes another one. Boots a little bit too late as Echo marches into the base of ONIC Esports, looking to end the game here. Can they do it? Kyrie's alive. Still trying to hold on. Keyboy here now too. ONIC, can they stay in the game? Flicker's gonna come out here. They find Benny. Looking for a kill. Keyboy there on the backside. Still up. In a couple seconds, Sands will be up when the storm is too strong. Keyboy and Boots holding on for their life. Here comes Sands. And Yowie's low immortality pop. ONIC holds on in a successful defense.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
They're still alive. They're still in it. 4 people alive. Kyrie's missing Echo. 100% want this Lord. With this Lord, they can secure the game already, push out those outer tier turns. They don't care anymore because ONIC is at a disadvantage. There's nothing ONIC can do about it. They just have to back off, wait for Kyrie to come back up. They gotta figure this out right now because Echo's team fighting is looking immaculate. It feels so difficult to actually get in on it, especially once the chaos ensues.
Oh my God. Isn't your head hurts watching the last team fight?
It was. Yeah, I know it's hurting mine for sure.
It just feels like everybody's fully built right now. Let's compare how many immortality that we have. On Echo side, we have 4 immortalities. Meanwhile, for Team ONIC, we don't have a singular one that's standing at this point. I mean, that is going to make such a huge difference at the next dive because immortality is what decides the late game team fights. On top of the fact that the Echo does have the Lord charging to the base, this is looking scary, dude. I don't know if we're going to see any longer games.
Oh, Sanford.
Sanford
buddy.
Down. Well, again, ONIC's got to hold on here.
This is
Lord in mid side. This is going to be crucial for them. Can they do it again? Sanford quite low, still has the immortality as well. Kyrie trying to defend that bottom side. They come in. Yowie goes in with the play. Can't connect. Sanford finds Boots. Circling you on the backside. Benny Cutie still up. Blazing to it from CW. Finds Sanford. But it's not going to be enough just yet as Sands falls. Benny Cutie, the storm, is unleashing onto the base. Another flicker gonna come out. The minion waves are up. It's only Sanji, Benny Cutie, and Carl Teasy. Kyrie and Keyboy, can they stay in this game again? They're gonna have their work cut out for them. Volatility at its best. Here comes Sands, pushing the situation. ONIC still holding on. They're working on the base, and that's gonna be it. Echo sends ONIC to the lower brackets in a 3-1 victory.
Oh my goodness. What a sequence of events. What an intense game. This is beyond me at this point. These players are playing with their absolute hearts out, not holding a single punch back. GG, well played to Echo.
What a play from Echo. You can see the management team, the players, and their cheerleaders. They're excited. We're excited. What a game.
Truly a beautiful game here. This is why we love Mobile Legends, but this is why Leo was almost right, just flipped on the opposite end. Echo, well done. Case, Echo's full strength. Echo advances into the top 3. Wow. Analysts, please take this one away because these boys, well deserved. Break it down for us.
Advances to top 3. Another Philippine team dropping Indonesia to the lower bracket. Like, is this the real calling of Kryptonite?
I'm not smiling. Hearing my voice, I'm not smiling. I'm not. But what else this confirms is at least one Filipino team going to the grand finals.
This is insane, and yes, camera can confirm.
I'm not smiling. I'll smile later, but I'm not smiling.
Not on camera. Trex.
What a game. I mean, and honestly, the final moment there, even though Echo won, ONIC's defense there is...
The last 2 team fights could have gone on forever, and I would not complain.
Here's the thing. Echo is so explosive because I still remember a moment they're just using the Magic Sentry. It's like, we see Boots. They did not hesitate. Conceal. go to the front, Yaoi kick boots behind, and then Benny Cutie just keeps shredding him down, and then they continue from there. They do not miss a beat. It's like, do you want to go? Don't even ask that question. The answer is always yes.
There has to be a new statistic. I propose it for our production to prepare, and it's called TPMs, TikTok plays per minute, because I think Yaoi was hitting maybe 2 or 3.
TikTok plays per minute. I definitely like it. Yaoi definitely on fire there. Not to mention Sans, though, able to use that passive so well and come back every time to really drag those fights out. My statistic would be longest team fighter, longest survivability against a push, something along those measures.
I mean, this is Tennis Indoor Sinai, and those seem like rallies, right? Like back and forths, back and forths.
So I guess the stats is how long can you last?
How long can you last?
Exactly, how long can you last? And speaking of that, we're gonna look at the itemization as well as a hero, because honestly throughout this series, Faramis has really grown on me as a mid laner, because every single time any team that has a Faramis, they really are not afraid to charge and go for those fights, because as a mid laner, you're not really, like, you have the utility, but more importantly, oh my god, the damage from the Ghostbusters.
Yeah, I think key here is the fact that Sans employed the Faramis mid against one of the pioneers of Faramis mid, and I think that's what made Sanji all the more lethal here in Deadlies, because Lilia is a soft counter to the whole Cult Altar situation, is because she can just keep dropping those shadow energies, popping those glooms, and again, just making the most of that small time that their opponents are stunned after the extra HP is depleted.
You know, and I think ONIC had the right idea, right? They pick up the Faramis, then they pick up the Claude, so they kind of get rid of that possible counter, those counters. But Echo still finds a way, and I think, like you said, with those glooms, able to do a lot of AoE damage. And then Benny Cutie, using the Nibiru's passion out well at some of those clutch moments, is able to shred through a lot of the survivability of ONIC.
We're gonna go to the post-game stats, but I just thought about another statistic that we could have for this M4, which is the win rate of a Joy as an EXP and as a jungler, because I kind of feel like Kyrie used that like out of his mind, but still wasn't enough.
Say what you will about the jungle Joy in the hands of Kyrie, but it was one of the few reasons why ONIC Esports stayed ahead the few times that they did. And even in the team fights that Echo clearly won, the only reason why Echo were more disciplined and not as explosive, not as volatile, is because they learned. They learned in that game that they lost with Kyrie having the Hayabusa, anything is possible in the hands of the Sky King. So that's why here I'd still put much respect in the name of Jungle Joy.
Literally the only reason why Echo didn't finish in like the Lord before is because of Kyrie there. Like literally able to pull them away. They chase after him. Trust me, I'm not a fan of the Jungle Joy, but if anyone can do it, Kyrie's allowed. He has the pass.
I mean, if Kyrie made sure that they can't come on the Lord, then I would say that's a very, very big win. So I understand the argument here, but again, as an analyst, numbers don't lie. Because Kyrie, I kind of feel like he's one of those junglers that could literally take anything and make it look good, especially with heroes that has a lot of mobility, a lot of dashes. He's good on the Barats, but come on, like, let's be fair. He looks way better on the Hayabusas, on the Ling, on the Fannies, on the Joys.
The whole Barat situation, which I think we'll see glimpses of during the highlights, playing later on in a bit, it was less of a matter of Kyrie not being able to do it, but more of a whole team effort. So with that being said, I think the MVP here is a player that allows for the whole team to be able to do their best. And man, 11-8, this is one of those kinds of MVPs that you just go like, yeah, the numbers speak for themselves.
I mean, Benny Cutie's always up there, I feel like. I think Benny Cutie speaks for himself in the land of Dawn. Honestly, everything pretty typical to me. Did end up selling those boots towards the end to get even more damage there. And I think that,
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, like the M4 fact is that Benny Cutie is like #1 in terms of KDA, like over 10 KDA or something crazy like that.
Yes, on average.
Yeah, on average.
#1.
So with 11 to an 8, it really helps his cause here of maintaining the #1, because I feel like in that game, Benny Cutie was really the one that is stopping ONIC, because they can't really engage when they keep on dying. It's really hard to do anything when you're in the grave.
hard to do anything when you're in the grave. Now, taking a look at the heat map, though, you can tell this is the point where he switches over to the EXP lane to get even more gold here, but also holding it down in the mid lane, stopping ONIC from getting that push in, stopping ONIC from claiming any land on the map.
And I think that's silent work that Benny was doing. It's honest work, and no one's gonna notice until it's too late, and that's what he did here. By camping in that little bush down south, east of the map, he's able to deny ONIC major objectives. And you see here how he's so good at protecting himself. Having 2 deaths, yeah, I mean, deaths are deaths, but against a lineup that's as explosive as ONIC's, as good as they are pushing forward, again with Keyboy and the Matilda. Pretty good at sniping as well. I was just gonna say, protecting himself and finding targets, that's what earned him his MVP.
Here's the thing. Like, that moment, it was instant. But at the moment, he took his time. Almost like he's holding his breath.
Teeing up. Like a backswing.
Dude, that was beautiful.
That was a TikTok play.
That was
a TikTok play.
That's gonna see like a bajillion TikTok clips.
A bajillion.
Within today. That's an actual number.
It's an actual number, please. Respect the Southeast Asian numeric system, correct?
Yes.
You guys might not have it in the States, okay? But here, a bajillion is measurable.
Yep, and this team fight took about a bajillion minutes.
It's a benillion.
Up until Benny Cutie came in and decisively said, no, we're just gonna take the base, we're gonna kill who we can, but it's over at this point, and that was a call.
Sorry, I keep cutting you off because I really want the bajillion number to be like
Great
really
game.
solidified.
It was a great game. GG's, well played. I had a lot of fun with you guys.
All right, don't fight with us because we're big. But as big as us right now, feeling bigger is Echo. So we're gonna pass it over to Mara as well as Clara to ask them a bajillion amount of questions. Go ahead.
Upper brackets once again, Pinas Lang Malakas!
Congratulations, that was amazing.
Of course, this one, ECHO, they beat ONIC Esports, the home country, and 3-1. It was so dominant.
And you know who's showing dominance during this series? Sanford, you know people are calling you a genius. Your timing is perfect. And you're showing the world how good you are. How important is this for you? As a 16-year-old, gaano ka-importante para sa'yo na ipakita sa buong mundo yung skills mo? Ang dami nang humahanga sa'yo ngayon.
Sobrang importante po kasi parang ngayon lang po ako nabigyan ng spotlight. Tapos, kaya ako rin po ginagalingan para sa family ko po, lalong-lalo na sa papa ko.
Why? What happened to your dad?
Kasi bago po ako umalis ng Pinas, na-stroke po yung papa ko. So parang naalala ko po yung every laro namin sa kanya. Yan.
This is really important for him because this is the only time that he got the spotlight. And he's dedicating this game and this entire tournament to his father. Right before he left, his father unfortunately experienced a stroke. So every single game is dedicated for him. You are such a great son. Thank you for that.
Oke, ini adalah waktu untuknya dan melihat dia begitu memberikan yang terbaik karena ini didedikasikan untuk ayahnya, her late father. Oh, he's sick.
He's sick right
He's
now.
sick right now. Get well soon, Daddy. We hope you the best. And actually, I'm kind of curious. And you said, Kalzi, on the group stage, it wasn't your potential. Your potential for ECHO. Is this your full potential right now here?
Opo, siguro ito na po kasi malakas din po yung kalaban namin eh.
He said, yes, perhaps it is because their opponent is also very strong.
Oke, mungkin ini adalah benar full potensialnya, tapi masih mungkin. What is the hardest part of facing ONIC Esports on the upper bracket?
Siguro po mahirap yung pag nakuha ni Kyrie yung assassin niya. Lakas niya.
The hardest part is when Kyrie gets his assassin because Kyrie is just really strong. That's his lakas, that's his strength. Now this one is for Benny Cutie. Benny Cutie, you know, every time we interview a player on who they fear, who they think is so strong and who's so hard, they always say Benny Cutie. What do you have to say to that?
Wala naman po akong say doon. Tsaka hindi naman po ako parang matutuwa doon na maging complacent ako sa laro ko. Parang tuloy-tuloy pa rin kahit ano sabihin nila.
He doesn't really have much to say about that because him being good and the other players praising him he doesn't want to be complacent. He just wants to continue with what he's doing. Just because people are saying he's great, it doesn't mean that he'll perform any less. He just wants to keep on going. Now,
Oke, dia benar-benar pengen memberikan hanya yang terbaik. Mau orang-orang mau melihat dia seperti apa, tapi yang terbaik dia akan memberikan terus-menerus. Wow, that's great.
Your next match is like MPL Philippines Grand Finals. You're going to be going up against Blacklist International. Yeah, we gotta hear from you. Thoughts?
Sobrang saya po kasi PH versus PH po. So sigurado na pong may isang PH sa finals po. So tsaka may rematch din po. So sana po makabawi po kami. Lakas po kasi ng Blacklist. PH lang malakas.
Oh, there you go. PH lang malakas. He says he's really happy because regardless what happens, it'll be Philippines in the grand finals. And this time, they get to redo the MPL Philippines grand finals. So they hope they get to have a comeback and beat Blacklist this time around. Because Blacklist is just really strong.
Ya, dan memang kita akan melihat untuk final upper bracket adalah Philippines lawan Philippines dan mereka benar-benar excited karena ini adalah Philippines lawan Philippines. Mereka berharap bisa membalas dendam mereka pada saat MPL season lalu. Okay.
Congratulations once again. You may now take your bow. ECHO Philippines! Pinas lang, malakas!
Tomorrow will be a super long day because we have 3 best-of-5 matches, Mara.
Oh, that's right, Claire. Let's take a look at the updated bracket.
That's
Speaking
right.
of that.
Let's go. What's happening here in M4? We'll see that end because we got 2 matches today. So that makes
tomorrow it's going to be back to back to back. So for the upper bracket, it'll be ECHO Philippines versus Blacklist International, 2 of the Philippines' best.
That's
now
right.
for the lower bracket.
The opening match will be RRQ Akira against Falcon Esports. And for the last, ONIC Esports will be facing the Valley after that, right after. So the closing will be, we got the update for tomorrow's schedule.
This is the schedule. RRQ Hoshi will go up against Falcon Esports.
And after that, we will see ONIC Esports again, the Valley. And the last one for securing 1 slot for the grand final, ECHO Philippines against Blacklist International.
Tomorrow is going to be amazing. It's going to be back to back to back. We're going to see who's going to be facing in the lower bracket finals. And tomorrow we'll find out who's going to be waiting in the grand finals.
Of course, but we would like to thank you guys. Terima kasih semua yang udah datang di sini, yang ada di stage, yang lagi ada online juga. Jangan lupa untuk menonton esok hari karena besok akan ada 3 match best of 5.
We have 3 more days left, so you better not miss it. And of course, we'd like to thank our sponsors. M4 is powered by Moonton, presented by TikTok, our official content partner, and supported by Secret Lab, our official gaming chair.
We have Esports Charts, our analytical partner. We have Gang, our official merchandise partner. We have MeWatch, our media partner. And last but not least, we have Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia.
We want to know your thoughts for tomorrow, so keep sending us your tweets, your messages also on TikTok, and be sure to use the hashtag
Mobile Legends Bang Bang,
MLBBM4, and Dare to be great. We'll see you tomorrow first thing in the M Room. Now, you've been watching such intense action only here, and this is the day 6 of Mobile Legends Bang Bang M4 World Championship. Dare to be great. See you all tomorrow.
my best life. They been talking, told me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever, ever, ever break us down, break us down. I'll be reaching for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never, ever, ever, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fighting our hearts, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it